Hello, folks, and welcome back to week 6, day 13. Is that right? Week 6, week 7, week 6, week 7, day 13 of Circuito Desafiante, Brazilian Tier 2 League of Legends. And oddly enough, this is the first day of it for this week. Usually it's Monday, Tuesday, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This week got set a little bit behind because of the Super Week we had in the LTA, both North and South. So, yeah, yesterday we were just over on the LTA South channel watching that, and now we're down here. And it was a wild weekend, guys, in Super Week in LTA South. LTA South got real weird. A lot of, I don't want to call them upset wins necessarily, because the standings I don't think reflect the strength of the teams. But, yeah, if you're going by the standings, there were upsets. And Aegis, we saw Red Academy on the screen there for a second. Yeah, Aegis got called back up just yesterday. So I think that means Doom will probably be playing for Red Academy this week. We're going to see how it goes. Red doesn't play today, though. Today our matches are Kate Stars Academy versus Stella, and then Kaboom versus Dopamina, which I think are aight matches. I think they could be spicy. K-Stars Academy is doing really well right now. I think they are near the top of the standings, just behind Los Grandes. And that's just because Los Grandes have played more games. For some odd reason, K-Stars Academy are a little bit behind in terms of games played. They've only played 4 games compared to almost everybody else having played 5. The other team that has only played 4 so far is Dopamina. So both Dopamina and K-Stars Academy will catch up a little bit today. Yeah, Kate Academy. They've still got Sorolu from last split. Smalley dropped from Tier 1 to Tier 2. But this Shino has had some Tier 1 experience a little bit. Quats has been mostly Tier 2, though very good Tier 2. Scamber is mostly Tier 2, with a smattering of Tier 1. On paper, not the strongest roster, but they've actually been doing really well. And I think a lot of these players feel like they're on the cusp of Tier 1, and they've been playing to that level. I don't know if I'd say... part of me wants to say that they've been playing better than the main Kate Stars roster, but that's only this last weekend that the main Kate Stars roster kind of crapped the bed. I'm hoping that whatever happened to Kate Stars main roster or Tier 1 roster does not affect their Academy roster, because that would be disappointing. They're up against Stella, who, weirdly enough, just beat Corinthians. They showed that Corinthians can play. The Corinthians kind of screwed up. They just lost to Rats and Stella, so it feels like the shine's coming off of them a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So that puts Stella in a weird position where I don't know how good they are really. Their win against Corinthians was quite convincing, though. I'll give them that. So they look good. Mukio has been leading the charge with this team. Zekas and Celo are the two who I think have impressed me with individual mechanics. Aithuza's looked much more comfortable in Tier 2, though. And he's been a carry rather frequently for the team. So this matchup could be a good matchup, but not gonna lie, I feel like Kate Stars is heavily favored in my books right now. And a lot of it just has to do with how coordinated they do look when they come online. Also, I just think the individual matchups are not necessarily favorable to Stella. Aithuza is still not a lane dominant player, so yeah, if Aithuza is not lane dominant, then yeah, it kind of gives Quats that sort of free scaling option, and Quats is very good at scaling if you give him the space. That said, Quats has actually been playing a bit more aggressively recently, and especially when he's playing something like an Ahri, he's actually been winning lane, even with the Rod of Ages build. Yeah. Hey Rev, hello, welcome. You recovered from your games yesterday? Yo, Trajan had some great casts yesterday, by the way. Game 3, Game 4. Even during the boring bits, I thought y'all were quite interesting. I just caught up with it earlier this morning because I couldn't quite catch the games live. So yeah. The second match of Kaboom versus Dopamina is kind of interesting because they're 3-3 and 2-2. So they're kind of 50-50 on the matches right now. Wiz is back for Kaboom. Or not back, I should say. Wiz is back in Brazil to play for Kaboom. Ranger had to sub last week because they dropped C's. They kicked C's. So yeah, so much fun. No recovery needed. Shaking it out around the show. Yeah, in the wrong region for it, man. Brazil gets some, or LTA South as a whole gets some really randomness every time. Every time. Oh, man. I still think it's criminal that Smalley is in Academy. People like Smalley and Grefta are just like, and how? Is like, why are we here, man? That's so weird. Oh, it's your grammar? No, blame it on the South. It's always South fault. It's always the players. It's all good, man. You're still getting your point across, so that's the important thing. And you're in the right vibes. Yeah, Stella, Zekas has been... Okay, if I had to look at Stella, and like I said, I like how Zekas been playing. I think Miko's been playing well. Ituza's looking much more comfortable. Celo's great. Cavallo's always been sort of a tier 1-esque player. I think he's always been comfortable in that tier 1 role. But Zekas has been impressing me the most. And I suspect he... If I had to promote somebody on that roster, it probably would be Zekas. We are into draft, and they are actually drafting. They are actually drafting in role order. And I kind of get it. It kind of makes sense. True, you're the go rev. I actually much more prefer MF being picked this late rather than early without proper setup. It's still not the ideal situation for MF, and I'm not a huge fan of what I'm seeing from Stella right now. It feels very split. Yeah, Kate, on the other hand, they get the OP Gwen. She's still OP, even on current patch. She got nerfed again, but I think she's still very, very strong. Her skilling's still great. Okay, it's official. I kind of dislike Stella's draft. It's not just not great. It is not even good. Okay, let me just get this onto Paint so that we've got a record of it, and then we can talk some draft. Hold on. Zoom in a little bit. Zoom in further. Too far. Too far. Enhance. There we go. They're not big enough that my boomer eyes can actually look at this, but not so big eats up my whole screen. Okay, yeah. K-Star's draft, already the first 3 picks were excellent. Generally almost flawless. So they picked the Gwen. We see the Rumble answer, priority on Nefiri for Stella. I don't hate this, but I also am not a fan of Rumble and Nefiri. We've been seeing quite a bit of this because both are such high prio picks, but I do feel like these two champions do each other no favors, right? Nefiri wants setup, Rumble wants setup. Neither of them has setup. They want different types of setup. Rumble wants sort of AoE to lock people down, to set up the red carpet. Nefiri wants like single target setup, basically. And then you just kind of burst a target down. And then we answer back with Sejuani, which gives you already some of the best team fighting in the game. You get melee in 2 lanes that can proc Sejuani. You get AP and AD. So this is about one of the best starts you could possibly hope for. I personally still think Yone is absolutely busted, and if not first pick worthy like Gwen, at least second pick worthy. So already great solid start from Kate Stars. Basically, once you have this, you can do no wrong, right? If you want to go split push, you can go split push. You want to go team fight, you can go team fight. You want to go skirmish, you can go skirmish, right? This is just the best start you could hope for, I feel like, in draft. We go Ari to answer the Yone, which to me tells me that Stella actually wants to kind of go more for the pick. So that's the setup for Nefiri we were talking about. Ari's not the easiest setup, but I can this is okay. You know, this is like a 3 out of 5. This part is like 3 out of 5. That's fine. We ban bot laners because, yeah. And then this is what I don't like. You've got the Rumble, which pairs well with the MF. In a way, even the equalizer slow is already not bad with the MF. But then you need AoE for this. And that makes this last pick super important. And we went with Alistar. I understand Rel was banned, but like to me here, it's not or... Well, not got picked away, I guess. Rakan got banned or Leona. I don't like the Alistar engage here. Because Alistar has to go in and then what happens, right? Like Alistar, out of all these engage champions, Alistar I feel like has the least reliable engage, and he goes in, he can't come back to peel. Leona can technically solo fair and still sit back and peel. Nautilus goes in and he doesn't come back out, but at least he's got more stuns than Alistar has. So I'm not really liking this. It's not terrible, but I'll give it like a 2.5 out of 5. It's okay. Or that's a bit harsh. I'll give it 3 out of 5. It's fine. You're gonna lurk. Sounds good. Will do. I'm sure the games will be fun. CD is usually a little bit more active once you get past the laning phase. So, and then we get those random throws. And so far, every week has had upsets in CD. So it's really funny in a way. Like when Corinthians lost their last 2 matches, I was losing my mind. The Rats one already shocked me, and then losing the Stella again was kind of bad. Yeah, they instead of going with like more team fight for Kate Stars, they decided to go with Kai'Sa for Smalley, which I like. I think Brazil specifically has a lot of really good Kai'Sa players. I think the South in general, LR and LRS also has some really good Kai'Sa players. So, Virus, FX, and them bunch. And then they took the Nautilus away. I feel like this Nautilus was almost you could pick any support here. Like, even an Enchanter support would not be bad with this. But I feel like the Nautilus was almost a deny away from Stella. So, yeah, really good draft coming through from Cade. I don't know if I'd give them a 5 out of 5 necessarily. I feel like I'll give them 4.5 out of 5. Could be a 5. It could be a 5. I just feel like, well, I really like that Smalley's playing the Kai'Sa. I don't necessarily think that the Kai'Sa is the strongest AD carry you could pick up for this composition. Nor do I think Kai'Sa particularly excels into this composition on the other side. Just because she goes in, but who are you really going in on? You're kind of going in on the Misfortune and only the Misfortune, right? Everybody else you don't really want to face in melee. Or dive straight into. Like, Ahri can still kite you for days. You've got 1 dash, she's got 3. If you dive into a rumble, he's going to cook you. So, I think for AD carries, I would have preferred something like a Xayah, potentially. Jinx would have been fine if a little bit tough. MF was taken away, but that would have been another option. Varus or Jhin, I would have liked a lot, actually. Because I think both of them going the Lethality build, there's no real tank on that side. So that's why I'm giving them a 4.5. Not because the drop's not good. I just feel like there are potentially stronger options. Albeit, it's minimal. And it's not going to make a difference. Yeah, I think K-Stars, yeah, they can sit back. They can do whatever they want. It's really on the side of Stella to me to make action happen. And try and get leads somewhere. Because it just comes down to straight fighting. It's a bit tough. I can't remember if we've seen Mukio play. I can't remember if I said I wanted to see Mukio play Neferi, or whether he's already played it. I think he has. Let me just quickly double check. Yeah, he played 2 games of Neferi already, Mukio. 1 win, 1 loss. I'm pretty sure I said this the last time I saw him play Neferi too, but like, while I do think it fits his personal playstyle, I actually think the Neferi is bad for Stella as a whole when Mukio plays it. Because Mukio is a really good engaged player, and Neferi is not an engaged champion. So, yeah. I'm sure Mukio will do fine. His lanes don't have great setup necessarily either. Bot lane's probably his best shot, but Nautilus is a deceptively hard support to gank because his dredge line, being able to Spider-Man away from ganks means that he can stun you and just dodge away. So it's not the greatest for Neferi. It's good for Smalley though. And then every other lane has like questionable setup. If Alethusa can land a charm, sure, but it's not the easiest setup to land a linear skill shot through a minion wave. Yeah. We shall see how that goes.
Do circuitão parando, né, passando por lá, enquanto aqui na rota do meio a gente tem esse Quats que traz esse Yone, né, a gente sabe que gosta muito do skirmish, gosta ali daquela briga 1v1, mas na distância, nesse iniciozinho, o Alethusa pode levar...
Okay, because I've said earlier that I like the way Zekus has been performing. I'm kind of interested in the Zekus Shino matchup. Because I do think Shino is a top laner who has shown his skill. He can hang in tier 1. Is Smalley actually based? Okay, no, he's just dancing. Okay, I think he's an experienced range for that minion. If not, that faked recall was very, very troll. Quad's taking some tough trades there in the mid lane. This top side getting kind of spicy too. Both junglers are here. To me, that's a very interesting ward placement from Zekus. Like, it will protect you from the behind the wall gank, but it's not going to protect you from like a brute force lane gank. And given that Mukio was kind of the area, I feel like Zekus, that ward is like an immediate, like, short-term ward, right? Like, I just want to make sure I'm not ganked right now. Because outside of spotting a potential gank from Sarulu at that very second, the value on that's going to be somewhat limited.
E a gente vê que já tá começando a se construir uma vantagem de CS. O Smiley teve que dar
Yeah.
esse retorno na base, então a gente vê que a situação lá na parte de baixo não é a das mais favoráveis.
Da volta com uma batedora, né? Então deixando de fato
Oh.
esse começo de jogo pra lá, né? Focando
I think that's a bit telegraphed by Shino to run this way.
Essa bot lane então não deve ser
That's fine.
lugar fácil pro Sarolo, por exemplo, focar em dragões aqui, não deve ser.
Sarulu didn't want to waste too much time.
Inclusive a gente viu ele passando pela parte de cima do mapa, tentou um gank, não conseguiu nada. Agora sim vai se direcionando pros seus campos na
Oh.
parte inferior. Todas as lanes
Early lane swap initiated by Stella. Usually we see the lane swap come through closer to like 5-6 minutes when grubs are about to spawn.
Já joga o Celo lá pela parte de cima pra brigar a primeira leva de vacilarvas.
É o clássico, né?
Okay.
Chega essa região assim, esse
Yeah, K-Stars are matching it immediately.
já vai fazendo essa troca, o Cielo vai se aproveitar dessa wave que tá colando por aqui.
I mean, grubs spawn at about 6 minutes, so a lot of times at 5 minutes that will give you enough time to push out the wave. So whoever rotates first often gets that lane control. But if you're rotating at like 4.5 minutes, I think the wave's gonna bounce by the time the grubs actually spawn. So you don't really get a significant advantage unless you could like had a favorable lane position to shove that wave in and cause the top laner to kind of miss a wave or the bot lane to miss a wave. But evidently that didn't happen here. K-Stars just appear and catch the wave anyways. And mostly lose like 1 or 2 minions max. Ooh. Molly taking a bad trade. Well played from Celo and Cavallo.
É, e a gente fica de olho que o Smiley sempre é o cara que sai pior nessas brigas, né? É quem perde mais vida, a gente tem também esse sustém extra.
I think Smolly and Scamber's level up timings have been a little bit awkward, and Celo and Cavallo have been absolutely abusing the fact that they're leveling up first.
Pra talvez buscar as primeiras vacilarvas do game. O Melchior também vem se aproximando, vem naquela proximidade da rota superior. Então, ao que tudo indica...
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, because they rotated earlier and they got that shove on, wave bounces at 5:30. So technically, if all things are even, they can just shove out, right? If all things are even. It's not super even because Smolly leveled up a little bit later and took a bit too much poke. But yeah. And at 6 minutes when grub spawns, technically both lanes are now... both bot lanes are in contention and are able to rotate. Ooh, Sarolo didn't get the stun. The knockup.
O Cavalo foi tomando muito dano nessa tentativa de entrada, né? Foi ali meio que solo pra cima da rapaziada, mas agora...
This might get us out by mid lane prio.
quase 4 jogadores ali que não parte da VKS, enquanto na parte...
Kot's got first move.
briga, tesourada de lado, fogaréu do outro.
Yeah, this is not good for Zekas. That he's losing the matchup. Yikes. Well played from Shino. Really nice. Okay, one thing we touched on, Shino taking the exhaust. We've seen this a couple of times into the Rumble matchup. I really like it because Rumble's expected to win early, but if Rumble doesn't match you by taking Ignite, then yeah, you kind of win. Oh, that hook! Okay, Stella gets this easy. The moment Quads misses ult, that was easy clap for Stella.
Pois é, mas a gente vê que o Chino conseguiu aproveitar muito bem, garantiu a primeira eliminação da partida, garante uma barricada.
Yeah, but this matchup here for the Rumble is a little bit rough. If you start losing the Gwen early, it does not get better. Ooh, Aituza has no flash. Wow. A little bit of a question of why Aituza pushed out there when he already burnt Spirit Rush prior. But yeah, K-Star's really punishing. Loki, I think this game's kind of over. I know it's like really early to call it, but realistically, with the comp K-Stars have, the fact that Gwen, their split pusher, gets an early lead and is absolutely dominating that, and then Quad's actually getting a kill on just Berserker's Greaves onto an Ahri. Yeah, that's super bad for Stella. Their setup isn't great either. So, and this comp in specific messes up Misfortune pretty hard. There's a lot of ways to stop her. Smolly can go diving backline too. In fact, that's Smolly's main job, is actually just to dive the Misfortune. Yeah. For Stella's win condition, I needed to see Aituza or Mukio kind of get ahead. Or to stay even, I needed to see Zekas and Celo actually get ahead. Celo did well on the bot side. He did get ahead. But yeah, for Zekas it's really tough. You need TP to match, but Rumble's not one of the top laners who can run without flash, so...
poderia ter lutado naquele momento, mas ainda assim a VKS aproveitando muito bem e tendo a noção, o total discernimento dos momentos que eles podem enfrentar e podem conseguir essas eliminações. Então isso vai colocando esse numa situação bem complicada.
Né? Do Neida, o time da VKS já vai indo pra frente, né? Tem uma estatística aqui que eles têm 100% de vitória quando eles saem à frente nos primeiros 15 minutos.
Isso aí é...
Well, we're getting some early action though, at
Você
least.
lembra, Dressel, da última vez que
Since they got rid of lane swaps,
negócio
the laning phase has been a little bit boring.
Eu tenho que mandar
Não,
aqui.
você
For
tá
games.
certo, você tá certo. É.
Antes, porque vai muda. No próximo jogo eu já não posso usar esse
I think the
time.
North has actually seen
Pra
more
vocês
lane
que
action than the
botaram, não é
South.
zica de cast, é só
Certíssimo.
matemática.
At least in Tier 1.
Certíssimo, é apenas aqui a condição de que, de fato, os números não mentem, é um
Though,
fato. que a gente
the South has had some interesting ganks. Like, when you say lane action, I mean 1-on-1, 2-on-2 sort of action, not without gank pressure.
Numa partida, mas de fato, a VKS tem vantagem, né? Já tem ali quase 2.000 de ouro à frente, então já mostra.
Unfortunate. If the exhaust was up, I think they brute
mais
force
uma
this.
vez que ter essa vantagem aos 15 minutos importa muito pra eles, que eles conseguem manter normalmente até o fim do jogo.
E uma coisa meio atípica que de ambas as equipes a gente não vê muito o direcionamento pra realmente pegar o
An interesting rotate from Scamber here.
executar esse objetivo. A gente vê o meu kill agora se deslocando.
Dragon's up.
Pode
Grubs is
fazer,
a ways
mas
away,
a gente vê
and
que
we've
a
already
VKS
seen the
não
Nautilus
tá
rotate up. You can see the pings come down.
esse objetivo não, a gente
Estella
vê
know
a
that the moment you
movimentação
see that
desse
support
Scamber
top, they
por parte
can
do mapa,
they can start looking for this dragon. They have a numbers advantage. Chino has no TP.
O Sarolu vai encontrar essas sentinelas por aqui e tem plena noção que o objetivo já está sendo executado e vai ficar para as mãos da Estelar, que vai realmente garantir 2 larvas, vai pegar o primeiro dragão, mas ainda assim estão buscando formas de realmente estabelecer algumas condições de vitória para realmente poder crescer na partida.
Yeah, Kate a little bit behind in terms of the objectives. In the first set of Grubs, they only got 1-2. Stella moved first. And props to Stella, it's not just Mukio, it's actually the lane setting up these objectives for them.
Então vamos ficar de olho pra
That's my big concern whenever I see Mukio not on an engaged champion, so...
primeiro grande objetivo, o time da VKS foi mais uma resposta.
Yeah,
né?
if Stella can play around that, then
Ir pra cima, mas
it's...
eles responderam com
it goes a
abate
long
do
way
mapa
towards
inteiro,
alleviating
porque
any
esse
concerns.
falou da top lane, né? É uma lane, às vezes, que ela é muito decidida na nuance, né? E a observação da Tabs foi muito
Ugh,
forte.
Rod of Aegis Ahri.
Se aproveitou, viu o tempo,
Not a
Chino
fan.
observou ali que tava numa situação que não podia trocar, então simplesmente foi pra cima, garantiu a
There are some matchups where I do like the Rod of Aegis Ahri, and I understand that it just gives you a much bigger margin of error, and once you build the Andres, her 2-item power spike is still really strong. But into Yone specifically, I actually really dislike it.
Não é algo fácil de conseguir,
I think you just need
né?
burst damage to deal with the Yone. Building tank does not save you anyways, because he built straight up the Rune King.
Inclusive, pras Westlarvas, a equipe da VKS
And he just
não
outstains you
consegue
even
fazer
though
essa
you have Rod of
luta.
Aegis.
Ele vem se aproximando, mas a terceira também vai ficando nas mãos do time da VKS.
Okay, Sarolu smite stole that first one. Oh, smite secured it. TP from Mythusa. But that's unbreakable down from Caballo. Yukio's just looking for the smite steal. Yeah, good zone out. Really nice zone out. Nice and clean. Scammer had a flash there. Damn.
Mas no fim das contas, ninguém vai ser abatido além das vacilavas.
A VKS jogou bem devagar essa jogada justamente para não possibilitar o meu kill de gastar o seu golpear em cima da Vastilarva, mas a gente vê que por hora VKS manteve um bom controle de visão, a Stray tentou contestar, mas ainda assim não tinha como fazer a entrada para essa iniciação. O cavalo teve que gastar.
Yeah, that's the first clean objective KSR has taken.
É uma grande condição
Good sign, good sign.
mas olha a troca aqui na parte de cima, não vai rolar muita coisa, mas só voltando ao ponto, a Stray não estava na melhor das condições. Eu acho que eles realmente nem deveriam tentar, Tabinha, realmente contestar esse objetivo. Acho que jogar esse cross map poderia ter sido mais eficiente nesse primeiro momento.
Miko cancelled his base. And then saw everybody come up to back up. The quads there. Atusa getting a lot of alone time.
Sai tranquila, o Aituza já faz essa movimentação pra parte inferior do mapa, ele que tá bem atrás de ouro agora.
Frankly, I don't know if the TP was worth it there from quads. Oh well.
It's
It's fine, because Nick's objective is bot side anyways, and it's still 2.5 minutes away. It's not a big deal.
Então fica esse ouro completo pra ele, a Sari agora que vai ter que tomar um pouco mais de cuidado nas rotas laterais, mas Andresa ela tá com
Charm
as
not sticking.
zeros, vai escalar, vai ter...
Yeah, see, Rod of Aegis is now stacking. It slows down your spike as Ahri. And then now that Blade of the Rune King's completed for quads, even the moment the Vamp Scepter is picked up, he just outsustains you in lane anyways. And now Blade of the Rune King is there, he'll just have more impact in the next team fight for the next, how many, 8 more minutes? Whereas if you built like straight damage, you have a lot more impact as Ahri. Okay. Oh, nice. Ooh, really well played from Stella there to collapsing on quads. Cavallo playing with fire though, he almost died.
já garante um belo abate pra cima do Quats, que tava crescendo.
Well played,
no
well
game.
played.
Exatamente, uma jogada que parecia absoluta por parte da
Ooh,
VKS,
Smalley's playing with
mas
fire a
o
little bit,
Cavalo
okay.
não tá, ele deu um excelente flash Q, conseguiu levar o Quats pra debaixo da torre, tomando aquele tiro e comprando todo o tempo pra Estelar.
I had that collapse. Really patient play from Celo.
Pelo mapa.
O Scamper continua insistindo, dessa vez o Aituz é o alvo
Oh.
dele, mas ele sai com razoável tranquilidade.
Kind of surprised K-Stars didn't come in harder for that.
Então o time da
They had Shino there.
essa recuada também.
Mais uma barricada pra parte de cima do mapa,
Okay.
agora sim ela vai cair, né? Então a gente vê que nessa torre também foi bem prejudicada, mais uma pro Zecas, e aí a gente finaliza
That's
essa
fine.
primeira parte do jogo, né? O que a gente chama de early game, tá acabando essa fase de rotas. Por
Bit of a
enquanto,
mistake on K-Stars' part. They're gonna
continua
lose a little bit of the
a favor da
tempo.
equipe da VKS, a gente vê,
But
né,
by and large, they're still in a good position.
principalmente entre os dois carregadores, da parte de cima e da parte
Shino's
de
been given a
baixo.
lot of time to just side lane and farm.
Agora esse abate em cima do Quads gerou um conforto, né, um respiro para a equipe da Stellai, que vai ter um pouco mais de condição para brigar justamente em cima da área. O Aituz que ficou com esse abate, então o melhor dos mundos aqui para ele enfrentar com um pouco mais de facilidade essa matchup contra o Ione.
Acho que é difícil ele
Yeah,
acabar
1.3k gold
sendo
advantage to Shino.
Eu acho que um grande ponto que a VKS tem que aproveitar
Most of that
é
on
justamente
farming.
o fato que eles têm pressão em ambas as rotas laterais. Então, eles poderem continuar acelerando o mapa e espremendo o pessoal desse live acaba sendo o melhor dos mundos. Utilizar essa pressão que eles têm para poder rotacionar e acelerar um pouco mais esse mapa. Eu acho que eles acabaram comprando a jogada justamente no jogador que aguentava mais dano, tancava demais. Então, acho que cometeram esse deslize, mas a gente
Okay.
vê que a Stellar não
Looked like they were
aguenta
sending the
o
gank squad down to the bot lane.
querem manter o controle da visão porque o próximo objetivo já
And there's no
tá em
TP on
10
Quats.
segundos e os jogadores da
But
VKS já
I
estão
actually don't know how effective this gank squad's going to be. The exhaust with Gwen means that Celo can't just bullet time over a wall to safety. Between Hallowed Miss, and that means that whoever goes into Hallowed Miss has to suffer. Good flash from Zekas.
Vai saindo correndo enquanto o time da VKS domina esse espaço e pelo visto, professor, o Drake vai ceder.
And kill instinct being down is actually pretty significant.
Recursos para essa luta, o Cavalo vai fazer nessa frente aqui agora.
Celo could look for the angle here.
Fazer essa entrada.
Oh, it's too
Tem o
late.
ultimate do Zequias passando, o Cavalo vai fazendo o engage,
Oh.
vai lá atrás, tem o-
Nice turn from Quats and Sarolo.
meio da galera.
Shino with the flank as well, zoning 3 solo.
Eliminações, é o
Damn.
kill do Smiley. E eles querem mais.
Yep.
Tesourada pra cima do Cavalo, é mais
See, this is why. Okay, this is why I get. So,
três abates
in a way, I'm so frustrated that K-Stars got this.
como também mais da metade do time
Because this core 3 members allows them to do what we just saw in that fight, where they can team fight with Quats and Sarolo, right? Like Sarolo didn't even get high priority big targets necessarily. Just any sort of target is fine. I mean, I guess Mukio is kind of a high priority target, but basically, as long as you just set up for Quats to go ahead and drag people in like that, that's the win, right? And if you stall the way the fight breaks out, if you can stop, if you can kind of separate Cavallo from the rest of the divers or anything like that, you can just focus on the tank and then just burn right through. And then the flank from Shino can also be replicated by Quats. Shino can also team fight front to back with just the needlework. It's just such a strong trio to be able to pick up. Like, I think you need to build comps specifically to deal with this. And this is not a comp that can do that. It's so tough. That was our first big team fight, and it ended up exactly how we'd expect it. Yeah. I don't know. Like, Zekas' equalizer was not a bad equalizer. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. Yeah. I guess I need to see Zekas actually try and use it for a team fight instead of as a kind of zone control tool. Try and get a little bit something on the back end of it. But by then the gold difference might be too big. 3.5 at 17 is pretty significant. Aituz are being annoying. I like it. I like it.
Ainda não conseguiu cobrar do outro lado do mapa, né? Já que tem o Ione lá que tá por enquanto conseguindo dominar muito bem os Zekas.
Ainda falando disso, Tabs, a sensação que dá é que eles sempre têm muita noção do próximo passo que eles vão
Oh
tomar.
man, look at these CS
Então,
differentials
pegam uma
too.
eliminação. Olha a sujeirinha por aqui.
70 to 29, 65 to 25.
Aproximando,
Oh, nice!
olha a chegada do nada, parece uma tropa inteira pra cima
Ooh.
da Yakuza. Ele tem
I think
que
Sarulu could have held
fechar,
for a bit longer.
foi muita coisa utilizada
Wait for the
pra cima
final
dele.
Spirit Rush to come out. I think they needed to burn all of it.
Esse menino deve ter levado
But that's everything out of Aithusa. Flash gone as well.
A gente sabia que ele tava ali, eu mesmo dei uma assustada.
Mukio doesn't want that smoke, man. That's a bad choice from Mukio to go in.
As 3 conjurações da Ultimate conseguiu sair numa boa, mas a gente vê que o jogo continua ativo. O pessoal da VKS utilizou o arauto do Vale na parte superior do mapa e o pessoal da Estelar se vê na
Oh,
posição
wow.
que eles têm que
Herald,
fazer
they just keep
tempo,
charging.
porque quem tem o tempo do mapa, quem tá controlando a partida é justamente a equipe da VKS.
Eles conseguem fazer uma troca pelo menos agora.
I feel like this is the default position of Celo, just split pushing as an AD carry.
Até achei que teria uma segunda
I don't know what his skill participation is. But that's like what I remember from him on Los Grandes and Netshus Miners too. Like, he's just constantly the last one standing and just pushing on the side lane somewhere while the rest of his team's dead. Or distracted. Not ideal. It reminds me a lot of what I was complaining about with CEO for Lev, where CEO has the lowest KP, his team's not playing around him. To a certain extent, I feel like that Celo ends up in that position. Not necessarily for the same reasons, but yeah. Wait, I think we have a bit of time. Let me do it this way. Player stats. I just want to see what his KP is. Oh, he's actually got one of the highest KPs. So yeah, nice. That's good to hear.
E acho que virou um grande ponto de alerta aqui, porque isso trouxe ao fato que o Chino estobalou muito essa matchup na top lane, então o Zekas está praticamente preso o tempo todo e o Aituza também se vê preso. Então a gente vê que todo o mapa e todo o território da Stellai acaba sendo muito fácil de ser acessado.
Yeah, I think for Cade right now, they can 4-1 quite easily. Shino is very, very, very strong. Especially once he completes the Nashers, his split push is going to be very effective. They've largely been playing more on objectives than necessarily like a proper 4-1 split. Stella, on the other hand, I honestly don't know how they want to play this comp out with what they have. They don't win the split push. They don't have a split pusher. It's not good at team fighting. I guess you go for picks, but I don't even think they have a best comp for pick. Like, Aituza is probably the best picker. But I'm not confident he gets out, even with all the spirit rushes, if he's the one engaging. Yeah, I just really don't know how Stella want to play, how their comp can play from behind. Chino with TP is still split pushing. Oh, the minions take that. That's actually really bad for Stella losing that turret. They've lost inners on the top side of the map, so their effective control right now over the map is something like this. Like, this turret is not even in their control at all. That turret will go down if Cade Stars want it to go down. You can't defend this. And with this vision of, with this range of control, you can't reach any objectives right now. Like, Stella has a lot of wards here, but they still, it's so hard for them to walk in still. And Ocean map is actually really hard for teams to try behind. The amount of bushes just makes it really hard. This is diveable for Cade Stars if they want to go for it. Like, not gonna lie, if I see Mukio and Cavallo down here, I'm thinking we can dive this. We can get kills. You see how many people that descend to just defend this? Yeah, the bot side outer turret is just kind of bait. If too many people show up to defend it, then Cade Stars just take everything else in the map. And those are inhibitor turrets they're looking to take. If you don't send enough people, then you just get dove into the turret. The one good thing for Stella is as long as that turret still stands, at least they've got easier access to Atkan. They can still come this way or from the bottom. So eventually Cade will have to look to take that turret if they want Atkan.
Já pode cair. A equipe da Stellai agora vai tentando alguma coisa, mas foi a Aituza que foi pego.
O Saru já acha por ali o mid laner adversário.
Oh, I think at the burn Spirit Rush already. Yeah, if Spirit Rush goes down, I honestly don't know how Stella look to find any picks. That was really well played from Sorolo. He invested nothing to burn the ult there. Yep, there you go. You take that turret and immediately Atkan. It's just that easy.
Lá na parte de cima, o Zekas ainda tenta devolver também, mas vai ficando complicada a vida de ambos os lados, né? A gente tá vendo que pelo menos o pessoal
Good on Stella to actually answer back, but look how slow it's taking, how long it's taking Zekas to take that.
Ainda é o pessoal da VKS que vai garantir esse atacante aqui, que dá esse anjo guardião, então conseguem ter essa luta muito melhor, vão garantir um pouco mais de acelerar esse tempo do mapa, mas a gente sabe.
It was what, 3.5k at 15 and now, or 17, and now 5k almost at 22, 23. Cases are going to lead really, really well.
E quando eles fazem um avanço pela selva, o pessoal desse lado acaba tendo que recuar. Não há muito o que ser feito nesse momento, então acho que o grande foco da partida aqui tá minha. Vai ser pegar esse próximo dragão. A gente vê que o Quats tá maluco. Ele quer continuar o
Quats is in trouble. Okay, I'm getting VKS flashbacks. They sent 5 people to kill him. Damn. But okay, so this is where I get flashbacks to K-Stars this last weekend, where we're hitting the mid game, there's no objectives on the map, and we stall out. It feels like Cade, when there's no objectives coming up in the near future, they start forgetting or not knowing what to do. And then somebody just gets caught split pushing, there's a numbers disadvantage, the other team gets to set up for objective, and then they find another pick, and then they win the team fight, and then win the objective. That was literally what happened this weekend. Over and over and over again to K-Stars. Okay, Quats at least is back. Stella didn't really get set up vision on any objective.
Tranquilo na sua sombra.
E apesar do Cell ter farmado tudo isso, a gente vê que o Smiley já garantiu seu terceiro item, também fechou o dente de Nashor nesse momento, então a gente sabe que é um grande spike pra cá esse aqui em termos de ter esses aprimoramentos todos, então é um momento de tomar esse cuidado, porque a gente sabe que a VKS
Nashor's completed for Shino now.
nesse momento, então talvez seja uma questão de tempo, o pessoal da Stellar
I kind of like the Mercs buy from Shino. Realistically, yeah, worried about the picks and dealing with, like, the two people who are going to handle the split push are probably Zekus and Aituza anyways, so you're not as worried about physical damage. Good wave clear out from Zekus. Ultimately didn't matter. Rest in pieces. The Grubs tanked it. You couldn't say Rolu. That's cute.
É o bônus da coragem, né? Você realmente tem aquela abertura, pode fazer o que você quiser, que não vai ser tão punido assim. A gente viu o Zequinhas tentando.
Okay, we're going for a 1-3-1 from Cade. Interesting.
Mas nem isso parou a galera da VKS, que continua dominando o mapa. E agora a gente vai observar, porque na parte de cima já vai ter um barão, o Quad está dando um rolê por lá também. Mas daqui a 15 segundinhos...
Yeah, comp's not the best at disengaging, so 1-3-1's a little bit risky.
Vai ser o dragão que pode garantir o ponto de alma da VKS, ou então a
I think you're better off doing a 1-4 for
Cade. A gente
Cade.
vê que a Stellar não tá em condição nenhuma de pisar nesse território aqui da parte de baixo do mapa. A gente vê que toda a visão da Stellar está justamente na parte
The TPs are up too, so they're not worried about losing Baron potentially.
segurança, porque depois desse objetivo vai ter um tempo aí, vai ter uma zona nebulosa até o próximo dragão. Então eles querem manter um pouco de controle aqui para conseguir respirar um pouco mais.
Yeah, this is where the lack of control leading to lack of vision really comes back to hurt Stella. They didn't know that Dragon was being done. Oh, Stella. Okay. Great bowl time from Solo. Oh, really nice layering of the ultimates there. And Atakan wore off too, so these are kills. These are shutdowns. Huge from Stella. I don't know. Holy crap. I'm actually getting flashbacks to this weekend. Like, I am getting chills right now. This reminds me so much of the Fury and the Pain games. Holy crap. Like, they just kind of sat because they were waiting for objectives to come out. And then they didn't get enough pressure. And then they get picked. Bad fight happens. And then objective. And then the team starts to win. Holy crap. Oh, Celo here, though. Wonderful positioning. That's sexy. I guess this is why people keep picking Misfortune, even when you don't have setup, because of things like this. Like what we saw from Celo, like what we saw from IU on Sunday, and Root. No, Root was on Jin this week, never mind. Yesterday. But yeah, these Misfortune moments, like, they shouldn't be allowed to happen, but that's kind of when Cade starts for playing into that, right? You have a lot of mobility you should be using to get out, making sure you're never caught in those weird points.
Pois é, e a gente vê que o pessoal da VKS nem tinha essa necessidade de forçar essa iniciação, eles poderiam só jogar pro mapa. Como eles estavam fazendo até então, controlando, garantindo esses objetivos, porque se você jogasse dessa maneira segura, não teria nem a hipótese que a Stellar tivesse essa luta pra conseguir retornar a partida, e as lutas que rolariam pelo mapa seriam lutas escolhidas pela VKS, só que agora o jogo virou. A gente tá vendo que quem tá escolhendo...
Okay, and now they're actually pushing in the end. Holy crap. She knows Shine is damned this right now to draw them off with pressure. I think he'll actually get the inhib turret. So, if not for the lead K-Stars already had prior to that, this actually could have been game over. Damn. Yeah, okay, good. Sorul doesn't count. If Sorul gets caught, it's still very, very dicey.
VKS e eles realmente cometeram.
Holy.
A Stellai não tá nem aí, foram se aproveitando e agora eles deixam a partida muito mais equilibrada. A gente viu que a vantagem de ouro chegou ali a virar 800, a vantagem que já chegou a mais de 5k, mas a galera da VKS continua insistindo, eles não querem deixar esse power play de Barão se estender por muito tempo. Enquanto isso, a galera da Stellai já se reposiciona. Vamos ver o que eles vão fazer na sequência pelo mapa.
A Stellai ainda tem um desafio muito grande, que é levar essas torres de rotas, né? Principalmente da rota do meio. A gente ainda tem a Tier 1 por lá, então com esse buff do Barão, eles têm um pouco mais de facilidade de chegar lá. Pode ser que caia, inclusive, nessa puxada agora que eles estão tendo por aqui. A gente vê que o próprio Celo também tá voltando da base, mas a VKS ainda tem esse controle de mapa, né? Foi um erro, onde vocês comentaram muito bem, a VKS errou, a Stellai aproveitou. Agora, a equipe da Stellai ainda precisa ir adiante, porque a VKS...
Okay, resets coming through from both these teams right now. Gold shrank to 1.5, and we have a pause.
As equipes estão muito longe, a gente vê que o Spike
Man, I literally just like
tá muito
stopped to
forte,
take a bit of a breath and then,
tá vendo que
yeah, kind of see what's happening, and then we hit a pause.
I
I wonder what the pause is.
também.
Actually, while we've got a pause, I kind of want to go back and revisit
a gente vê o pessoal da VKS no tenta,
the fight that got us here in
que é o
slow-mo.
principal carregador
Because the initiation of this fight actually looked kind of good for Cade Stars.
pra poder crescer, o Celo chegar nesse próximo item, pegar esse
Like,
item,
You see Celo on his own, you get the ult across. But I think the critical thing for Cade Stars here was the lack of vision in this area, which just got cleared out. Because Celo just cleared, you kind of know that Cavallo and Miyuki were there, since they're the two of the people who are doing the bulk of the clearing at this point. And then you see Zekas in the area. So the only person you don't see is Aithuza. But yeah, I don't know if Aithuza is actually the biggest part of this fight. Wait, hold on. Quats is...
Ele tomou essa iniciação.
Okay, so everybody at Quats is here, basically. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I really like this from Cavallo and Aithuza. They know the biggest issue is Shino in this particular fight right now. Because Quats was spotted on these wards here and here. So, yeah. That core we were talking about, unfortunately, they don't get to kind of pop off. Shino is the only threat, so he gets zoned out. Quats is not in the area, can't follow up. And then Smalley, like we said, his main job is just to hunt the backline. But he doesn't. He already used the kill instinct. Really, really well played. It's kind of on Cade, this fight. Alright, we missed the fight. They came back in. They're just pushing in. With Baron buff Stella again. Equalizer gets dropped. Oh, Quats gets caught off on the side. Oh. Right. Yeah. There's just no threat onto Celo. They keep engaging into the misfortune. I don't... Man! What is Cade Stars doing? Like, as above, so below, I guess. Like, genuinely. Holy crap. I'm sure they're going to replay it, but yeah, when they replay it, I'll allow them to fight again. Dragon's coming up too. This one's Ocean Soul. Oh, it's for Cade. Okay, so. Can Cade still get this? Watts has no ult. Cerullo has no ult. I mean, Stella's low in health, but... Yeah, TP's coming in from behind. Oh, they don't know. Equalizer's up too. Okay. Everybody's up for Cade Stars. Shino has no TP though, so he's gonna walk it in. Okay, I think Cade have waited long enough. Stalled long enough, I mean. Oh, they can't clear that ward. That ward's huge. Great equalizer. Oh, Cavallo missed the engage. There's a chance. Oh. Wow. Really, really, really close. Damn. Cade played that really, really well. They were down in man, they managed to stall it long enough, but not good enough, unfortunately. Stella's just getting stronger. I think Cade just needs to slow down their gameplay a little bit. They're getting a little bit sloppy with how they're playing. Like, even that last fight was very hectic from them. They need to set up Shino or Quats on flank. Or, Shino needs to be on flank for sure. Quats can go in the front or from flank. But they need to engage this a bit more cohesively. And they need to stop running into Celo like that. Like, if they don't have a flank threat to deal with Celo, they can't just be forcing these fights. Because if they're forcing it wrongly, and they don't actually have enough tools to stop the MF ultimate, then you die. They have tools on paper, they're just not getting the tools in there. Maybe it's the lack of vision control. They're fighting around areas that they don't actually have vision control on. Like, even around that dragon fight earlier for Kate Stars, that was one of the better vision control setups they had, which is, I think, why they managed to walk away without losing anybody.
Observar agora tem a vantagem de ouro, mas o momento é totalmente da Stellai. A gente vê como o clima da partida tá a favor da galera da Stellai, eles vão dominando bastante espaço, o mapa tá a favor deles, mas
okay, there we go.
Dessa vez quem a pega é o cavalo, a ultimate.
We traded ults between support and jungler, but that's fine. You still have other go buttons for Kate Stars, whereas for Stella, that's your main tank on. My biggest concern is look at the lack of vision here, right? They've got vision on the Baron Pit, and that's about it.
E a gente vê que por hora aqui o cavalo, que é o grande tanque dessa composição, Tabinha. Então ele não ter essa ultimate aqui acaba sendo fundamental se o pessoal da VKS quer vencer uma luta, mas a ultimate da Sejuani também é um grande recurso.
É complicado aqui, a gente vai observando o Salão tentando garantir um pouquinho mais de visão. Todos os focos do jogo são na direção desse próximo grande objetivo. Esse Barão pode ser o que vem a decidir quem vai ser o grande vitorioso por aqui. E exatamente por isso, a galera da VKS já vai fazendo aquela dança, voltando a base,
first the area again.
O time da Stellai utiliza desse turno para talvez limpar um pouquinho mais a visão.
They didn't actually clear out the pit. I assume the control wards can actually see each other. I think they're in range of each other, so... Yeah. Kate's just need to play this slow.
Mas a gente pode ver uma iniciação rolando por aqui, o Sarola andando muito pra frente, mas o Quats tá buscando esse jogo e o Zeca já veio o resgate.
É bem delicado, o Sarola ainda não tem ultimate, agora sim parece que...
Why are we... What are we doing, Scamber? We blew bolt on Cavallo! Like, this is just... What? Kate is choking.
Jogador a menos, o time da VKS perde muito espaço.
E a gente vê como a situação vai se complicando para os guerreiros, porque por hora a Stellai tem esse controle do Barão, tem o controle de toda a região, e a VKS quer contestar o objetivo.
Yeah, I don't know what Kate's doing, man. Kate are actually hard choking. 5k? 4k? Sarulu's in the pit. Zach is kind of low, but Muko's really healthy. Really good patience from Kate Stars. They're not hitting Baron at all. They want to get the kill first. Ah, they lost it. They tried. They should still be able to wipe off the Baron, I think. Does Zekis get back? Zekis is safe. Okay. Sarul has to be careful. Yeah. They're just stopping the bases. Yeah, there we go. Shino's here. They burnt a TP for this, by the way. I think Scamber's hook alone was enough to get the kill, but yeah. Okay. Woo! Woo! Okay, that's super, super crazy. That fight was absolutely nutty. If Scamber didn't screw up the initial engage on Cavallo like that, this game would be a lot easier. It looked like he fat-fingered his ult and hook. Combo. Yeah, Muki was dead. Celo's still dead for 30 seconds. This should be a Kate Star Ocean Soul. And once they get Ocean Soul, it gets easier for them. Like, it's not a win by any means, given how Celo's been playing, but given how Kate Stars have been playing. That certainly makes their life a lot easier. Oops, sorry.
Para VKS que tanto precisa para ter uma luta um pouco mais coesa e um pouco mais bruta.
Exatamente, né? A gente viu ali o Melchior realmente fez um trabalho muito bom, saiu, entrou, voltou pro Covil, tá com o smite em dia, mas ali naquela situação não tinha muito mais o que fazer. Eles têm que saber de vez em quando é a hora de dar aquela recuada ou não. Situação do jogo atual, fica ligado, tem essa alma, pode ser um problema um pouquinho mais adiante pro time da Stellai, daqui a pouco a gente vai vendo que os objetivos voltam a aparecer daqui a mais ou menos na casa de 4 minutos e meio de distância, mas por enquanto os times vão precisar trabalhar um pouquinho o mapa para saber quem vai chegar com vantagem nesses grandes objetivos.
É, que momento a gente tá vivendo aqui, a VKS começou vencendo, a Stellai virou, né, nunca chegou a virar no ouro, mas conseguiu virar em potência de mapa, inclusive Stellai essa que ainda tem buffzinho do Barão ali nas mãos do Zeca.
Yeah, Stella's still pushing up. I mean, yeah, they did get burned. Mukio did manage to secure that still.
Escolher brigar, porque o Sarolo tá buscando um ângulo,
Ooh. Sarulu whiffing that's gonna hurt. It's like 2 waves where they don't have to worry about getting engaged on. Oh, I think they're still pushing mid too. Yeah. Yeah, this move to respawn bot means that they're gonna lose top. That's fine. There's nothing K-Star's gonna do about it, alright? Take your poison. Ooh, Aituza burnt Spirit Rush? Really? Okay, I don't even know what I'm seeing anymore, guys. Yeah, I don't know what I'm seeing anymore. My brain's fried. And then Zekas gets caught. I don't know what I'm watching. I'm very, very, very confused. Like, the whole series of plays, Aituza having to burn Spirit Rush there is already, like, kind of bad. And then still weren't able to actually take that top lane turret with pressure. It looked like they were in the jungle instead of actually pressuring in. Then Zekas getting caught on trying to base like that. Yeah. Oh my goodness, Smalley dying there is just nuts too. This is... oh my goodness, it's so back and forth in the worst possible ways. Another 1-for-1 trade. And Sarulu keeps chasing. Okay. This is the right call from VKS. They keep pressuring. Okay. Now you actually have a significant numbers advantage to people. But there's no objectives. You can maybe get the open hip. I think they can get open inhib and mid inhib turret, maybe.
E aproveitaram que o Celo não tinha o flash, que é grande feitiço que coloca ele em segurança, porque se ele tivesse flash, aquela luta teria uma configuração totalmente diferente. E o Shino vem com tudo, garante esse inibidor e a VKS
They can look for this. Okay.
Já tem 4.000 de ouro de
No,
vantagem.
they want to protect the turrets. Makes sense. Yeah. Actually, not the worst case scenario from Stella. I thought K-Stars would go for the mid lane inhibitor turret first. Oh wow, it still goes on the minions. Yeah, it's about what we expected, if not how we expected it. It was the bot inhibitor instead of the mid inhibitor that went down. So, damn, this game is balanced at knife's edge. It could still swing either way. If anything, it's even closer than it was before. I know the gold lead favors Cade by like 4K, but realistically, it is anybody's game. And the team fights have not been clean. Like, it's honestly just down to execution right now. There are some amazing plays and there are some very questionable plays that are happening right now between these two teams.
Daqui a 1 minuto e 20, eles inclusive estão controlando essa parte superior do mapa, onde eles têm super minions, onde a onda de minions ajuda eles a invadir, ajuda eles a criarem mais espaço no mapa e estão buscando um abate por aqui. O Smiley sempre atento ali com a sua exploradora do vazio, acerta um W e pode utilizar o ultimate. Tem zonas também para conseguir segurar um pouco mais de tempo, um pouco mais do dano que pode entrar em cima dele. E agora esse like vai voltando aqui.
Yeah, that inhibited the super minion spawn pushing the top lane might make a lot of difference in this game. Because Stella don't have a great person to go split pushing. I guess it's Aituza. Okay, there we go. Much better chance for K-Stars. But they don't have everybody there. Shino? Oh my goodness. If Shino was there, I think he'd actually win the fight. They managed to burn out the bullet time as we expected, right? Like, without setup, it's kind of hard. They didn't run into it this time. Sarulu's in a really bad spot. Why are we doing this, Cade? Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, they're being saved as we expected by the super minions pushing top lane right now. That's drawing Stella away, and it's giving Cade actually time to set up around this Baron. Celo should not be back at base. Celo needs to be here. Leave that to Zekas and Aituza. They're the ones with the TP. Celo not being here means it's already gone. Mukyo, can you do the hero steal? Mukyo? He saw the first time. He can't get it this time. They don't have the ults. No bullet time. No equalizer. Cade. By the skin of their teeth. Cade. Holy crap. I don't know if this is a case of Cade Academy being scrappier than Cade in LTA South, or whether it's a question of their opposition is not able to punish quite as hard, you know? Because, yeah, this game is going back and forth. Oh, these fights are kind of bad, though. I want to rewind the fights back, but I can't because there's... The teams are respawning and setting up for the next fight, and there's not enough time to actually do it. So I'll do it after the game and during the break. There's a lot of fights to break down.
Eu acho que eles vão querer brigar. Lá vem essa Joane.
Okay. Another fight.
Oi, meu chapa. Mas no fim das contas não tinha nada pra utilizar, né? Não tinha o follow-up da sua equipe. Então eles só voltaram. Todos os focos são na direção.
Okay, good equalizer, but you won't have it for the fight. These zoning ones are kind of iffy. They're playing into Celo's bullet time again. I mean, sure, you survive a little bit better with the Zonias and everything, but still. You're giving Celo so much free damage in these fights. Yeah, they got Elder. It's worth, though. That's game. That has to be game. It cannot be anything but game. Yeah, they're TPing. They're ending this. They don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. Holy crap. Man, part of me wants to MVP Smalley this game. This game just specifically because of the way he was focused on the freaking objective, man. Because this is... Woo, and this is our best of 3, so we got another 2 games potentially of this madness. So, I know they're going to show the damage stats and all that, but the fights, I want to go back to the fights, because so many of the fights got so weird. Okay, like this is another one that broke out. Like this fight, it starts from Stella, and the problem for Stella is that Stella's been winning most of the fights that they don't start because they don't have great engage. Cavallo gets the engage that the best engage you could hope for from an Alistar, and this is the total amount of damage they do, right? You knock up like one target and that's it. Bullet time comes across, equalizer comes across, and at the end, when all is said and done, you've got Scamber losing 1/4 of his health. That's okay. Smalley hasn't lost health, but assuming that none of the CC like fully lands on Smalley, and he doesn't have a shield, he probably at most loses maybe 25% of his health, right? So 25%, 30%. Sarulu's tanky, negligible percent, like. Yeah, the engage from Stella just isn't good. And that's why I have problems with this composition. The fact that they got here is already insane. And yet, despite Stella kind of burning everything and not getting that much out of it, they end up winning this fight because of how freaking Kate Stars do this.
What? Se esse recurso pode começar a ficar difícil, as equipes da Estelar, eles têm outros que podem...
Yeah, like they just don't have Shino there. So if they had a 5v5, I think Shino could have come in and they could have won. But without Shino and with the way Quats like decided to engage the back line without actual backup, like I get that Quats is trying to buy space for everybody else. I didn't think he needed to. I think him just showing in the area would have been enough. They didn't take that much damage. There was real big follow through threat. Like they got the kill on Scamber, sure, but Quats being low on health after that was kind of a bigger issue. Yeah. And this fight too, right? Like it's kind of weird because you'd expect Kate Stars to have the advantage in this fight. They got the Baron very cleanly. I guess they didn't have Scamber, so yeah. And I guess they did win the fight. Okay, I misremember. I thought they lost. Yeah, I think Kate Stars did that part right. And even this last fight. This last fight's actually one of the better fights, I think, that did come through. I called it in the moment. I really didn't like this equalizer. This zoning equalizer that we keep seeing Zekas use. Man, just when I praised Zekas before this game too. And then I feel like this game is one of his not as good games. Like, this equalizer zones him out. But then what? This is Elder Drake. You need to be fighting for Elder Drake. Like, there's no setup here. This is literally a zoning ultimate. You push him off and then? Like, if you're going to push them off like this, I feel like you need to just be able to access the pit immediately. If not, this zoning out does nothing. Yeah. Good solo out, though, because Kate kind of re-engaged. And like we said, this is how Stella wins fights, is when Celo gets to just play into this team engaging into him and nobody's stopping him. Like, you have depth charge for Scamber. He's not using it on that. Smalley already used the ultimate. He didn't go all the way in, so they can't do that. If this is not an Elder that they're fighting for, I think this is a fight that Stella should have won. Yeah, but they just played so. Kate are playing for Elder. So they're eating a lot of damage in the back end, but they're okay with it, right? Like, their tanks are basically zoning out. I like this call that Smalley left the fight and actually went back to finish off this Elder, because that to me is the game-winning moment. That's what really defines this, was the fact that they actually took the Elder. And the moment Elder goes down, the fight turns. Instantly just melt everybody. Good stopwatch usage in these last couple fights there. There was one fight in the middle where I think it was Scamber had me like wanting
Assim, a torre
to kind of gouge my eyes out.
E como toda
ainda vai de base. Emo, manda
Oh yeah, it was this one. I think was it this
Pra
one?
frente, bloco justamente para ter um maior controle de visão, mas a gente pode ver uma iniciação.
No, it was much later. Oh,
Muito pra frente, mas o Quats tá buscando esse jogo e o Zeca já veio o resgate.
é bem delicado.
Scamber onto Cavallo, I think was the. Yeah, right there.
Agora
What is this? Dredge Line and depth charge on the same target with Unbreakable? This had to be a fat finger. This was where I felt like things like started going really against Cade. And like this was the like pivotal fight that could have gone either way. And when this happened, I was like, oh yeah. And keep in mind, like at the beginning of the game, I was like, I think this game's already done. Like the moment Cade got an early lead, they should have been able to close this game out so early. I don't understand why it took them this long. It was just really incredibly frustrating. Like you're burning everything on this, and Cello repeatedly in these fights is just left untouched. That's a crime and a sin in and of itself. So I don't know. Very, very, very weird game. I
tirar alguma carta da manga. Não sai daí não, que o circuitão vai ali, mas volta já já.
don't know. Did they not? Did they have post game?
Oi.
They show a post game stats screen. I'm just looking for. Yeah, they did. Okay, it was way back here. Yeah, Cello did disgusting things this game. Unquestionably MVP for the side of Stella. On the side of Gate, it's a little bit more complicated. I think Quats had some really good engages. I think Cerulu. Actually, no, probably not Cerulu. Cerulu had a good early game, but his mid to late was a bit eh. I think Shino had a ton of pressure that might not have materialized into damage, but his split push was a huge thing that kept them in game. And Smalley, I think, did really well in general. Like, it's one of these three. We'll see who pops off in game 2 for Cade. But yeah, Smalley turning there onto the Elder. I don't know whose call that was, but I do really think that that call was probably the game-winning call. Yeah. Yeah. I might be losing my mind, but at least it's funny. the game is so incredibly insane. I am very worried for Cade, though. If you have this draft and you struggle to close out a game like this and almost through, like, that's not a good sign. Like, you don't get there aren't much better drafts that you can get besides this right now. As for Stella, I'm actually really impressed. Yeah, they won't have Neferi, who I think is kind of OP currently still. Or, not say OP, but is a very strong pick. They don't have Rumble, who I do think is OP in the current meta. Those won't be available next game, but the way they play doesn't rely on the sort of OP champs anyways. Or... Okay, they can't replicate the exact same thing they did, but I do think it's... yeah. The way they're playing is not as comp dependent. If that makes sense. So... yeah, jeez. You know how that goes. Okay. 2 minutes. That's about enough time for me to answer some emails. Get some work done. I got some DMs I need to address too, so. I am here, but yeah, and ignore any keyboard typing sounds you might hear. I think my noise gate actually cuts out my keyboard sounds as long as I'm not talking while typing, so. Okay. So when I'm doing these coach streams on weekdays, I am still working. I do work from home, so it's funny because usually I can kind of like just bounce around it and get work quietly done on the side a little bit. But for some odd reason, while that game was popping off, I was like getting a crap ton of DMs and emails that I needed to respond to. One of them was actually time sensitive. I just realized. Because I was so caught up in the game and how like crazy it was. Whoops.
Hey, pra Circuito,
Okay.
estamos de volta agora com a segunda partida dessa primeira série do dia, VKS contra o Celai. O primeiro jogo foi meio tenso, a VKS começou vencendo. Totalmente. Ok? Desculpa, torcedores, eu sei que foi muito tenso. a VKS
Oh, nice.
começou
They're actually giving us full
vencendo,
draft,
virou
and I am
mais, a
distracted. Give me a
VKS
quick sec.
conseguiu a vitória no
Let me
fim
just
das
finish off
contas.
this email.
Agora, temos a inversão de lados. A Celai está do lado azul. E temos a
Okay. Let's focus. We're back. Let's see what they banned first game actually. First of all, Stella swapping sides with Kate Stars. The bans are not the same. They left the Ivern open and didn't pick it. That's kind of weird to me. I think Ivern's completely busted. I think we got to see that in the... I forget which game we saw it on Monday. I think it was the... Was it the Pain game? Paincade? I think it was Paincade. Yeah, it was Paincade. Pain ran the Ivern. I think Ivern's still busted. But weirdly enough, we left it open and didn't pick it. And we first picked Talia instead, which is... Huh? I don't think Talia's first pick worthy. Like, she's good, but she's like a generic pick. On the other hand, okay, we left open the Galio. That's fine. I think it made sense to ban the Galio because you wanted the Gwen, but...
Freezer, geladeira?
Oh.
É ele. Tá escolhido, né?
Okay, after Romer did it. We're seeing other teams learn the trick of Xerath. Okay, I think Xerath is a good pick in general. There's a lot of good matchups he has right now in the current meta. That said, he is not like a big carry for the team. So often when you pick Xerath, you're going to need damage from other sources. Vi and Bessa are not bad in terms of damage from other sources already. So any AD carry here would be fine. This is not a bad place to pick Xerath. Into the Talia as well, it's kind of good because you outrange Talia quite heavily. She can't even get range to trade with you. We're going Zaya Rakan into... Okay. Wait, so that, and then we see this, and then we go this. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. And then we're looking for jungle and top. On this side, we're looking for bot. Okay. So we're banning out Ezreal. Honestly, Jinx is a not a bad shot here. I think what I'd like to see from Katestar is actually pick your support first and then hold AD carry for a last pick depending on what comes out. If there's nothing that can threaten the back line, Jinx would be really good here. You outrange Zaya. She's traditionally been a good matchup into Zaya. And she kind of outranges Talia too. If there's no backline dive threat.
E aí, o que ele vai jogar agora? Eu pensei na
Vai jogar
Ashe,
de
mas...
Serafine, joga de Serafine logo, já entrega pra Deus.
Serafine Sona, vambora.
Tem Jhin, né? Eu acho que o Jhin talvez seja a
Okay.
opção mais
Wukong
tranquila, né?
ban.
Dentro do meta que a gente tem aqui. A não ser que ele
Yeah,
queira
I like these
inovar,
bans coming
fazer
through from
uma coisa
Katestars.
diferente,
Like,
tem
we're talking about Jinx here.
E
Both
o
these champions...
Jesus.
Okay.
Ou o Lucian, que vai vir...
This could be a Xerath support.
dinâmica aqui pra jogar com ele ainda.
Now that I see this, it could be Xerath support.
Pressão, né, pra cima
But
da
Lucian
Zaya,
does very
principalmente
poorly
bastante
into
da
Talia.
movimentação do E, ele vai dar dois tirinhos
I
aí
don't
na
know.
Zaya.
Not a fan of the Lucian if it's going bot, but we'll see how it goes.
Eu acho que
But,
não tem o que fazer
yeah.
nesse ponto. Já tiraram tantos atiradores. Que não tem
This
como
draft, by the way,
eu
feels like
acho que
night and
realmente
day right
esse
now
é o
from
foco
their first
do
draft.
Fearless Draft.
First draft was excellent from Katestars. This second one
Que é naturalmente
is...
seu parceiro.
I'm waiting to see what they rounded out with right now.
Então a gente pode
But
ver essa Nami chegando
so far, I'm
aqui.
not like
Acho que
crazy
essa
about
posição
this.
acaba ficando, assim, pouco
Especially when you ban the
menos
Wukong and Camille, which are
preocupante lá
great
nessa
diving champions.
Mas eu
I
acho
felt
que
like you really could have gone for a
maneira de
hyper-scaling,
dar
safe
esse
AD carry.
foco
Like,
nesse
super long-range
vai
AD
ter-
carry and just
vai
try and
ter os
outplay
turnos do
or
Lucian,
outrange
tem
Zaya.
ultimate também vinda por parte do Xerath, então acho
Yeah.
que eles conseguem
Stella's
jogar
draft is much more
e evitar
cohesive.
esses alvos com muita
Yeah,
facilidade.
honestly, a Jinx would have been phenomenal
Justamente com esse Nar e
looking at
esse
this.
Skarner. Então a gente viu uma composição já muito inclinado.
I really don't like this draft now.
Também que é uma escolha que aparece com o Lucian também, mas eu acho que esse mid pode aparecer muito bem. Eu acho que encaixaria muito bem, porque a gente vê essa composição aqui.
Okay, I might actively hate the Cade Search draft. Let me think about this a little bit more. I'm still just trying to figure out how this Cade Search draft wants to kind of operate into the solo draft.
Até hoje, né? Mesmo fora do meta, ainda
My gut instinct is I really don't like it, but my gut can be wrong, so it could just be the lunch I ate. So let me take a second here to think about this. First of all, I really like the solo draft. It's a really good team fighting draft. You've got engage, you've got pseudo engage tank, you've got good setup for the Gnar. It's all excellent. There's great disengage with Talia and Xayah. They both play backwards incredibly well. So all in all, 4 out of 5 comp in isolation. Really, really like it. I might edit the score. It might go up depending on how I think K-Star's comp wants to play. So I was okay with this start. Like, I'm not crazy about it, but it's okay. You've got damage. You've got a bit of bruiseriness, tankiness. What I kind of needed to see from this comp was something that can follow up with the Vi, because she's going in and Mbessa's going in. And we've seen this combo a lot before, where like Vi just sets you up and then Mbessa just knocks them down, right? Like if you're being knocked out by cease and desist, you can't dodge public execution. You can displace a target rather significantly, depending on how you do it. Yeah, Lucian is not exactly an AD carry. Like, Kai'Sa's already been used. Kai'Sa's obviously the best go in AD carry. Lucian's not bad for it. I feel like they picked the Lucian to go in with them. The problem is I don't like this Lucian into what we already saw come through here, right? Like, Lucian does not play well into Talia. Lucian does not play well into Xayah in teamfights. In lane, he'll beat the Xayah. But in teamfights, he plays inside Xayah pull range. So it gets kind of dicey. And there's a lot of CC here that can mess up the Lucian. I mean, Lucian Nami's bot lane's fine. In teamfights too, they're very squishy. They don't have a true tank. Like, Mbessa and Vi are the tanky members, but...
Normalmente a gente vê o W também. O gankzinho é de boa, Andrezinho, mas o Wzinho dele também. O E da Nami, a gente já viu também o Lucian quando... Exatamente, a gente já viu o Lucian com várias configurações de runa, aí a gente já viu de pezinho, eletrocutar, então eu acho que existe muitas opções que você pode optar. Eu acho que vai depender muito de como vai ser a prioridade em termos de mapa por parte da equipe da VKS.
Yeah, okay, I don't like this comp. I really don't like this comp. I'm not saying it can't be played, but it's this feels like a solo comp, solo queue comp to me. Like, I get the combos that you can pull off, right? Like, Vi locks them down, Xerath just blasts artillery into the single target that you have locked down, and then Mbessa follows through if need be. Technically, the Vi works with all 3 of these champions really, really well. Like, the Vi is a great pick, but the problem is these 3 champions do not work well together at all. Like, Lucian wants to go in and burst somebody, but doesn't have CC of his own. So, Lucian Xerath, there's no like innate combos here. There's no great combo with Mbessa Lucian, Mbessa Xerath. It's just like a pick comp. But if you have to front to back with this composition, you're in trouble. Xerath is not great at front back fights. He doesn't have enough on-demand sustained damage for these fights. Lucian is too short range to play the team fight into this composition. Like, Gnar can mess you up. Skarner could... You're playing inside Skarner and Pale range. And then none of you go... These 2 dive well, but none of these guys dive well with the Vi. And into a Skarner composition, again, you get impaled, and then you just get dragged out of the way. The rest of the team gets free access to the backline. I really don't like this K-Star's comp. The way they win is that they just get picks and snowball. That's it. And when I'm looking at in lanes too, okay, the bot lane is a winning lane, but by how much? And that doesn't include jungle pressure. Xayah counters Vi pretty heavily. Top lane, Gnar wins out against Mbessa. Mid lane, Xerath wins out against Talia. So yeah, I think K-Stars just have to snowball really, really hard early game. When we hit the mid game, I think if they are not ahead by at least like 1,000, 2,000 gold, I'd say, by about like 15 minutes when the team fight starts to break up in earnest, I do not hold out much hope for K-Stars. And I'm also very concerned because of how game 1 went. To be honest, they looked bad in game 1. Like, Cade ended up winning because they had a better composition. Stella had a much harder composition to execute. So in a way, even though Stella lost game one, I am not bashing the players as hard because I think they executed their composition above and beyond what I expected from them to be able to actually do. And this game, I think they have a much more cohesive composition, much simpler composition. A composition we've seen these players execute multiple times. So, yeah.
Todas as condições possíveis para conseguir empatar e levar a gente pro terceiro e definitivo jogo.
Exatamente, tá? Vai dando aquela sobrevoada na arena onde rolará a nossa batalha. Lembrando para vocês, mais uma semana, iniciando mais uma semana do Circuitão. Vamos ver nessa briga de quem vai ficar
Sorolo?
na tabela. O time do VKS já saiu na frente na série.
Is he having connection issues? Was that why we got the pause last game?
Eles querem buscar o empate. E aí as runas na tela, pode se deleitar, professor.
Pois é, a gente tá vendo que se você trouxe outro Kutar que você comentou, tá vindo, ele veio aí, ele trouxe.
Que bacana, né? Eu tô vendo aparecer
Okay,
em
just a little bit of saying hi.
na LEC, como na
Stella's
LEC,
playing pretty
esse
aggressively here.
Kutar
We're seeing pings come down from Cade stars on the bot side of the map. They saw multiple people topside. They're probably just going to try and get some vision.
Mas é um fearless draft, né? Às vezes aparece uma Tristana que também foi nerfada nesse patch e às vezes
I actually do think Cade stars would win a level 1 fight if they could force one, but
também o Smiley na rota inferior, então é muito
Oh.
dano pra oferecer. Inclusive,
Yo,
a Rosa também
this is actually good poke.
muito dano, já vai chegar nessa rota com um pouco mais de prejuízo. Então,
Hello, Lunar.
nesse início do quase que ele pode puxar melhor.
Welcome back. We missed your presence on Saturday, Sunday.
Ele se beneficia bastante dessa árvore vermelha aqui de dominação, então acho que
Dashzinho,
acaba...
né?
Man. You actually scared me on Monday when you were talking about the muting because I was having some mic issues on Monday, so like my cable was a little bit loose, so it cut out in the beginning. So when you were like saying I was muted, I actually got a bit worried. Yeah, that's true. I did not like the fact that they have games on Easter and Father's Day. I got a bit lucky on Easter in that, yeah, my family stuff, we didn't do stuff till Monday, so. Or like Sunday night and then Monday, so I could afford to actually cost the games.
Vamos ficar de olho, né? São muitas rotas interessantes, muitas dinâmicas interessantes através do
Yeah, yeah.
mapa. Primeiro,
That chunk that Ithuza took early is actually really going to come back and bite him because the Zereth matchup's all about poking too, so. Excuse me. Usually Zereth before first item, whether it's tier or lost chapter, whatever your first mana item is, Zereth tends to run out of mana and poke, and so it's not the most effective right from the get-go. But because Ithuza took that poke, Quats is actually going to be able to shove him out of lane and actually have kill threat, which is really, really, really bad for Taliyah.
E faz tudo bem. Então, realmente é um verdadeiro bonecão na parte superior do mapa.
É, e manter essa pressão...
Sorry, he got more for talking to ref. Okay, to be fair, I don't think the warning was it for you talking to him? I don't know. There's a whole bunch of warnings we were throwing out. So unfortunately for LTA South, we don't have mods. Like, we self-mod, right? So shout out to Bren for doing a lot of the modding. Yeah, Bren's our community Discord manager and also now caster as well. And hopefully we get to see him more on air. But yeah, he does a lot of the modding as well when he can. I try and help mod as well when I'm not casting. But yeah. I don't know if it's because we're on the LTAfantasy.com site or whether because like we're being shown on LTA North before the game start, like in the hour loading. But we've been getting a lot of more aggressive chatters. So yeah, we've been throwing out warnings just to try and keep everything civil for the most part. I do remember looking at the warning you got, Lunar, and it was just the standard warning that we were throwing out to a lot of people at the time. Just any comments that seemed kind of aggressive, we just threw out the warning first. Yeah. I think we know that you're not doing it maliciously or anything. It's just more like when we're getting overwhelmed like that, we just kind of throw out the warnings to everything first and then worry about the details later. Because warnings are free anyways. Warnings are free, right? Like it doesn't time you out or anything? If warnings are not free, then I apologize. Because I was throwing them out like they were candy. Because I thought there's like no a warning. Oh, no downside to the warnings, pardon me. Multiple warnings will ban. Ooh. Oh, my bad. Good to know. Did you know how many warnings before it auto bans? Yeah, I'll be a little bit more. You know what? Maybe I'll just let Bren do the warning. I'll just throw out bans instead when people are being stupid.
Esse suposto freeze que o pessoal da Stellai vem fazendo aqui até então,
Yeah.
mas por hora é comprar esse tempo e garantir espaço pro meu que eu conseguir farmar e acelerar um pouco essa
You know, I'll look it up during the break or something, maybe. Yeah. We did get the lane swap coming through, as well. Zekas was on the rough end of that lane swap earlier, but he's fine now in the bot lane. He doesn't lose out too much CS.
O que era pra ser da top lane, vai
CS
pra
differential's
frente,
about what we expect. Ithuz's recovered well. He survived and got his initial TP off. The timing of his TP wasn't bad either, so...
mais pressão, com mais
Yeah, everything's about what we
vantagem,
expected CS-wise.
e também com uma boa troca aqui, o Smiley conseguiu oferecer.
Falando em brigar, né? A chuva de tapa na parte superior.
It also makes you have to click the I agree thing for the next 5 chats.
Ooh.
Ooh. 5 chats. That's that's kind of annoying, but yeah, that one I'm not sorry about. You know, Lunar, letting me know about that gives me idea for... We should let 4-4 know, so next time you trash talk, was it Detroit Lions? He can just send you a warning so you have to... so you can't talk back. Ooh, good dodge from Caballo. That was pretty clutch on that bubble.
A pressão por parte do Starolu aqui nessa parte superior do mapa, mas o que eles queriam era justamente construir vantagem em termos de HP para conseguirem jogar. A gente tá vendo que o Scubber tá saindo da forma, então acho que o foco deles deveria
What is this weird situation we have here?
E a partir disso, realmente
Yeah, I don't... I feel like the lane swaps are coming in a bit earlier than I expected in CD. Like, the teams are not really getting advantage on this lane swap. They're just getting bodies up to the top side. Smalley and Scumber are doing a good job zoning out, though. Okay. Quats is in a really bad spot, and he has no flash. He's still taking some grub damage, too. He's out of mana. He is so dead. Yeah, okay. Quats literally did that there. It looks like suicide, but he knew he was dead, so he was just trying to pump out damage to get a kill somewhere else. He almost got solo. He burnt flash and barrier, so... But that's still first blood to Ahuza. Yeah, one grub apiece, and we're fighting over the last one. Yukio's smite will come back up sooner, but it's a long time. He gets it with a boulder, okay. Great way to get you to leave. Yeah, man, I didn't say I was gonna do it. Just said, if you're trash talking Lions. Detroit Lions, that's between you and 4-4, that's all I'm saying. Okay. Oh. Oh, good flash. Damn. That's more action than we saw anywhere else. Seconds. Yo, clutch. Nice. Okay. Yeah, this game went from like macro to micro real fast. I think all the fighting in game 1 has kind of gotten into them here in game 2 as well. They're playing really being really aggro. And I'm here for it. Did I see your podcast question? I did. You also just missed Trajan. Trajan was here earlier, lurking. I don't know if he has a different team he supports besides Kaboom. I know he supports Kaboom for House, but... Or he watches Kaboom for House. I think they'll be down for the trivia show. I don't know if they'll be down for the bet. Though the bet would be funny. If Kaboom was still around, I'd have been willing to make that bet with Trajan over paying Kaboom, but... I do wonder if APA will go through with the bet, though. I think he would. He's a good sport about these sort of things. Or the TL side. Oh. I think Smalley's been playing this lane actually really, really well. I was a little bit concerned he hasn't been tagged by the blade call at all, like the root part of the blade call at all. I think that's my biggest concern with the Lucian in lane is the blade call later on, especially if ganks start to come through. But yeah, so far he's been doing really, really well.
Vamos ver como as equipes vão se posicionar aqui para contestar o próximo objetivo, porque o Ituza também tá na contenção, então é um pouco complicado para VKS lutar esse objetivo.
I actually haven't checked the league, Lunar, this week yet, so I don't know if anybody's managed to get closer to you. Like, I took a quick look at the top just to see where I was in the standings. I don't know if 4-4 moved up to 6th. Is he the closest? I know Bren is unfortunately down a week because of not being there the first week. But you know what, for Bren, maybe we could just take away your first week score, Lunar, and see if Bren can catch up. Oh, good punish on the quads. He literally just started right up the arcane. This Xerath is not working for quads. He's dead. This is so bad for Quats, man. That's twice he got picked now. He does not have mobility. And he keeps trying to roam to make plays and he can't do anything. Nobody got close to you. You're number 1. Okay. Number 1 for the round, I assume. Yeah. Good call. Nah, I entered my draft, my fantasy picks with Fu. I wanted to gamble a little bit. I thought Fu could be like a cheap pickup that yields pretty decent points, but this was his worst performing week by a long shot. His first 2 games were really bad. His third game was better, but still not good enough. And the biggest problem for me is now that Fu's value might have tanked, so I might not be able to switch off to like another playing player. I'll have to go see who's on the market tomorrow, or I don't know if it's up today. Yeah, Fullman and Ray was funny though, because I remember he was on stream. He was watching the stream that day, and he drafted almost the exact same thing, except he had Roamer instead of Fu, who's around the same price. So you gained 6 points into everyone. Damn. Okay, maybe you should start making your trivia questions then. I don't know if we'll catch up by finals time.
Das ocasiões ali a favor da equipe da VKS. Agora, inclusive, está sendo feita a segunda leva de West Larvas. Ficou 2-2.
Zekas has TP?
A gente vê que, no caso, já tem as segundas.
I actually don't. Okay, so we're starting to hit the point where we're team fighting. Okay, good bubble. Good catch. 100-0. We burnt. Okay, so we lost Herald for that one pick. I think Stella's okay with that. We burnt 1, 2, 3 ultimates to find the pick onto Xayah. Yeah, I still don't understand how this comp is gonna, or not, don't understand. I still think this comp is really bad. I hate this draft from K-Stars. And we're starting to approach a point where teams are starting to group up, and once we hit the team fight stage, yeah, I really don't understand how this comp is gonna win anything in team fights. Root, oh yeah, Root had his God Jin game. Holy crap. Yeah, Root was insane. Okay. Chino just flat out lost that trade that he opted for and has no public execution now, so Zekic just kites him for days. Yeah. Frosty had some pretty good games too. Surprisingly good, actually. I didn't think, like, I thought Red had an outside chance of getting high scores, but yeah, I didn't think it would be Frosty who got it. Frosty had pretty decent game scores. And 100 Thieves topside. That's fair. That's fine, yeah. I think 100 Thieves was a pretty good bet this week because they had... What do they have? They had Shopify Lion?
Fica complicadíssima a vida dessa torre aqui da VKS, que só vai parar de ser ali focada porque vai acabando a onda de minions. Quem vem se aproximando é o próprio Chino, mas muito tarde, porque o Celo já destruiu tudo que ele tinha direito. Ainda tá por aqui,
okay. Good word.
Tem ali uma sentinela para não deixar eles ficarem
escondidos.
Eles continuam brigando,
Yeah.
aproximação dos Scammer, vamos ver o que eles vão fazer. Eles estão ali por
Oh wow, he just melted. Damn.
Consegue a aproximação, mais uma eliminação.
Rest in peace, Shino. Okay, that's a Shino problem, but that's also a K problem as a whole. Are they getting hurt at least? Do they get first break? They don't get first break. They only got one play? Cameraman, can you show me bot lane, please? I want to see how many plates are on here. Please. Observer. Line Dig and Dig was the game. Yeah, okay. That's really good for 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves is a scrappy team, so they usually get high kills. I know that they were more measured. The casters kept saying they were less kills this split for 100 Thieves than usual. Or than last split, but they still have a lot of fights, so that's a really good team. I feel like the North has easier winning teams to pick, I guess. The South got really weird this super week, so I think it screwed a lot of people's fantasy expectations. Like, only Pain won all the games they were supposed to win? No, Fury also won, right? So, yeah. Wait, no, Fury lost. Oh, no, Fury did lose an unexpected game, so never mind. It was only Pain that won all the games they were expected to win. Okay, this game's over. This draft was already, like, heavily questionable. And unlike game 1, Stella is not throwing with the better draft. Stella is playing with the better draft, so... They can just kill this guy. Who is it? It's Shino. We kill Shino. He's so dead. Ah, great Featherstorm. Fantastic Feather Storm. Yeah, see? The combos from K-Stars are just really weird in this comp. You get single target burst and then nothing. And they can't even get the single target once they're grouped up. Oh, are we diving? Hello. Oh, nobody gets out. The Impale for the overkill. Zekas lives! That's so disgusting. Only Cello died, and Scamper is like, it's literally shooting fish in a barrel. Zekas going mega. Oh. This is so disgusting. I don't know if Loud were expected necessarily to win all three. Like, I certainly thought they were going to, because I have Loud trauma, but honestly though, I do like the timing from the ult from Scamper. The idea was there, but it's just this comp can't do anything. I don't know. Kate experimenting a little bit, I guess. They can afford to. They're close to the top table. Oh yes, they were the one who beat the Furia. You got me wanting to say furries now, damn it. The Wonder Kids. Wonder Kids. Yeah, Fury looked a little bit off this weekend. Still good though. I still think they're a top 3 team. Loud's the one I'm not sure about. Oh. Okay, so Lulu's gonna die. Yeah, this... I think Kate starts just running it down now. Just GG go next. 16.5 minutes in. Unplayable comp. It's a little bit unfortunate they don't do interviews for players in CD because everybody's at home. Because I would love to know why Kate dropped at this composition. Like, to be fair, I think most coaches have a reason for why they dropped what they dropped, even if I think it's terrible. Most of the time it's just because I don't know something that coaches know, but yeah. Scamper? Hello, Scamper? You're not sure about Lev? Yeah, that's fair. Lev tripped up some of the best teams and then crapped themselves against some of the weaker teams, so they're kind of a weird spot. NACL does at home interviews. That's true, yeah. But NACL has always been from home, right? Ooh, Zekas? Nice snipe from Quas. Let's go. Really good patient play. If not, Herald might have actually killed him too. So, no choice from Zekas. He had to run. Yeah, NACL has always been remote though. Whereas CBLOL Academy, I think at one time was actually being done in arena, like in the past. Ooh. Also, NACL is fully remote. Like all the casters are doing it remote too. So they are already set up to do everything online by calls. They put LCS and NECL games on the same day. Even when they're on the same day, it was still all remote, fully remote. Yeah. Even back in the days of Proving Grounds, it was remote, except for Grand Finals. Before that, Scouting Grounds was in person, but Scouting Grounds was not really like... The broadcast was also fully remote broadcast, I think. The NECL games? It was in studio? No. 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 You've got me doubting myself now. I'm pretty sure it was never... Like, the playoffs sometimes, or like the finals were in person. But NACL... Because Beatdown's Canadian, and I know that he went down for one or two, like... end of the year sort of thing. Like, playoffs maybe. Okay. I'll check after. Oh! Nice pop. Let's go. Oh, when it was Academy. Okay, yeah. When it was Academy. Okay, yes. Yeah, then the Academy teams were in studio. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Sorry. Yeah. I was thinking of NACL as it is right now, but you're right. There was that time where NACL was a tournament and not like a league, where it was open qualifiers into Academy teams joining. I mean, technically, the NACL portion of it was remote, and the Academy portion was in person, but yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're too young for Scouting Grounds, damn.
Quats, porque os
Too young for Scouting Grounds, but not too young for, what was it, Season 3 Worlds?
Mas foi o que a gente viu nesse momento. Não precisa nem estar perto pra tentar limpar, porque a Stellai faz esses avanços, a gente já viu fazendo dive.
I'm sorry, guys. If I sound like I'm checked out from this game right now, this Stella Kate Stars game, it's because I kind of low-key am. Like, if Kate Stars can do something impressive, I'm paying attention. I'm waiting for that. But realistically, I just don't think they can come back into this game. The best they can do is just make singular picks, like what they're looking for here. But every time they make a pick, they're going to lose something on the other side of the map. So, yeah. And even here, you can, yeah, Zekis is not the right target. They didn't play around the bow right. They get the turret, they get objective bounty, but they're going to lose a lot on this top side of the map. Like, that's an inhibitor turret they're about to lose up there. Okay. Nice from Shino. I like the flash. Yeah. You have older brothers. Are they into League as well? I assume they'd have to be for you to watch, to know about stuff from back then. Yeah. What I kind of want to see this game, okay, what I want to see Kate Stars go for a 5v5 where they pull the trigger, but to be honest, it would also probably spell the end of the game for Kate Stars if they did that. So, not a good call from them if they do, but it'd be fun for me to watch. Okay. Celo went the wrong way. Okay, he lives. I think he could have buried it there instead of using Featherstorm. The Featherstorm's better for teamfight. Oh, Shino on the hunt again. Too slow this time. They would babysit you by forcing you to play League. What good brothers. They're preparing you for life, Leonard. Okay, public execution on Cavallo? On, Cavallo, okay. Yeah, Sorlu can't get in there. The minefield wrecked him. This is a 4v5, by the way. Like, Celo's not even here. Okay. I got my wish. I got my team fight. I'm done. I'm actually kind of checked out this game at this point. I got to see what I wanted to see. This game is not getting better. I don't know what K-Stars wanted to do. You got better than them and then refused to play with you. Why? If I had a younger sibling who got better at the game than me, I'd get them to carry me. I would also probably troll them. Yeah, they got to pick at the end onto Aithusa. It's unfortunate for Aithusa. He was deathless before that. But again, it doesn't matter. Actually, maybe it doesn't. Can Cade go for Baron? Or Otacon? It's kind of bad that the person they picked was Aithusa, because as Talia, you've got Weaver's Wall, so he can get to Otacon and Baron the fastest out of all the players on Stella, even if he died. I mean, it's good that you got a bounty, I guess. Yep. Oh, Smalley gets out. Okay, that's actually big for K-Stars. I wasn't excited initially because the problem is they get a pick and then they lose a person and then it's 1-for-1, except that Stella still has all the cards in their hand. But getting Cavallo for free, that's pretty significant. If Sarolo doesn't int here, can they get two? They get two? Okay. Cade are back in it. They shouldn't be, but they are. Oh wait, never mind. It's Herald. Is it gonna despawn? No, they get it. They get it. Okay. It's only Herald. I thought it was Baron for a second. Damn. Okay, if that was Baron, I actually think Cade had a chance to try and maybe try and turn things around. With just a Herald though, I don't know. I think Stella needs to keep screwing up for Cade to get back in. It's sad. Your Masters, their gold. Oh, I mean that's what you have Smurfs for, right? Make a Smurf account so that you can play with them and not and just stomp on kids. Not that I'm encouraging smurfing. I'm not encouraging smurfing, but if you want to play with friends, sometimes that's the only way to do it. Oh! Cade Stars gets Herald, not even Baron. And doesn't even get the turret. Damn. K-Stars are not back. Oh, Asian countries, you gotta use ID. Damn. That's rough. Well, you're in America now. You can do it here in the good old US of A. Oh, the impale over the wall. Oh, that's a sexy combo. That's a really sexy combo. Okay, Shino, he's got one, and then he's dead. Hey, props to Shino, man. I appreciate you trying. That's all you can do with this comp. Zekas is coming back in, full health. Yeah, this mid lane turret's like the bane of K-Star's existence right now. They've tried twice now to take it, and they can't. No further from Celo, he needs to go home. Please don't get caught, Celo. Thank you. That would be a very Celo thing in a bad way to do. Now you can smurf boost and coach. Yeah. No, you can't boost. That's still illegal. I don't know. I never quite got boosting. Like, what's the point? If you're not good enough, you're not good enough. Why would you boost? Smurfing at least is just more for your friends, right? So you can enjoy games together. But if you're smurfing just to crap on people, then no, I don't think that's... I think that's kind of trash. Need some RMC lore. What lore is there? There's no minion lore. Blame Riot for that. Riot, please give my people our stories. Actually, Poros don't have much lore either, to be fair. I used to joke with some of the other casters that Poros are my mortal enemy. They get all the merch. Everybody talks about Poros, nobody talks about minions. But minions are just cute. They don't have people boost what they feel. Oh, that's true. I mean, that's why a lot of high elo players do it, right? Okay. Objective bounty. But the gold difference is not shrinking. Oh, she don't have to flash out. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, Mukyo. He whiffed. I was excited for a second for Mukyo coming in. I was like, he can get the 3-man impale. He can be the hero. And then he whiffed it. It's fine. He's zoned. That's all he needed to do. Game's finally over. It took a bit of time, but that's fine. Yeah. This is a game where if I'm K-Stars, I just look at the shop and go, well, there was nothing we could do. I don't know what this was. It just is what it is. That's kind of rough. Brutal to watch. It is what it is, though. And I think for K-Stars Academy, I don't know what they were cooking. They overcooked. Game 3, they just need to pick something a bit more solid. They showed they still had hands, I guess, at least. It's really hard to tell when your comp just can't do anything and just got stomped like that, so... you need to know where the minions are sitting at MSI. Minions always sit in the Nexus till they spawn, so... They'll be in the Nexi. Nexuses? Nexi? I actually did get tickets for MSI, but I did not get finals tickets for MSI, unfortunately. So, but I will be there. Oh, actually, when am I gonna be there? I don't even know. Which tickets did I get? I only got 2 days of tickets. The tickets are so expensive. I thought Shino actually did a good job this game. Quad's kind of fed a little bit, but then on the Xerath, it feels like he's not used to playing Xerath. And then Smalley was good on the Lucian, I guess. I think the damage numbers are somewhat inflated because he's chunking tanks, but yeah, I don't know. For Stella, the MVPs, whoever dropped at this, were for K-Stars Academy. Like, Zekus has high damage numbers, but again, it's the matchup that he's trading constantly. Athusa did pretty well, I guess. I think Muko did really well too. Yeah.
E aqui a gente vai vendo que não
That's
só a
funny.
questão do pique, mas também a forma como
But
foi
it,
utilizado, né?
I don't know. I just feel like
Deu uma sensação
Stella
de
didn't do
mais
anything like
perdição,
stunning
né?
or shocking. They just did what
Fica
they had
complicado,
to
né?
and should be
O
doing.
pique não só não funcionou, como também ele não conseguiu jogar muito bem esse iniciozinho.
Ô, Tabinha, e acho que o grande momento que define a partida não foi só esse aqui, acho que foram dois. Acho que aquele primeiro
Yeah, our
momento
taxes are really high, and the more you earn, the more taxes you pay. So it's a scaling thing. So, but I remember when I was in Korea for Worlds, their tickets were like 20 something, $30 for tickets in the LCK arena. Whereas like here, I guess because it's in an arena, so the tickets are more expensive because yeah. Wait, I actually can't find my tickets right now. Yes, sir. I don't remember what days I'm going.
A equipe da Stellai conseguiu aproveitar e eu sou muito a pessoa que diz assim.
Oh, July 1st and July 7th will be the 2 days I'm there. I wanted to go watch finals, but yeah, those tickets sold out in like minutes. Or probably seconds even. By the time I got in, it was like 2 minutes before I got in, so. I checked both days. I had the MasterCard pre-order thing, pre-sale thing, and they were just sold out already. Unfortunate. And why am I a Blue Otter fan? I actually used to play in the Blue Otter League back in the day. Before I was known as Random Indian Caster, I actually used to play in Blue Otter League. And one of the first leagues I cast was Blue Otter too. I like the owners. Braxton and Bully are great people. I like I just like Blue Otter in general. All the staff working on it are good people. Beans, Kobe. The team's great too. And I like that they're a very grassroots organization. Oh, did Uncle Phil, who just got hacked? His Twitter got hacked, ripped up. He's an amazing coach. He's not from NA though. He's Macedonian, I think. Greek Macedonian? Macedonian. He's a really good coach. His drops are kind of sus though. Not gonna lie. Sorry, not sorry, Top. You know one of the owners of Blue Otter? Yeah. They're good. They're good folk. I think Traxon just got married too. So, yeah, got them. Things seem to be going their way. I'm a little bit sad that Blue Otter have not found that much success in NACL so far though. I actually thought they would be higher up than they are. They're what? 1 in 3? 1 in 4? 1 in 3 right now? Yeah. I actually had them somewhere like higher up middle of the pack rather than like top of the bottom of the middle, somewhere like that. I had them close to like mid top. But you got bribed to be a Supernova fan? Why? How? Supernova is just the Ole Miss roster. Yeah, Coach Colmer is a really funny guy actually. I like Colmer. He's got that depresso humor. Yeah.
Muito mais do que a bolsa do Brasil. Com você, forjando talentos e investidores.
Most of the orgs I think in NACL, or most of the teams in NACL are pretty grassroots this round. So, yeah. You know the girlfriend of the player, she gave you $5. That's a very cheap bribe. I like the Supernova roster though. The Ole Miss players are really funny people for the most part. So Shogo's Twitter account's hilarious to follow. Watching Shogo and Columber interact is always hilarious. Remember the list of things you can do? What? Smurf, boost, and coach? That list? Ah, okay. I'll pretend I didn't see that, Lunar. Yeah, she's your client for coaching. Yes. Because you know. Yeah. I don't know. Supernova, I've cast for them quite a bit in the past before the current management. And the current management too, I've known them from when they were part of AoE. The brothers. Yeah. Supernova as an org is actually one of the oldest grassroots orgs in the scene. I'm trying to think if Blue Otter might be as old, but Blue Otter started out as a tournament organizer for a league rather than as a team. So, yeah. But Supernova's been around for a very, very, very long time. Their previous owner was kind of sus, though, unfortunately. But the people who worked at Supernova, for the most part, were good people. They can get out of relegation as a win over Blue Otter. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know about that one. I am a Blue Otter supporter, so. Gotta support the Otters. Otter supporter, so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I can choose Supernova this Friday, unfortunately. We'll see how it goes. There's how many more games left? 4, 6. Wait, no. There are 6 more game days. So most teams have what? 2 to 3 matches left. Okay. Oh yeah, Pikachu is Supernova Costreamer. Okay. Yeah, Supernova had a bunch of streamers partnered with them last year, but somehow like nothing really came out of it. Not all of them even streamed the games. I remember I went to a watch party and like the Ghost streamer showed up and didn't say anything. That's kind of weird. I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. She is not the client. Yeah. She seems like a chill person, Pikachu. She's got some funny tweets. I know that she got one of her tweets got shown on LCA North this last weekend. Which one was it? Oh, the bottom 4 rebellion tweet. Yeah. Actually, a minute, let's take a quick look at what's been drafted. Orbital hangs out in Rikachu streams, yeah. Yeah, Orbital's all over the place. The man never sleeps. I don't know how he gets everything done. I don't know how he does all the things which he gets done. The man's insane. Okay, after the first 2 games, a lot of the OPs have been taken out, but we also have some weird picks. There's still a lot of OPs open, especially in the bot lane, because this happened, so... Yeah. I don't know really what to expect from 3rd game draft right now. For 80 carries, I assume Varus is going to be permaban, so we're not going to see that one. Jace is probably permaban. Actually, no. They didn't ban in game 1. Maybe we see Jace. I'd love to see... No, I wouldn't love to see Jace, but I suspect we'll see Jace. Azir, yeah, Azir mid is still open. So we got Azir. Jace. Ivern. Oh, speaking of Ivern, I was looking back at the VODs like in Twitch chat, and so, there was some guy who was really down on the draft from Pain Gaming on Monday, yesterday, when they drafted the Ivern with the Ziggs and Misfortune. I don't know why they were so down on it. Ivern Ziggs is actually really, really strong. Ivern plus any skill and carry is really, really strong. Like, Pain won that game just off the virtue of skilling. That's it. Oh, wow. We see both the Jace and the Yorick. First Yorick in LTA South. Boyfriend, we're talking about it on Sunday. I can't remember which game we were casting, and we're talking about the Yorick. The LTA North has played it 2, 3 times now. It's really strong into the Jace. I actually thought Jace was one of the counters because he can... Yorick's enclosure, I forget what it's called, but basically like that wall thing, is based on a certain amount of auto attacks. So Jace can theoretically pop it really fast by using his W. So he's actually one of the better champions to deal with it. But the problem is that Jace just can't handle the poke and does not have to sustain to deal with all the little ghouls. And he also doesn't have a good way to clear the ghouls. So, yeah, if Yorick, whenever he lands the ghouls, Jace is in trouble. So. Move Jace mid, put Irelia top. True? You could do that. Except that Shino is not an Irelia player. And for mid, it depends on who you're playing against, too. If you're playing against something like an Azir, you probably wouldn't do that well. Well, Azir got banned, I guess, so. Moot point. So jungle and mid, because Brazil doesn't like playing Jace mid, even when it was a thing. And we're looking for 80 carry and mid. I mean, it could still be support. Like, Nico can go mid, depending on what mid gets picked up here. And move the top laner on Jace to mid. True, but the problem is the... Yeah, true.
sendo esse counter todo que prometeu,
That's probably
mas
easier.
por hora a gente tá vendo aqui que,
And
em termos de bot lane, quem não vai ter o
I'm more worried about
jogar
mid laners going to
é
to long lanes,
justamente o
but then
Cell.
technically I guess
Tá
they should be
vendo
used to it because they split push so
Flash
much.
Brown
So.
aqui, e a
Não,
gente
então
vê
ele tem o que jogar.
We are
Ele tem
picking Jhin into a Braum.
melhores, né?
Okay.
Da caixa da Zaya.
With
Outra do Yori que passou
okay, the
aqui.
tank junglers are gone. Iron's gone. Okay, I actually don't hate
É
this.
porque eu gosto de muitos campeões, né? Aí fica
It's not the
difícil,
80k
então,
area I'd have
de fato,
chosen,
é um
but
deles.
oh, nice. Okay, never mind. This is a terrible pick now.
Tá, vou jogar
Because
De
Mundo.
novo, por favor, de novo.
Já joguei, já.
Oh, we are getting Jace mid.
Já joguei, já joguei.
Okay.
Imaginar, só joga.
I mean, it's not the IRL matchup, but
Então,
Não, não, não.
galera.
Se flocar isso daí vai ser maravilhoso. Vai ter um Nunu
Não,
também,
isso
é
é
isso mesmo?
brincadeira.
no. Nocturne's okay. I don't call it an outlier. I think it has good synergy with the Nico, and it does well with Jhin as well. Because you get very ultra long range engage. Oh, okay. I don't know if it's Jace mid or Akali mid. No. Quats? We've seen Quats play Jace. I think it should be Jace mid and Akali top. Arxent, hello, hello. Welcome, friends. How are you doing? How's life, buddy? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Stella is saying Nico support, and they're picking Victor mid. Okay, I think Stella's about to get screwed. Yeah, I actually think they're gonna get kind of screwed. Wait, okay. Mundo, it's Mundo jungle. This is jungle. Wait, let me screenshot this actually. That's probably the best way to do this. Screenshot this first and then I worry about I have more time to look at this when it goes off screen. So they do. Oh, they're sending Akali mid. Oh, I don't like this. I think Akali into Yorick is a much better matchup. She can actually shuriken flip out of the cage, out of the baby enclosure, and then she can still 5-point strike the ghoulings. That's right. Life has been good but busy. The good kind of busy though, studying for college. Hell yeah, buddy. College is important. And yeah, life being good is always a good thing. Glad to hear. Okay, you actually kind of came at a good time too, because you didn't have to watch game 2, which was, I think it might have been the worst game of CD I've seen actually, this split, this year, because this is only split 1. Okay. Did I see the LTA North Gwen cosplayer? Yes, I did. The one who was asking for, who got a signature with the Gwen and the Ari cosplayers who got signatures, right, from the players? Yeah. I saw them on the camera asking for signatures from, is it C9 players, I think? Or Team Liquid players? Team Liquid players, yeah. I did, but I don't remember any details about them. So I don't know if the cosplay was good. So it was just there, like, running, but I was already, like, distracted by other stuff because, yeah, the interview was over. Yeah, I don't know. I like the Katester's comp. I think it's much better. There's no dive buddy, sure, for Akali here, but generally the composition has strong front line. Jace can act as secondary AD carry. Akali can go for flanks and everything. So it's not bad. It's alright. I'll give it a 3 out of 5. Stella's comp is much messier. They've got team fight with Victor and Nico. They've got long range play with Nocturne and Jhin. And then you have Yorick doing Yorick things. The skilling is good. I just don't... I'm not confident how this is going to play into Kate Stars. Jhin is going to be useless this game against Mundo Braum. Nocturne diving into the backline is going to have issues as well because Braum can peel and... Like, maybe he can kill the Ashe? Victor will probably have the best time. But Victor's got to deal with Akali jumping him too. I don't know. I don't like this comp. I think the comp in and of itself is not great. But Yorick does win his lane. Victor can play into Akali. Bot lane's a wash. So 2 lanes. 1 lane. You know what? Call it a wash. I'll give both comps 3. They're not great. I'm not super crazy about it. Either of them, it's kind of like whatever. Yeah, I think this game's just gonna come down to execution more than anything else. Which is good for Kate Stars because the game 2 they could not execute. I thought they were actually showing pretty good hands, but the comp just literally couldn't do anything. They just need to not throw like they did in game 1. For Stella, they've been doing well. I'm willing to extend them the benefit of the doubt and say that, yeah, they could just try and out hands. I think their hands have been pretty evenly matched, so hopefully match 3 or game 3 of the match is a closer matchup. Okay. Lunar, yep. Gwen was a good cosplay. Okay, that's good. Hey, Brandon's up to 11th. Nice. Arxon's still watching LTA South like always. Not always you can catch the Circuito on time, but you usually catch on the VODs. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, the LTA South was fun this week. It was very, very fun this week. So I'm glad you're still following up on LTA South. Compared to LTA North, I feel like the South is way more interesting to watch. The North is just like, oh, top teams versus bottom teams. Yes, DSG upset and TL like crapped a bit, but by and large, the North is very predictable. You flame Horizon Trajan. What did Trajan do? How was he? Okay. During the break, okay, not the next game, because in between the games, I'm going to grab more water. But yeah, maybe after the first game of the second match, I'll take a look at the LTA's fancy. I didn't bother like opening it because the market wasn't open when I checked earlier. So yeah, you saw the LTA sales getting So yeah, 44 actually clipped it on our stream, so it's under the clips sections when Titan got up. It's really funny watching CEO too, because you could see for a moment CEO like wasn't sure what was happening when Titan came running across the stage. That to me was the funniest part. CEO looking like kind of confused. But I love it, man. I wish I hope CEO starts doing stuff like that too. I mean, he was up and shouting at Titan when he won in Split 1, so yeah, I want to see more of that. That's really, really fun. And we get to see the rematch too, right? Because Pain is playing against Leviathan this weekend. So that's really spicy. I'm really hyped for that game. CEO versus Titan. That's going to be... Yeah, that's going to be fire, man. Leviathan's such an interesting team too. And it's going to be best of 3s, which is even better. I like round robin. I like best of 1 round robin as a general concept because it gives us really funny ties. Like we got a 3-way tie again in Brazil because it is Brazil. And that's what I do miss that when we don't have it. But in terms of watching the games, best of 1s feel kind of bad because a lot of times like no matter who wins, it doesn't feel like conclusive. It's like, oh, the other team got kind of lucky, you know, like, or whoever won got a little bit lucky. Oh, the losing team was just having a bad day, sort of thing. So yeah, I got my fill of best of 1s. I'm happy that we're now moving to best of 3s to watch. So. Yeah. Would love to see Lev winning first game. Yeah. I mean, I'd be happy to see Lev win any games. Also, that would give me more time to pad my fantasy points. So I'm going to keep as many playing pillars as I can get, I guess, on my thing from here on out, now that we've hit eliminations. Lunar, you're only 30 away from having the Flame Horizon on me. Okay. I'm what, 4th right now? So yeah, that gap is kind of big. That's when you're so mad at the LTA, level of the LTA story you wouldn't watch again if they improve. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you all watched the Gringos Liberado stream. Oh, I know what Lunar does. Because how else could she be our #1 hater if she didn't watch all the... No, I'm kidding. I was laughing so hard when 404 called you our #1 hater, Lunar. That was funny. But yeah, on Gringos Liberados, Trajan, for myself, you know, we all agreed that Split 1 was really bad. It's not the level that we expect from the South. So, yeah, very, very happy that we seem to have fixed our problems. And I think it was just in the South, right? Like it's too short and a lot of teams have hangover. So Yukio is so dead. Yukio is so dead. Hello? Guys? Show me Mukio dying, please. Thank you. Oh! He gave first blood to Shino too. Okay, that's kind of really bad from Mukio, but he was trying to deny away the execute. Or trying to deny away the kill and execute, pardon me. Yeah, that's really good for Shino. Getting extra experience, getting extra gold in a tough lane. Yeah. So this invade from Mukio is very Mukio, but it's also really good. Holy crap, what is happening with this? Why is it lagging so bad? Hello?
dessa situação para a equipe da VKS.
Yeah,
que o
hopefully it's
Chino
fine.
comprou
This
essa
invade from
vantagem
Yuki was actually kind of good
financeiramente
because,
pra auxiliar
as you can
nesse
see,
jogo.
Nocturne actually wins out against Mundo early on.
Quem tiver
So
acompanhar
it's
agora,
one of the few matchups where like
jogando,
Nocturne can
viu que
actually
você
win the
executar
1v1
bem,
early.
tomou slow e pá, balaço.
So he was going in. Unfortunately, he has no backup from his lanes. Both lanes were shoved, so Quats and Shino can both respond faster. Aithusa burnt like a lot of mana to try and hold Quats in lane, which is not ideal for the Victor, but he's fine. He'll just go back by and then TP back in lane. Probably not optimal base, but not the worst one either.
Esses aronguinhos aqui na parte de cima também é o meu Kyo.
I don't have Spectrum. I'm Canadian. We don't have Spectrum here.
Por conta do tempo que os caçadores, entre aspas, perderam aqui no
And my
mapa.
upload and download
A gente
speeds are
vê
fine.
que vem sendo um jogo bem truncado por hora. O Sarulu já tá nesse nível 4. Meu Kyo vai
Actually, I do need to change my internet provider soon, though. My current plan's running out.
Ainda assim, um jogo bem gostoso.
Oh, Sarulu almost stole it.
Ainda assim, o Sarulu estar na frente nesse momento aqui pode ser um baita problema pro pessoal da Stellar.
Yeah, this matchup is almost reversed. Usually, Nocturne just wants to hit 6 before he does anything. But against the Mundo, at least with the jungle to jungle matchup, it actually gets worse for Nocturne after 6 because Mundo becomes unkillable.
Tentou ali fazer o gap closer, vai ficar no cercadinho, até sair dali vai ser problema. O Chino também dá aquela marretada pra cima do próprio Zekas.
Yeah, the little ghouls are just... That's the problem, right? You can see how hard it is for Jace to actually clear out the ghouls. And he's just taking damage the entire time. The Brazilian cast is saying Meowric. I don't like this chroma though for Meowric. I prefer the brighter original colors. This is more true to Yoric's theme, I guess, as the Great Keeper, but yeah. A bit sad that I exploded into the dumpster, but at least it makes Circuito look not completely useless in the end. Maybe, we'll see how it goes. I mean, Corinthians also exploded, so I don't know if the top CD team can contest against IE right now. It depends. We'll see. There's a lot of games to be played yet. And IE starting to come back a little bit too. Now that Summit has had a bit of time to gel, I actually thought they looked better this weekend. The game against Leviathan was very weird though. That one I felt like they turned off their brains and just trying to throw themselves at Leviathan repeatedly and then died. That game was actually really funny. The games on Monday, by and large, were kind of funny.
Já tá pouquinho à frente ali na questão do farm, então vamos ver como é que vai se desenrolar essa pequena vantagem no início do jogo.
Oh, Leviathan's issues is they can't quite seem to match the hands at the early game, and then they fall too far behind. I don't know if teams in Circuito can punish quite as hard, so... You believe this split I won't recover, but next split, yeah. And the problem is relegation is after split 3, right? Before Worlds, so... Yeah, IE still has time to recover, and there's still time for CD teams to get better too. I do really like that there's a lot of high-level players in CD this year, so they should get better, I think. With so many tier 1 players available in CD. If they don't get better, something's gone horrifically wrong down here. Like, Smalley's still performing at a high level. This game, yeah, so Smalley's the main tier 1 player in this team. Like, I know Aithusa played tier 1, but it was only for a split. Wow. This is crazy. Usually when we see the lane swaps, support plus top loses to support plus AD carry, but this support plus top was just bashing in. Oh. Maiden revealed. Yeah. Oh, that's so big! Holy crap, Yorick is busted. I'm forgetting about LRS. True, I am forgetting about LRN and LRS. I tend to do that, so... Actually, Lunar, do you watch the LRS and LRN, right? Or you watch LRS? Do they have any teams that you think would do like well against the current Circuito teams? You watch both, okay. Do you think their teams are a match for the CD teams right now? The ghouls are chasing Scamper. At this point, I think Scamper actually would have reached Fountain just by walking instead of trying to recall. Got cancelled twice. Damn, that's rough. And it's weird too because we did see a Yorick ban actually earlier on the series, so it feels weird that this matchup happened.
Logo no início, né, quando ele foi de fato modificado há uns 2 patches atrás, agora já foi até pouco mais enfraquecido.
Don't get me wrong, I still think tier 2 level seems not great in general, not to compete, save for some individuals who seem promising but not at that level yet. Yeah, I think after the last 2 weeks, I'm more that camp. Initially, when I saw the way Corinthians and Kaboom were performing, Los and Flamengo, I thought actually looked better than Fluxu W7M initially, but it feels like the magic's worn off a little bit. Corinthians have lost their last 2 matches. Kaboom, a little bit hit or miss. Their macro's a bit sloppy, but their hands are definitely there, yeah. Los and Flamengo crapped a bit. I don't know what's going on with them right now, so... Oh, Shino's so dead, even with flash. Really nice bait from Zekas. I like that coordination. Like Mukyo calling that out and then Zeka setting that up. Nice. Clean. Unfortunately, it's not first blood because Mukyo hit the first one over. Maze Gaming would be top 3. And Farumin maybe top 5. Maze right now is the worst team to watch. Okay. I'm looking forward to that then. Yeah.
Ele realmente faz babado federal, mas por hora a gente tá vendo aqui a movimentação dos times para ir para essa parte.
Top 3. So I guess you'd put what? Corinthians and Kaboom over them then? Lunar, if you're saying they're top 3? Or what are the other 2 teams in your top 3 then? I'm curious. Arson, you wish Fluxu was also battling for relegation. That team doesn't deserve a spot. Oh, that's kind of harsh. I do think Fluxu W7 is the weakest team right now, though. I do agree with that. I do think they're growing very, very fast. But I do think they're very beatable, right? Like, they're the Pain Gaming Academy squad, like 3/5 of them, plus Fu and Ganks. Ganks, I'm not terribly impressed by so far, unfortunately. I think he's okay. He's aight. But yeah, he's just a very solid jungler. And I don't think the South is just a place for solid people. Scammer's actually zoning them out. He's level 6. That's 2 grubs gone already. Okay, so we just split 3 and 3, I guess. Oh. Last grub's still there. Like, Gatestars can look for re-engage in this. Yeah, Mando is quite strong at this. Oh. Grab field's down. There's no flash for Shino. Oh, I guess they don't need it. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Really well played from VKS. Textbook play. With the regeneration that Mando has, he can afford to like kind of tank it up and just walk up like that. Really good call. And now Yukio's down. There's no smite. That clone is being very annoying though. Oh, did he get it? He got it. Cello got it. Cello, hero play. They shouldn't have been able to get that grubs. That's huge that they did. Like the moment Mukyo died, it shouldn't have been contestable by Stella. I love that his picture's got a huge grin on his face, especially after that. Well played, well played. Okay. Los are still near the bottom. Wait, I forget where Los is sitting right now. There's one team I thought was good and sitting at the bottom. Oh, that's Flamengo. Okay. Los are at the top. Yep. Okay, sorry. I got Flamengo and Los flipped in my head because I did think they were both good teams. Yeah, Los is doing well, but I'm still a bit doubtful on how they're playing. MG has stepped up huge on this roster, and I think that's a big reason why they're finding wins. But they're getting like random losses, like to Red Academy. I think a lot of my biggest problem is that a lot of the teams are just not playing as a team necessarily. Like their macro is fine, their understanding of the game is fine, and their individual micro is good. But yeah.
Mais uma eliminação nas
Okay,
mãos
we just
do
overload
Giro,
one
a
side,
galera
get
da
the kill.
VKS
Stella's
garante
just a bit
também
behind the play right
uma
now.
coisa de guerrilha e já vão
They were fine
esse
earlier
dragão já tem
when
maletado
Kate Stars
seu
wasn't
lado.
grouping, because Zekis was just a menace in the 1v1 and was able to 1v2 sometimes. But yeah, now that Kate Stars are actually rotating and overloading, you can see that Stella's a bit slow. They need to start responding a bit better. Make sure they've got the right coverage. With the Nocturne, it should not be a problem for them.
O Aituza continua ganhando espaço com essas barricadas e tentando talvez levar essa torre.
Eu notei agora que a gente tá num duelo de
Looks to have some
lore aqui
other problems
também,
outside the
né?
rift
O
too.
Victor
Oh,
do Arcane,
they do?
o Jack do
That's
Arcane, os dois
interesting.
países
What problems are they having outside the rift?
até então,
I thought like everything kind of
legal ainda
stabilized
pra
with their
VKS.
W7M
Melhor,
partnership.
na sequência vem o Sarolu, né, que pegou também
Pain is not the weakest
participações,
team.
três mortes que a equipe da VKS conseguiu acumular. Ele tem 3 participações e o Aituza
Well,
agora
is it
passando
the
bem
God gives the
também
hardest task to the
parado
strongest
nessa
soldiers?
da parte de cima do mapa, como eu falei,
He gave
Victor
Pain
também
the strongest
tem
Furia for some odd reason.
Ainda não terminei
Can't spot, but not really
a-
trying to garner anything. That's several.
Não,
Yeah, the jungler one, I know they had problems in split one, and then kind of bled over to split two, which is why Gangs is now in. But I don't know. I feel like the players are doing really well for themselves, even with that all happening.
Hoje eu vou passar a noite acordado vendo
Cello
a-
is not the. Cello is the problem. Yes.
Pô, vou ter que-
I don't know, man. Like I already said it back when he was on the list. Like Cello was not the problem with that roster. I thought he was performing well. It's kind of his team that's the problem.
Sem spoiler.
Não, mas aí
Não,
foi
mas
por um
é
bom
só a
motivo.
speed
Good timing.
Arcane, não é só a
Oh,
speed.
was it the week with? Actually, you're right. I think you're right, Accent. Let me double check.
Saber se
I might-
virar amigos,
I forgot
eles
about
vão
that.
virar, aí precisa assistir, André.
É isso aí, hoje eu vou ficar triste.
Ele não é muito suscetível a amizades, não. É uma coisa. É o único, a única coisa que eu posso falar é
No,
isso.
you're right. Yeah, Flamengo lost to. No, that's Flamengo lost that.
Mas é uma
Wait.
Aqui, ó, 14 minutos e pouco de
Los
jogo, já
when
vamos
they
tentando
lost to.
encaixar mais um engage por aqui, né? A gente vai finalizando aquela
Which
partida
damn week did they
ali, ó.
lose to?
A estatística que a gente falou agora há pouco, VKS
Week
um pouquinho
3.
à frente ali.
Oh wow, that was a while ago.
bateu 15 minutos, só que
É,
No, so week 3 was not the
é brincadeira.
Graftar
Dá nem ali, duas waves mal farmadas.
Aegis. That was
Realmente,
Doom
é
Graftar
muito
back when they
igual
lost.
esse vídeo de jogo. A gente sempre
So.
comenta, né? Faz essa brincadeira sobre o jogo 3 ser um pouco
Los
mais
finally got
complicado,
Stardust working with
sobre o
them.
jogo 3, como vale muito a galera
Okay.
um pouquinho mais atenta.
I don't know. I wasn't a big fan
Então,
of
mais
Stardust,
uma vez,
so
algo que vai
yeah.
esclarecendo pra gente. Por aqui, teve ali umas leves vantagens.
Wait, you're hearing a robo rumor that
A gente viu que também eles conseguiram esse
he's
primeiro do dragão.
asking for time off?
Ficaram
Really?
ali muito
I'd be
equilibrados.
surprised.
Então, ao que tudo
I mean,
indica,
Robo
o
is
jogo
not
vai
the
ser muito disso.
oldest person on that
Muito
roster.
equilíbrio. Vamos ver ali que o próximo objetivo é aquele
But
arauto.
yeah,
Como
I
esse
don't know.
time
His
já
team's starting to carry, pick up and actually do stuff, so he's not the only carry on that team anymore.
vantagens aqui
So
no jogo que vão ser
yeah, I'd be
importantes
surprised if he
demais
is.
pra finalização.
You feel pity for the players playing as
Dois jogadores do
You wouldn't be
time da
mad if
Espanha
it was a relegation team and not I.
eles
Yeah.
acham esse gol no meio da
Well,
selva e já vão também se
It,
reorganizando.
I mean,
Tinham
Brazil
essa
kind of earned their spots, right? That's why they don't have a relegation team, and the relegation team came out from the LLA side. It was because Brazil also happened to win that last Worlds, as well as having higher viewership numbers. So I do feel bad for IE though. I don't think they deserve to be a relegation team. But IE is having a lot of other issues as well, right? Like they're gonna have a divorce after the split, from what I hear. Like Estral wants out, so I don't know if they've got enough money. We'll see what happens after the split. They might just implode. I hope they don't. Oh, Jace is so dead. Oh, he does not die? How is Shino still alive? Muko's gonna die then. If Shino didn't die immediately, then. Ooh. Give him the suitcase. Oh, they still got the turret though. Yeah. That's brute force that one. First brick. Wow, Scamber's unbreakable. Took almost no damage on that last shot. Okay. Zeka's TP topside immediately too. Uh-oh. They whiffed. Shino for the cleanup? And Cello for the counter cleanup? This is such a mess. Both teams are really scrappy. I love it. These are not calculated. That's not a calculated play. People are just coming in trying to get kills. I think Stella won that one though. They still got turret when all said and done. And plates fell off, so Quats and Smalley didn't actually get anything on the back end of it. A little bit rough. Okay, excellent. Wait, hold on. Quats is just dying to gold? Oh!
Ele até consegue
Oh,
fugir,
it's a
ele
flash! They
pega.
keep chasing!
Eles não desistem,
Holy crap! 30 health.
cara.
Quats almost died. He had to burn flash to ghouls.
Aterrorizante a vida desse time no
You know what? Actually, I want to see more Yorick, man. Yorick's giving me some of the funniest moments this series.
O Celo vai conseguindo fugir, utiliza muito bem ali seu
So actually, I see there's a lot of things I want to respond to. I'm just the game's got action right now, so
O Arauto já foi iniciado, eles não querem
these teams are getting real scrappy all of a sudden.
até o momento garante ali bastante espaço, meu que vai vazar.
Okay, reset, but this should be Kate Stars. Quats is actually reset and come back out, so.
São 3 jogadores da Estelar forçando.
Okay, I think I get a moment to answer your questions. Los start pretty bad, but they seem to be catching up, yeah. Well, I don't even think they started that bad, to be honest. They did lose, they did have some random losses. It's just they're not consistent. They smashed Kaboom, but yeah, I think the bigger problem is more Kaboom and how they're playing. Also, Kaboom had the whole, like, roster issue thing where they got Wiz today, and we'll get to see Kaboom today. I think with Kaboom, they should be less frauds and more consistently good. I suspect Kaboom might be the top team. At least top 3, if not the top team. I at least tried to compete. Oh, 100%. IE's roster is expensive. They got big names on their roster. Weirdly enough, same time. Yeah, Flamengo started well, and then like they just... I don't know what's going on with Flamengo. It's really weird watching them play. They should be better than what they are. Like, it actually blows my mind how bad they're performing. Yeah, Wiz is starting today. That's the big draw for me for the Kaboom game. I actually thought this series would be more interesting too, because Stella had some really good map movements and really good decisive decision making, and then VKS Academy was looking good. Like they were top of the table, are arguably top of the table, but this series has been really weird from them. Like that play from Quats, why? Right? Like there's no reason to be chasing that deep without vision. And all the plays they're making right now, they're never moved this 5, right? Like Shino split pushing top. Earlier when the play was happening bot side, Smalley was mid and Quats was top. Like Kate Stars are low-key throwing this game. And despite them making a lot of bad decisions, they're not even that far behind. It's really weird watching them play. This is not my Kate Stars Academy. I don't know what happened. This whole week has been weird for Cade. Okay, we trade 1 for 1, I guess. I don't know, man. Flamengo's what their record says there. I can't even argue with that right now. They are 1 and 4. And their losses are to some really weird teams. Actually, no. Flamengo's wins are... losses are to mostly top of the table teams right now. They've had a hard strength of schedule. But no, Flamengo is still okay. The Red Academy was the big question mark win, but Red has been picking up some big wins, so... I think that's... And that was the match where they played against Greftar Aegis, so... I don't even blame Los for that one. Flamengo for that one. I keep saying Los and stuff Flamengo. I keep getting them mixed up. Yeah, Cade did. Yeah, it was the hell week for Cade, for sure, in LTA South this weekend during Super Week. But the Lev loss was the worst and in a really bad way. And the way they're losing the Fury and Pain is just really bad too. Like, to me, it matters less that teams lose and more how they lose in the positioning phase or in the regular season a lot of times. It's why, like, the losses that Corinthians have, it feels really bad to me because they're losses that shouldn't have happened. And they played really badly. Okay. We are finally grouped as 5 for Cade Stars, and they do not lose the fight. There we go. It was just that easy. Just group and Stella's comp struggles. But this is what Stella's supposed to do. Is they are not necessarily trying to team fight. They go for like delayed plays, skirmishes, picks, and sideline. Yeah. Zek is just going to keep doing this. Can they get the kill here? They should get the kill here. Ooh. That chunk onto Scamber. Aw, okay. Nice. Good perfect execution to just get to safety. Okay, well played from K-Stars. thing against the Yorick comp is Yorick's going to keep pushing and take all these turrets, but once the inner turrets are down, Yorick becomes a lot harder to execute in these games right now, because he's only good for split pushing. So let's see if Zekas can pilot it a bit better. 0-2 and 1, but he's still doing pretty well, I think. He's still doing Yorick things. Did I see the casual controversy, Lunar? With Alk battery? Yeah, I saw it. I don't know. I made a video for casual as well before. He definitely is the type to not really answer. But yeah, I don't know enough about casual to be able to comment. Ooh. Insta cleanse. Like, I made the video, and then when I kind of like messaged him after that, he didn't reply me. So I don't know, but I also don't know if he messaged me or like somebody's messaging from his account. Like his manager or video editor might be messaging for that account, so I don't know. I will say though that if you are using clips from one of the co-streams, please do credit the co-streams. It really does help us out. And I'm saying that as somebody from LTA South as well. If you're using something from LTA South, feel free. Like, we're happy that y'all are using us, clipping us, but would appreciate it if you could also direct people back to us as well. You know, give and take. Yeah, and I hope, you know, that I'm a little bit sad that Kato's fan base has decided to take a negative view of it. I was kind of hoping his fan base would bring it to his attention, because I do think Kato, from what I've heard and seen of him, I don't think he reads his inboxes very much, and he probably gets a lot of spam, so sure. But if his fans bring it up, usually Kato's more likely to notice if his fans bring it up when he's streaming. So. Yeah. Exactly, Erickson. The thing's not that they're losing, but how they're losing. Yeah. Still not a good look for an Orgroner. Sure, I agree with that. You know. So what happened, Erickson, was Keijo apparently was using highlights from the LPL English stream in his videos, and just not crediting the LPL English stream with it. From what I understand, I didn't go in depth into it either. So yeah. So basically, Elk Battery kind of tweeted at him. I don't know if Elk actually DM'd him first or whether he just tweeted it out, just like adding Kadril and tell him, hey, can you please credit our stream when you use our content. Oh. Okay, well played. Nice pick from Quats. Yeah, Quats, I feel like at about 20-25 minutes, Quats just comes online. No matter what champion he's playing, he just starts playing better after laning phase. Not to say his laning is bad or anything, but just like he tends to be a bit quiet in the early game. He's been doing better on Kate Stars, but yeah, this is like old school Quats. Really nice play. Gold swing finally to the side of Kate Stars. I'm a bit... For Stella, it's concerning when the gold starts swinging. They have maybe 2 more turrets of worth of gold infusion from Zekas before Zekas is going to really struggle to be relevant. And we're getting kind of late. Yorick does fall off a little bit. Or not say fall off, but he just doesn't scale super well. Yeah, his split pushing will still be really, really strong. Yeah. But yeah, what were we saying about... oh yeah, so yeah, Keijo was taking the content and just kind of not crediting LPL English, and then Elk kind of called it out and asked for him to do so, and then the fan base started attacking Elk. So Elk Battery. When I say Elk, I mean Elk Battery. So yeah, I mean, a lot of times it's like fan bases. It's like the same as Pain Gaming, right? Like I think it was Ripbert, right, who got attacked. No, not physically attacked. Thank goodness for that. But like verbally attacked by a lot of Pain fans. I think it was in the finals or something. When Loud was playing against Pain, or semifinals, and a lot of people were like verbally attacking Pain, Ripbert from the Pain fans. But it's not like the main Pain fans or anything. It's certainly not Pain. Like Pain would never agree to that. But just sometimes fans get a bit overzealous and they do the wrong thing, unfortunately, out of passion, misplaced passion. Or like KC fans, right? The blue wall sometimes can be rather offensive, even if the team itself is not, or even the org itself is not. So that makes it rough. That's why you hate everybody equally. Equal opportunity hater. True, true.
utilizando muito bem
Yeah. And again, for the Keijo one, I don't know the details. Keijo hasn't said anything as far as I'm aware of. And he might choose not to.
Quando encaixar esse dano, né, talvez se não tiver ali
It's always kind of hard to say with like these bigger people. And I personally, I don't want to comment too much on Keijo as a person because I don't know him, right? He's very far removed from me. I don't know what his ops in the back end looks like. I don't know if it's him dealing with this stuff or whether somebody else manages his Twitter account. Yeah, all I can say is that like I do wish and hope that people, if you are taking content from these co-streams, please just do credit them. It doesn't cost you anything. And it certainly helps us. I mean, a lot of the co-streams are doing it unpaid, so like our money or income is from whatever, you know, viewers or ads or stuff like that. I don't even know if LTA South gets, like, we try and run ads, but I'm not the one who handles like the money side of things, so I have no clue what happens with the LTA South ad revenue or yeah. Not a real hater, not number one in fantasy. True. We can't compete with Chancellor Lunar Palpatine over here. Oh! Great arrow. TP? Oh, that CC chain is long. Nice. That was so clean from Quats. In, out, and threatening Cello. Okay. I feel like in the last 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, K-Stars have just turned on their composition. They know they're strong in the team fight, they group up, and Stella need to find ways in. Stella has not been pulling the trigger enough. Like, Mukio has not been using Paranoia to be aggressive. Okay, Zekis is so dead. Or maybe not. No shot. That Cello Deadly Flourish just saved the whole fight, man. Oh, nice Unbreakable from Scamber. No, Cirolo screwed the flash! Not like this! Not like this! Good hands, though. Good hands. That's a good fight. That's a good mechanical fight. Cello and Ithusa, man. Holy crap. That was so crazy. Quats is dead. Like, I get why Quats did what he did, but he's so dead. Damn. Let's go, Stella! And we get a pause. I will say for Stella, though, this is actually a little bit dangerous to them. I don't know if they can take the Baron. They are lacking a little bit of damage right now, and they're lacking a tank. Depending on how fast K-Stars can get there, Stella might not be able to take it. So, but the game at least woke up and Stella managed to punch back. I think that's what Stella needs to do. Their comp is not quite as good at the front to back, so they have to get a little bit creative. They have to make the fight a little bit disrupted, or they have to let K-Stars play into them a little bit more.
Por conta da execução que a gente viu ali, o cavalo naquele teleporte conseguiu muito bem. A leitura que o pessoal da VKS teve de vamos colocar.
Even if the one behind the fanbase is not the one who did, you fully believe everyone who has one should be responsible to it. Especially when they get out of hands. Okay. I agree with the sentiment, Arkson. I just think that a lot of times it's really, really hard to do. How do I put this? I agree with you. I wish that the center of the fan base, like whoever the main person is, in this case Casual's fan base would be Casual, I wish they would take a stand on the issue and kind of ask their fan base to please also rein it in. I think in an ideal world that is the case, but unfortunately I think it gets, the reality of the matter tends to get a little bit complicated, and it's oftentimes more nuanced than that, so it's hard to just say like, oh, they should just do that. Yeah, and that's why, because I kind of don't want to like judge too much into the whole Cajal side of thing. Like, it's not Cajal's fault. Could he do something from the outside? Yes, and therefore I wish he would. But if there are other factors, you know, there might be other factors I'm not aware of, and I personally am not going to put in the time and effort to figure out all the details, and therefore I'll say that yes, I wish he would, you know, just credit that side, but just kind of leave it at that.
o que finaliza
The
a
thing you dislike about Pain
E
is that
agora, inclusive, a gente
Tino and stuff,
voltando
Pain.
depois do
They
pau,
posted, yeah, okay, yeah, the whole Judas thing. I'm with you, man. I hate the whole Judas thing. Like, Tinones gave us trophies. Enjoy it. Like, we should be thanking him. I don't know why.
essa situação, né? A gente viu que foi uma
And even before he left, like,
muitos
Pain fans were
jogadores
already kind of
utilizados em ambas as partes.
not the nicest towards
Pode ser
Tinones,
que seja
so
uma
I even understand kind of why he
sensação,
left,
né?
so.
Seja uma atitude
Yeah.
pouquinho mais
You don't think
esperta,
giving a call to the
realmente
fan base too
não
much
ir
at
pra
least?
cima, mas
Yeah.
falando em não ir pra cima, isso é algo que o Celo não
It
sabe o
won't
que é.
resolve,
Tá
especially the big
sempre
ones,
se
but hey,
expondo
fans,
e
that's
tá
not cool.
sempre
At least it's
saindo ali, ó.
something. Unless it's a big mess, we have to personally step up. We should at least call.
Três jogadores
Yeah.
garantiu também muito
Like I said, I agree with the sentiment, Arxon.
mais essa ousadia
For the most part,
do
yeah.
atirador do time da Estelar.
A gente vê que a Estelar vai garantir seu terceiro
Yeah.
acúmulo do dragão aqui, que vai deixar eles a ponto de arma
Ah.
de conseguir garantir essa alma Hextech
Okay.
do Quats buscando esse
Watts on the flank.
mas não tem uma posição
Yo, that's
boa.
Hex. That's soul point. Okay.
Apagaram a luz, olha o Melchior, já habilita o cavalo que joga dois jogadores pro alto.
Quats is distracting them so much right now.
Contra o Quats, Sarolo tá com pouquíssima vida,
Okay.
mas mesmo assim, é um abate pra cada lado, Melchior vai caindo, Sarolo vai fazendo aquele escudo de carne pra
Damn,
deixar
okay.
os tiros pegarem no Smiley enquanto
2 for
tava
1?
rolando
2 for
essa
2.
bagunça. São mais dois
Quats managed to take out Aithusa at the last dying breath. Okay.
É isso, né?
É isso, é isso.
That was a very messy fight.
Agora eu fui olhar e falei assim, será que eu
I feel like that's actually probably the best thing Zekis can do in this situation is just zone out Quats on the flank. What is happening? Am I sped up? I'm not sped up.
abatidos de um lado,
Exato.
dois jogadores abatidos pro outro.
I don't know
É
why the
outra
stream was stuttering
briga
there.
generalizada, espalhada por tudo quanto
Yeah,
é
I think
canto.
Zekis did the best thing he could, which is just zone out the Akali.
Fica pra Selai, né? Então
In the
eles
front of the
estão nesse
fight,
ponto de
yeah, I think
arma,
Cavallo did a
eles
really
veem
good job with the
agora
engage, which
sim,
allowed them to
tivesse
kind of roll
sido
through the front.
sendo
It
finalizado,
could have, should have gone worse with Stella.
mas conseguiu.
Oh no,
Peraí,
Stella.
agora
I just
podemos
praised
ver
you.
o
Okay, there we go.
passe.
He got hands.
Esse
And he got
tamanho,
Swifties.
É muita velocidade também, tá?
não,
He got
Jin
feet.
Com o Yomu, eu sou muito fã. Você fecha primeiro esse item, depois vai pra um pouco mais de velocidade de ataque
Nossa.
com canhão. E aí,
It was always hit inside
consegue,
pain.
né,
Yeah,
fazer
that's the thing
esses
to me, right?
desvios.
That's why I kind of hate that they call him Judas when I feel like the Pain fan base actually pushed Tinoz out.
Impressionante, realmente a gente tava comentando sobre a ousadia, né? Ele tá indo no máximo.
He created a beautiful rivalry down the road. I don't understand. I still have trauma from this rivalry.
O Celo realmente manda muito bem nesse passinho, nesse
Man.
detalhe no dedo.
Even to this day. I'll put English at copyright strike.
Se errar, pode
Casual.
ser problema.
I don't know if they can. Oh, Cavallo, you beautiful beast.
É o cavalo! Joga
Holy crap,
de
Cavallo.
longe, é double kill do Celão. Tem a perseguição pra cima
That was a
do
beautiful
Scanner.
four-man.
Ele cai mais um, abate
Can they-
nas mãos
okay, they
dele,
can't
Celo
end, but can they get-
para.
They're just gonna push? Not Atakan? Not Baron?
Eu acho
Really?
uma oportunidade perfeita. Conseguiu 3 eliminações. Pode ser o potencial GG.
Can they end? 30 seconds?
Contra 2 AVKS. Será
They
que
can
essa
end.
partida-
Oh,
será que pode ser o
okay.
título?
A bot lane da Estelar é demais. Os dois jogadores vão acabando com o game. Já
Okay, this is the hard
quase
part. Trying to end
abre a
against
cortina.
under the two turrets.
1, 2, 3. O quarto tiro vai chegar. Ele nem precisa acertar ninguém.
Yeah, Quats killed one.
Eliminação pra cima do
He's
Aithusa.
rooted.
Eles continuam quebrando.
Oh, he's buying so much time.
Vai caindo por aqui
Zonias.
também. Eles não tão
Oh,
nem aí.
yep, they end.
Só
They kill Quats.
quebrando tudo.
Holy
E
crap.
depois já é
Stella win!
rapaziada.
Stella win!
Tem o que fazer.
Let's go!
Time da virada.
Another upset!
Que conversa
I love CD!
então, logo com essa
There's
série
upsets
maravilhosa
everywhere!
que a gente acabou de
Oats.
acompanhar. E a
Okay,
virada
Lunar, you say it's just Mundo Akali, but that's precisely the reason why I was hesitating, because Mundo Akali actually might be able to hold. You saw that Quats just instantly deleted somebody, and Mundo's tanky enough that if Stella mess up target selection and they focus the Mundo, there's a road when double turrets actually kills them.
Então, isso é
Gets them low enough that Quats gets the executes, gets to play janitor, goes golden, and then...
Pega, vai lá na VOD desse jogo, tira o...
Oh, no, I think they
Manda,
can.
rapaziada, porque é isso, você
I think
vai
they
ter
can.
essência do virada absurda pro time.
I mean, we saw Quats do a lot of damage to Zekis in the last fight. He's half health here. Okay, 2/3 health, let's say. Under turret. I think it's doable.
1, 2, 3, o quarto tiro vai chegar, ele nem precisa acertar ninguém. Olha, tem
Yeah,
eliminação.
I think it's doable. But Zekis did the right thing by focusing the turret. If Zekis doesn't hit anybody and doesn't draw turret aggro, then yeah. And he takes turrets so quickly. So, yeah. It's dicey, but you're right. As long as Stella play it right, they should be able to end the game and shouldn't be able to lose. So, But it depends on Stella playing that, right? And they did. The decision making from the team was good. And that's what I always thought Stella was very good at, was their decision making, right? Like they're very good at making the right call in the critical moments. Where they were falling behind, or sometimes they mess up the team fight, or mess up the laning, sorry. And that leads into bad team fights. And or sometimes their macro is a little bit slower. The tempo for Stella is not the fastest. But yeah, no, I'm actually shocked. I didn't expect them to win. They won off a really good decision. And Kate Stars lose again. If I'm Kate Stars management, I don't know what's going on, man. Like, I think this is an upset. I think Kate Stars Academy should have won this series. The game 2, they literally lost because they picked an unwinnable draft. And game 3, they lost because they screwed at critical moment. Like, they just made a mistake. Like, the pick that happened, was it here? Yeah, it was this pick. Right? Like, this moment, Quats is split pushing bot side. They're trying to set up play. They're setting up vision to potentially make a play here. And then they decide to kind of all clump in this bush. The moment that control ward went down, like, y'all needed to just back the hell out. They saw Cavallo on this ward too. So, well, actually that ward just came up. But they've seen Cavallo off that ward. So if that ward comes down, there's a chance Cavallo comes out with the lights out. And just at that critical moment, they choked. They just need to, like, get out as fast as possible. Like, they should not have all been clumping there anyways. Yeah. The Mundo doesn't need... The Mundo doesn't do anything, sadly, Arsenal. No CC, no damage. Just need to ignore him. Kind of, yeah. I mean, he did do... Yeah. Towards the... At the turret stage, yes. I mean, he does do damage, but you're right. It's not enough to actually kill anybody. It's Quats who's the big threat, and Stella played, like, recognize that. No way clear. Yeah. You don't think this Kate Stars is that good in general? Last year, Kate Star Academy was so much better. It's not even close. Yeah, Cavallo deserves MVP. That Nico at the end there was just nuts. Holy crap. I think... Okay, if we compare this to last split, Sarulu's the same jungler. Quats versus Kissy. I thought Quats actually contested Kissy. And let's not forget that Quats on Pain Gaming Academy went toe-to-toe with Kissy. And I will say Kissy's better, but I didn't think it was by that much. Especially come late game. Smalley... Oh man, at the beginning of the... What the hell, Andre? At the beginning of the split, I thought Smalley was better than Morteus. I think Morteus has been showing really good stuff in LTA cells. So let's consider Smalley and Morteus about the same. I think Scamber's an upgrade over Tellus. And I think Shino versus Tyrion is an interesting one. I think they're fairly comparable. I think Tyrion's slightly better. So overall, I think Kato's Academy is a little... Last split was a little bit better. But not like hugely better. And against Stella, I still think they had much better or not this series. But from what we've seen from Kate Stars Academy so far this split, I thought they had better macro than Stella. And I thought they had better hands than Stella too. I thought especially the jungle, mid, and AD carry role, they would... Actually, yeah. Like, 3 out of 5 roles, I think Kate Stars Academy was better than Stella. But... Yeah, no, props to Stella. They did really, really well. Yeah, it's probably not as big as an upset as I make it sound like. Because to me, it was a big upset. But... yeah, not that huge an upset. You're right that the gap is actually quite close in CD. Heck, even Rats surprised me. The only team that's really been really struggling is Rise, and even Rise got a win off of... It was an upset over... Kaboom, right. They took out Kaboom, because Kaboom choked for no reason. So, yeah. That's fine. Okay, Lunar, fancy update, not this break, next break. I need to actually use a quick washroom break and grab more water. So, if anything, I might actually be a little bit late to the start of this game. I will...
Circuito Desafiante tá de volta para nossa segunda série do dia. Meus amigos, a gente vai ter Kabum e DL contra o time da Dopamina. E aqui junto comigo, claro, Ania, GSTV, boa noite.
Boa noite lá, boa noite GSTV, boa noite invocadores. A gente teve uma série que foi definida pela bagunça, citando meu mano Andrezão. E agora, será que a gente vai ter um pouquinho de bagunça também?
Discordo, Ania, mas boa noite a você, boa noite, Lágolas, boa noite a todos acompanhando. Pra mim, o que definiu aí essa última série foi a imitação de cavalo do André.
Concordo,
E aí, quem não viu, volta, pede clipe. Pra mim, isso será memorável do dia de hoje.
Com certeza. Vamos ficar aguardando, né? Vamos ver se a Ania vai fazer alguma coisa hoje aqui pra nós.
Responsabilidade do narrador.
Responsabilidade grande, mas ó, vamos falar agora do time da Kabum que tá escalado aqui com Hirit Wiz, que está voltando para Kabum, House, Escuro e Damage. A gente tem um time que tá bambeando ali, 3-3 na tabela, e talvez o Wiz traga um pouco dessa liderança, né, GSTV, algo que a gente tá vendo bastante, sendo falado nos bastidores, sobre essa necessidade. Você tem um cara pra puxar a responsabilidade, puxar as jogadas.
Sim, a Kabum com certeza esperava mais essa campanha aqui de circuitão e acho que ainda não conseguiram se encontrar tão bem. Talvez realmente o Wiz, com toda a experiência, né, com o ritmo de jogo que ele é capaz de colocar, mude aí esse time da Kabum.
Olha aí, então a gente já tem Pix e Bans na tela, já fechadinhos aqui pra gente, vão acompanhar o time da Kabum do lado azul. Então a gente vai ter Renekton, Shinzal, Ari, MF e Leona, e o time da Dopamina jogando do lado vermelho vai de Atrox, vai Victor, Varus e Nautilus. São posições interessantes aqui, né? Acho que não foge muito do que a gente está acostumado a ver no meta. Mas interessante ver que o time da Kabum vem pra jogar muito mais cedo, né, Ania? Você tem Renekton, Ari, Shinzal, MF. É uma composição que funciona muito bem no early game, mas tem aquele reloginho ticando sempre que precisa desse snowball.
Totalmente, é quase batido você ver um Shinzal e falar, ele vai buscar aquela agilidade no começo de partida. E do outro lado, tendo uma Vi, que já tem ali a passiva pra tentar quebrar a armadura, fragilizar um pouco do alvo, esse Shinzal tem que fazer ali ótimas decisões pra onde vai gankar, pra onde vai se movimentar, qual pathing vai estar fazendo pra efetivamente conseguir bater de frente. E do outro lado, eu tô bastante intrigada pra ver como é que vai ser essa disputa da rota do topo, né? O Renekton, que foi bufado recentemente, e o Atrox, que é o tal do diabo dando cambalhota, né, GSTV?
O Renekton parecendo como esse blind pick aqui, então um campeão que durante tanto tempo ele já foi essa escolha safe pra rota superior, volta a tomar um pouquinho desse posto, sempre observar, né, o que os times vão trazendo nesse modelo de Fearless Draft, porque o last pick, as escolhas de counter, acho que elas vão se valorizando bastante. Se tiver um campeão que é capaz de counterar e mudar muito o destino de uma rota, é realmente importante. E eu achei a SMF um pouquinho solta assim na composição, porque não tem tanto controle para ela jogar, os controles são mais individuais. Só a Leona que tem um pouquinho mais em área na ultimate, mas é difícil você conseguir encontrar mais de um alvo com essa ult, acaba sendo mais lentidão que você vai conseguir aplicar em área. E na rota do meio e na rota superior são dois campeões que também são muito mais single target. Então acho que a SMF ela pode passar por alguns problemas de não conseguir encaixar grandes ultimates durante esse jogo.
Até mesmo a Rel, que poderia ser uma grande dupla aí pra
Eles
MF,
baniram, né?
acabou sendo banida pelo próprio time da Kabum. A gente entende, né, já que do lado vermelho é a Dopamina que escolheria aí o quarto campeão.
Sorry, I just got back. Okay, they finished off. Did they actually drop on screen or they... Sorry, okay.
É o time da Kabum do lado azul.
There we go.
A gente vai ter Renekton, Shinzal, Ari, MF.
Yeah, let me just copy this. I'll paste it and then... Yeah, so we won't miss any more things. My bad. The first series went longer than I expected. It's not just that it went 3 games, it was just the way and the amount of time it took. That first series, not anything else. Okay.
Dominar tudo no early game.
Acho que o que eles controle de grupo,
Rumble, Silas, Garner Bands, okay. Leah, Jace, well, a lot of carry focus, like solo lane carry focus. Ari, Varus, Vi. What is it, the Pry 1 Vi? Why is she the #1 jungler right now? I don't get this. Like, we're seeing so much Vi in tier 1 too. Okay, I guess in this case it makes a bit of sense. You're trying to die away from the Ari, but I feel like Ari can pair with anything. Shinja, ew, what the hell is this? Why are we picking Shinjao and MF in the same rotation? That's disgusting. Like, I get Shinjao into Varus, but I don't understand then why did we pick Misfortune here? And with Ari too, it's just so weird. We answer back with Victor, and then we ban
poder crescer
Also,
também,
Rel
vamos ver se o
Braum.
Kabum agora
Okay,
com essa nova
so
posição cresce,
no one gets picked.
vai
No,
poder
okay,
meio que
that makes
crescer
sense. You're denying just the
Diria que
you have no
metade
choice really.
da competição, chegamos na
You pick your
metade
poison.
aí,
Do you
né,
want them to get the Owner or Nautilus, and then we go Renekton because you have blinding,
Kabum tá com
and then we go
6
Aatrox.
jogos,
Okay.
lembrando que essa primeira fase
Melee
tem,
MF. Yeah,
jogo
I don't know, man. Like
e
I just feel like Xin Zhao can absolutely mess up.
jogos, então eles
Like
estão
this part of the
mais
comp is
perto
fine.
de
This part of the
finalizar
comp is
logo nessa
fine.
primeira fase.
Together, it is not okay. Right? It's just really, really weird that we keep seeing this being
E
drafted.
a Kabum tá ali, ó, na
Okay, I think this dropped in a way is very simple. This is a fine. It's a 3.
de tabela ainda. E
I would give it a 4 out of 5 if not for the fact that Xin Zhao and Misfortune have anti-synergy. It's a really strong early game composition. You're going for picks, you get snowball leads, and you just go. You should have winning lanes in every single lane, effectively, with this. This is more of a scaling composition.
Esse é o sonho lá.
You've got Victor that skills well, Aatrox skills well, Varus skills pretty well. Lethality Varus works here because there's no true tank. It's double bruisers, so Lethality is going to stack very, very well. In terms of lanes, Kaboom wins mid lane.
Eita.
Top lane, they should win, but not by much. Aatrox actually does pretty decently into Renekton. So it's like, kind of like, I don't know, 55-45. Bot lane, Varus might actually be able to win this one out. Because he just outranges Misfortune. It depends on how good you are at positioning to double ups, so... Yeah, it's just a difference in strategy, this one. Kaboom need to win early. If not, Dopamina win late. So, pressure's on Kaboom to perform.
Essa season com essas novas dinâmicas, com mais objetivos no early game, um jogo muito mais acelerado, muito mais sangrento, muito mais a cara de Noxus.
Yeah.
E aí quando a gente for pra
I mean, if you look at the hats... Oh, wait, what the hell? Orlan's playing today? What on earth did I miss? I just go for some water and everything's changed. Dopamina's jungler was not Forlan, it was Isle before.
Vai funcionar o jogo, sai na frente.
Minutos iniciais de partida, a gente vê somente visões sendo setadas.
And now it is... Okay, that's interesting. Forlan... Forlan used to play for... Oh, who did he play for? Fluxo Academy.
O espaço seguro fechou e eles ficaram pra trás.
That roster with Ankrith, and I was... Yeah, I remember thinking like Ankrith was a good top laner. So... A little bit surprised. Forlan was fine on that roster? Oh no, it wasn't Ankrith, it was with Skybart. The Forlan roster was in Split 1. Well, Ankrith, I mean. Where Ankrith was jungling. Yeah. Okay, this is interesting that Forlan's stepping in, replacing Isle. I thought Isle was fine, but... Okay. No, Forlan was fine too in Fluxo Academy. I don't know if I'd call it an upgrade. We'll see. But Forlan was good on Aatrox, to be fair.
Talvez dos 4 é o que perdeu pouco mais aí de recursos e vão ter que respeitar esse nível 2 porque a bot lane
It probably will be Lethality Varus. I'm seeing the Comet build.
Então vai ter essa prioridade nas trocas. O Kojima não consegue.
Missing that arrow, probably not ideal.
E aqui na rota superior a gente vai vendo o Hirit.
Like, fully expect to just see Kaboom push in early. I wonder if we see Wiz actually capitalize on that and use it for invades, or whether he tries to gank the lanes. I think either works on the Xin Zhao. What I don't want to see is Wiz just power farm.
Esse começo de partida estão avançando melhor. Isso dificulta pouquinho o trabalho aí do caçador, do
What is the 6x6 theory? Everyone's an upgrade until they fail. How is that a 4x4 or 6x6 theory? I know some things are straight up just a downgrade sometimes. At least in the short term, some things are immediate downgrades. Oh, Kojima so dead. I don't even think Sor needed a flash for the kill. Oh, I guess if he wanted first blood, then he had to flash. If not, it goes to damage. Okay. Well, that's actually really bad for Dopamina, because now they don't have a winning lane at all. Like, that was the one lane I thought they could maybe win, but... Yeah. Like, Envy winning this lane or going even in the lane is a credit to Envy. It's not how the matchup is necessarily supposed to go. And topside here, it's like perma-pressuring. Kaboom has been mostly the Hirit gaming show, so... Oh! Flashes. Nice.
Flash por flash e charme que não encaixa. O damage tava logo aqui.
That's
já na
fine.
rota
I think
central.
House is okay with
Mas
trading flashes
que
there.
o House não
Once he hits
tinha
6, he has way
presença
more
do
mobility,
jogo,
and he wanted to go
se
for the reset anyway,
pressionar,
so...
o caçador do time da dopamina
Fine.
poderia vir pra salvaguarda.
Tava com a vida muito baixa o Envy, por isso que ele flashou, né? Se ele toma o charme, já podia ter o flash do damage e a eliminação. Foi uma boa movimentação aí da Leona. Enquanto o escuro foi pra base, o damage deu a prioridade dessa rotação pra rota do meio. E aí tira o flash. Agora é pro Wiz aproveitar. E a Ari no nível 6 vai dançar pra cima do Victor.
É, e eu quero ver muito como é que vai ser essa primeira grande chegada do Wiz, de fato, porque eu tinha um campeão que ele tem essa chegada forte, né? Tem um gank poderoso quando ele consegue acertar o W, tanto no top quanto... Na verdade, nas 3 rodas ele tem um bom setup pra fazer ganks, e o time da Kabum, nesse momento, vai conseguindo abrir uma pequena vantagem, né? Vai tendo pressão aí em várias rotas, e vai...
Yeah, Wiz hasn't done anything yet. Wiz, do something.
A vida do Wiz também.
The top side is... Like, there's a lot of wards, to be fair, right now. So it's a little bit hard. Oh. Ooh, the double up lands. Bulas has flash, so... Well played. That's really good support play from Bulas. Like, the moment Kojima got engaged on, he's just trying to body block the entire way. He's trading his health to keep Kojima alive. Kojima can't afford to die again. If he dies again, he's so far behind at that point that at level, they're just going to die multiple times. Like, they'd have just burnt the cleanse as soon as it comes up, and then level 6 all and kill.
Da MF já consegue ir quebrando, né, as passivas da Leona, conseguindo maximizar o dano, e tá muito difícil já pro Varus.
Yeah, there was really good vision from Dopamine. It feels like they dumped all the vision onto this top side earlier. And because of that, Wiz couldn't really look for anything up top. And then now Wiz is going for the early dragon. There's a chance he can still contest for grubs as well. Especially, yeah, I was going to say, especially if bot lane helps him, they can take dragon and rotate to grubs.
Pequena vantagem, né? É uma matchup bem de skill, assim,
I don't like that damage is not actually helping him. Because damage doesn't actually even need to reset either. Damage already has the ruby crystal in pocket. Like, if you reset, maybe you buy a control warp or can't control, but... Okay. Alice is also moving in. Yes, Prio mid. Disn's already picked up one.
Tá gulosa Kabum, viu, Anya? Estão querendo até contestar as vastilarvas.
E já estão chegando aqui, já
Yeah,
somente
okay.
uma vastilarva.
Yep, this is what I am surprised we don't see happen more frequently, which is the jungler starting dragon at 5 minutes.
Levaram o dragão e agora engage lançado pra cima dessa Leona. Damage completamente entregue, mas não toma tanto dano quanto poderia.
Oof,
Devolutiva que pode
missed
vir
from
pro
House.
empate dos ninjas. Mas são duas vastilarvas a
Okay, Wiz keeps going, let's go. Where was this Wiz unloud? Oh, Kojima, you should not have turned there, buddy. Wiz might die? Does he get out in time? Yeah. Okay. Really well played. Yeah, Kojima should have not turned. Just keep running. But yeah, again, I'm surprised we don't see teams do this more often, where they just start dragon at 5 and then rotate up through mid lane, especially if you have a winning mid lane and a strong early jungle. I think you can just brute force objectives. And sure, Dopamine gets one grub, but that's about all they can realistically expect. Like, maybe you can steal a second one if you're lucky, but yeah. Good from Kaboom. They understand their win con, they're executing it well. What do you expect from a roster like this, to be honest?
Sabem que esse time do jogo é pra eles, é pro time da Kabum, a composição é pra jogar de forma mais agressiva nesse.
This is now, again, except for Skuro, it's like a full CBLOL level roster.
Flash, consegue o atordoamento, vai pra cima, e quem pode ir pra cima agora aqui é o Fallen, mas não vai.
Okay,
só
Hirit continues to Hirit game.
Wave tá balsando pra diminuir um pouco essa desvantagem de fato.
É só diferença de matchup, né? Diferença de campeão, porque o
Forlan's taking a lot of unnecessary minion damage. It actually adds up quite a bit. Okay. Here it has dominance though. Is it enough? It is not enough. They are bursting him. Yeah. Oh, nice. I think he held the flash for the very end. Like, I don't think he was ever going to be able to get out that massive Q3 from Aatrox, but even with the slice and dice.
E olha, o Hirit foi esperto porque a primeira compra dele já foi botas de aço. Então talvez se ele fosse
Hello, Dark Knight.
Se ele fosse para uma
How goes life with you? You're second in the league again. I think you're still second last week, weren't you?
Talvez ele não tivesse sobrevivido a esse gank. E é interessante ver que como o top
A true pain
e
fan,
o
eternal
jungle
second.
do time da Dopamina são de dano AD, essas botas de aço fazem um verdadeiro milagre aqui nesse gank. Ele consegue sair com vida, gasta o seu flash, gasta também sua ult.
I'll take a look at the
mas
exact standings
consegue
after this. I'm
voltar
curious what y'all picked the climb where y'all did. I don't even remember Raze because Raze in my draft was only one player different for this week in fantasy.
E a primeira leva ficou neutra, né?
Oof.
Pro lado da Dopamina, duas pro lado da Kabum.
Unfortunate for Wiz. If he just stayed there, they wouldn't have seen him.
Tem duas sentinelas, eles vão responder, vai chegando de zinho.
Contato pra cima do
Oh wow, Bullets is already dead before the fight starts.
E agora é proeza de guerrilha pro lado da Kabum. Guarda crescente ativa, Kojima entregue de baixo
Oh.
dos alcances do seu
That's actually a really good bullet time position.
E é com o ímpeto espiritual que ele vai pra cima do Envy.
And Envy didn't actually interrupt it, unfortunately.
Canalização engage que passa. E essa orbital
The Orb of Deception missed! House didn't get it on the way back. Oh my goodness, House just died. Good thing Trajan's not watching this. Trajan would have died a little bit inside. So was that a 4-4-2 when all said and done? I don't know where this Wiz was on Loud. This is why I thought Wiz actually would have been a good pickup for Loud. Like, he's playing nice and aggressive, he's making action happen. Yeah. Unfortunately, the silence was a little bit early, so Bullet Time gets full channel off in a great position. Yeah, how I was missing that the return of the Orb of Deception was actually really bad. And he didn't even manage to burn Envy's flash when he did that Orb of Deception either. So, 4-4-2.
Ele ficou esperando, né, o House morrer pra pegar de volta o vermelho. Ah, será? Não sei não, viu? Mas acho que
exactly like me. Dark Knight lost 4 points this week. 4 points in you mean? It's not like he got negative 4 points. That'd be impressive. Can you imagine actually doing the league and having negative points? Like, you'd have to pick players who died more than anything else that week. That's the only way you lose points is when players die. I don't think that's possible actually to have a full 5 roster of negative points for more than 1 week. Loud is just stupid. Loud does weird things, yes. I don't really understand why they are the way they are sometimes. Like this week, I don't know why they suddenly just start popping back. It's really weird. Like Root going God mode. Tidon's had a really good game too. You actually got your best score this week? Hell yeah, let's go. I'm kind of scared to like all in on Pain for like points because I feel like they end some of their games too quickly. Oh. Oh, Bulas. Oh, Bulas. They have charm? There we go. Beautiful charm. I will say I'm not terribly impressed with Dizen so far. Like, I feel like Dizen is playing solo queue Vi, and he doesn't seem to understand when he can and should be going in with the champion, with this team right now. Like, when you play Vi with a organized 5, or with a team like this, you should be insta-bursting. Like Vi going in should be a guaranteed kill, pretty much. Sure, you might lose the rest of the fight, but it should at least be guaranteeing that you lock down one person and just bursting them out. Especially when you've got the Victor on your side like that. And I understand that like this is very early on, but I'm not even seeing Dizen actually go in on targets, on the right target. Like if you go on the right target and you don't have enough damage, I'm okay. I understand that, and I still take it as a positive, but if you're not even going in as Vi, then what are we doing? Better 0-10 than 0-4. You wonder if the players on Circuito actually mistakes. There's a shirt that I've seen which says, "I will make better mistakes tomorrow." Your statement just reminds me of that. Dark Knight. I don't know. Some teams make different mistakes every week. Some teams don't. I don't know. To be fair, I don't actually remember if Dizen makes this sort of mistakes regularly, so I'm gonna assume that he doesn't because I don't remember it. But yeah. The statement I made was more like frustration at Vi as a champion and why I don't really like her that much. Oh. That's actually a pretty nice angle from Skura. Oh, there we go. Ooh, they doubled up CC, but that's fine. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Doesn't learn. Dark Knight doesn't learn.
A dopamina respira.
Mandaram bem.
In the span of one game, he learned.
Eles conseguiram encontrar dois, isso eles realmente têm que fazer, mas tomando cuidado com a diferença numérica, com a desvantagem.
Okay, second place is still top 3.
Colocaram na
No,
última
I'm not even top 3 right
rodada.
now. I'm
Essa
currently set at 4.
vantagem de ouro que eles estão,
I am
ainda dá
4x4
pra jogar.
now.
E a Kabum parece que tá usando demais.
Oh.
Já vai
Mas tá
adiante
forte.
Okay.
mais uma vez com a sua guarda crescente ligada.
Chase down.
Soltinho
Veloz is so dead.
pra cima do Bulas. É a
Yep.
eliminação que vem
Okay.
e sobra então um Envy que fica de fora dessa fight.
I think, as it stands right now,
Quase 3.000 de gold a favor em menos de 15
Kaboom has
minutos.
done very good in the early game. They have executed their compositions win con, and they've got themselves a very big lead. Skuro has been playing out of his mind, by the way. I think his MF might actually be better than most of the MFs I've seen in LTA South as well at this point. He's been positioning very, very well. He's getting outs off even without setup necessarily, but he has been following up very well on the initial setup. Wiz is doing his job, has been playing aggressively, which you want to see from Mr. Chow. So, yeah. Overall, Kaboom's got their lead and they're snowballing it. The big question is going to be the next couple of fights. If I'm Dopamina, I kind of don't even want to fight those fights. Because if you lose those fights, that's what Kaboom wants. Kaboom wants to snowball their leads. So, if you can slow it down, then Kaboom will have more problems. Don't give them easy ways to snowball. Your top 1 Lunar, yes. I would say for now, but unfortunately, I'm actually not confident that anybody can catch up with you. Maybe Dark Knight. Dark Knight, we believe in you. For the purposes of the bet, we will make you an honorary LTA South broadcast team member. We have to beat Lunar. Down with the Chancellor. Sorry, MF bad. Your boy Wiz is carrying this one. I mean, Wiz is doing a lot, but Skuro's actually doing fantastically. Like, the bullet time positionings have been on point. Like, even that one, sure, it doesn't tag a lot, but I think it was the right positioning. And you push out Forlin. Yeah, idea was good. They won't have it for the Herald though, which might come back to bite them, but I still like the idea of it. That's your new that's your identity within the LTA South community. Lunar, you are simply Chancellor Palpatine. Did you have just have me for a few minutes so you can say you guys won? Lunar, if invited, would you be willing to come on the Gringos Liberados podcast? Just a question. The British aren't evil. Their empire was a different empire. Theirs was the British Empire, not the Galactic Empire. The British, they thought on a smaller scale, Lunar. But give me credit, you've got breadth of mind. I wonder, maybe I should propose to the boys that whoever wins, whoever scores the highest in the fantasy league, maybe we should bring them on for an episode of GL. If they're willing, of course. The only problem is that you didn't use an all South draft, Lunar. If you did, no question, I would definitely be pushing 100%. On South podcast. Yeah, Kaboom just took the dragon uncontested. I actually think that's the right call from Dopamina. You don't want to snowball this completely out of control. Chemtech Soul is not bad for Kaboom, but it's not like it's not a deal breaker necessarily. You can still stall. I think stall is the name of the game for Dopamina. The skilling's better. You're not confident you won't get us demonetized. See, that's why I said GL and not like the stream, you know? Because GL is pre-recorded, so we can still edit it out. Worst comes to worst. See, I did give this some thought. Oh, Dopamina starting up Herald? That's illegal. Dopamina should not be allowed to do this. They are not strong enough to fight this. Okay, House is TPing in. Oh, House, don't do it. Let's go, House! Oh, that was really good. I love the flash and the Spirit Rush to just create so much space. And now the rest of the team behind Dizen is screwed. They have no tank. Here it comes in like a wrecking ball. Let's go. He dies to the Chaos Storm, but it's worth. It's worth. 3 for 1. Worth. Here it doesn't even have a bounty.
Agora vão com tranquilidade garantir esse arauto. A Minions ficou boa na rota inferior, ficou boa também na rota do meio. E no topo
You have no
eles estão com
sensor.
essa pressão, com os Minions chegando,
Are they a proper lady or are you actually
desenhando o mapa pra conseguir.
Yeah, I'll pitch it to Trajan forward and see what they say.
Até se movimentou inicialmente certo, né? Eles viram que não ia dar para continuar executando o arauto, eles saem.
I mean, it could be amusing.
na moitinha.
To be fair, I don't think I think swearing is fine on the podcast. It's more just like certain topics or certain words. Like obviously like the usual like don't be racist, don't be discriminatory, that sort of thing. But I don't think that's your issue. So
Vai muito a fundo nesse momento o Dizin atrás do House e vai jogando só no kitebag.
yeah, and maybe Dark Knight if you can beat Lunar.
Parece que ninguém sabe.
Trying to get you on.
Vão só tentando jogar no kitebag.
5 minutes of usable footage out of 3 hours
Ainda
of
mais
podcast.
pra uma MF que tá tudo
Sim, foi sequestrado ali.
Hey, 4 kill me if that happens.
O que aconteceu? Ele tentou ir pra cima da área.
There's the entire episode just like beep 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 beep.
Não tinha mais o que fazer. O engage todo se despedaçou e o Wiz segue dominando o mapa.
Honestly, you want to though? Okay.
Não tem nem que se preocupar, ele leva essa eliminação sem dar assistência.
Oh, wouldn't want to. Okay.
Não tem
That's fair, that's fair.
muito que possa ser feito pra frear esse ímpeto todo.
That's why I thought to ask first. I mean, not everybody wants to be on podcasts or stuff like that.
Enquanto na rota
Okay.
superior, a equipe da Dopamina vai tentar levar e vai conseguir levar a sua primeira torre.
O Wiz tá
Hey,
muito
Dark
bem,
Knight,
são dois
if you win, I'll ask you too.
praticamente a... Boa.
You're our last hope, Dark Knight.
Você foi perfeito.
Okay.
É,
Ooh,
só-
Kaboom is another charge.
Eu pensei que você fosse com um pouco mais de energia.
20 minutes, they crack.
Falou e é
2 inhibitors in quick order. Or 2 charts, pardon me, in quick order.
Tá bom, tá valendo, tá valendo.
Yeah, the
Double
Kaboom
kill,
have played this
ó,
comp almost to perfection, I think.
6.000 de
6,000 gold lead at 21 minutes.
E cara, como eu tava falando, né, o Shinzal ele tá com a itemização core dele pronta. Então ele tem bastante vida, ele
Yeah,
tem
and Dopamine is
um
just getting
maior
stifled out.
potencial dividido, tem tudo o que o
Even
Boteco
Dopamine
pode
don't fight for
oferecer
soul,
também.
which
Então,
I
só
don't
vai pra
think
frente.
they can.
Agora,
They
mesmo
have to fight for
assim,
Elder.
o próximo dragão que pode
That's
ser
a big
alfa
one.
da Kabum, observa que a Dopamina não tem muita visão aqui.
I
A
think
única sentinela
by the
que
time Elder comes
é
around, they
sair da
should
Trimoita.
have at least hit their power spikes. They'll still be behind,
Mas
but
a DPM aos pouquinhos vem tentando ganhar um pouquinho de espaço.
they might not have a choice but to fight at that point. Kaboom's accelerating too quickly for them, which is really well played from Kaboom. It's what you need to do when you've got an early game call like that.
Só que ainda assim, né, por conta da pressão que a Kabum tem.
If you put your face out there, you dodge yourself. Yeah.
Dopamina agora é forçada.
True. What Dark Knight says, yeah, you can just use like your voice or just use like you can just send us a PNG of something,
Se apresenta lá na rota superior,
like your profile pic or something, if need be. I mean, we can sort out the details if you're interested. If you're not interested, then yeah, there's no point.
Meados de 22 minutos, daqui a pouco nasce esse quarto dragão que se conquistado
Yeah.
pela Kabum é uma alma de uma vez só.
No, doxing yourself is valid. I mean, all of us who do honor talent stuff, like we, we know the risk of what we're doing and we choose to do it.
Pelo fator de risco.
I remember when I first started casting, actually, the cameras weren't that common unless you're like tier 1, tier 2. Ooh, Bullis is getting chunked. The Crescent Guard's getting so much value. Okay, can Forlan clean up? I don't think he can. Oh, the bullet time. And now, okay, how's... No shot! How's got... Threaded the needle. He got the charm to Bullis of all people. That's crazy. Yo, that was a crazy charm from House. I refuse to believe that was intentional.
Boa chegada do House pelo flanco, eles conseguem mais eliminações. Dois pelo menos caíram.
Yeah, Kaboom is just too strong. But mechanically too, they played that fight really, really, really well.
Fazer esse dragão.
Like trading off the damage, knowing when to flash, knowing who can actually tank and step up. Yeah. The game is pretty much over. Kaboom have to throw 2 back-to-back fights, and I don't think they will. Chemtech Soul is, like I said, pretty good for them. It's not the game breaker, but the game is already kind of broken, so it just adds more and more safety to them. I think they can just brute for Atakan, and if Dopamina show up, you kill Dopamina and take Atakan and end game. If Dopamina doesn't show up, you take Atakan and then just, yeah, snowball into Baron and then end game. So, damned you do, damned you don't.
Então, A rota superior tá bem...
You hit the needlework. True.
Precisam
Through the eye of the needle. Let's go.
fazer mais uma vez esse trabalho de controlar aquela rota, né? O House
That charm felt about as impactful as a 5-man needlework.
pouco de informação para dopamina. Vou ficar
That's
com esse
fair.
longuejo aqui no meio para garantir mais controle, mais domínio ainda do Rio. E pro time da dopamina, muito difícil agora fazer essa entrada aqui no topside.
24 minutos no relógio, 1 minuto pra nascer o Barão e 5 pra nascer o Ancião. Um Ancião em menos de 30 minutos tá vindo aí.
Então, forte demais, né, já o time da Kabum, mas eu diria que a dopamina, quando você vê a itemização deles, eles ainda são capazes de lutar, só que precisam estruturar um pouquinho melhor.
Deaths per minute.
Com os maiores causadores de dano,
That's not fair to Dopamina. I mean, Dopamina has had some good games as well.
bastante, acabar achando o Wiz um pouquinho separado.
Oh.
É isso, aqui é
The Crescent Guard from Wiz is getting so much value. It's insane. It's like as soon as he hits it, Dopamina just back out.
Já chegou a entrada do
Oof.
Hit, espalham completamente os jogadores, eles são obrigados a abraçar essa torre T2 do mid.
Yeah.
Com as ultimates gastas aqui do lado do time da Kabum.
Acho que o
Três,
damage-
I mean, Dopamina,
o damage
they are
também
playing at a
acabou
disadvantage in the first
gastando
place.
a
This
sua
is
ultimate.
Kaboom.
Kabum não teve
Kaboom is probably like the biggest hands team in CD right now.
A gente viu que não teve
Like even
gasto
in early on, some of their wins were just literally them brute forcing wins with bad macro.
e por isso é que acabou
To be fair, their macro this game has been pretty good. Like I've really enjoyed seeing them play their composition. They understand the comp and they're playing it to nigh perfection. So,
querem fazer esse avanço,
um,
querem controlar
yeah.
a visão pelo menos pra aí sim, né, tentar
There's just no way for Dopamina to get into the game as it
e aí
stands.
fazer esse barão.
Dopamina bem atrás,
And
mas acho que
Dopamina have shown like they kind of understand their how they're supposed to play with the Vi. It's just that they're so far behind right now that it's really hard to do it, and Kaboom aren't giving them the chance to. They did go on here a couple of times, but yeah. Okay. If anything, my one criticism of Kaboom is that they didn't go for Atakan, and I do feel like they should have. They had multiple opportunities to do so. Oh. Damage got knocked up because of house. That's fine. Orland's looking for the flank. Can he get into the back? They found Squirrel? See, this is what I mean though. Like Dopamina, that is actually the perfect fight for Dopamina if they weren't down 9,000 gold. Right? They get flank angle from Forlin, they find the engage on the front line, they got the CC chains actually to come through. Envy gets a beautiful Chaos Storm with space. Kojima actually able to pump out a decent amount of damage too. Like, if they were equal in gold, Dopamina in that. But Kaboom are not equal in gold. They played early game well and they get rewarded for it. They'll get burned and now they'll push to end. It's just that easy. Then how about this? If you win fantasy, you have to read a statement from you to start a podcast episode. No bet. We already took your bet for the trivia show, so having whoever won on was just me thinking it'd be an interesting content idea. Because whoever wins obviously has a good understanding of the game, of the leagues in the game. So I thought it'd be interesting to just have a chat about their thoughts on how things has gone. But statements are too dangerous, especially from you, Lunar. You have no censor, no filter. Okay, I fail to see how that makes things less scary for us when you tell me that you're a master's player with a business degree. You're deranged enough to enjoy League and smart enough to know how to abuse it, so...
Não tem mais como segurar, já voltou pra base do Hirit, tem o teleporte, tem 3 ondas de minions chegando na base.
Forgot how to win fantasy week.
É só acabar o jogo.
Yeah. My week 1 fantasy was pretty bad. Actually, I think I scored about the same as week 3. It's because I keep picking like some random gambles. Like I usually pick one super risky person every week, and so far up and wrong every single time. They have not panned out, so... Yeah, but that's fine. I do it for the fun. Yeah, really, really well played from Kaboom. Very... This is a textbook game. Like, if I had to pick the cleanest game in CD so far, this would probably be it. There were other games I think with more overwhelming leads, but the reason why I say this is the cleanest is because Kaboom had actually a very tight win condition. Like they had to play a certain way, and they did that. They didn't make any mistakes that the enemy team could punish. Yes, some kills went over, but I think that's more Dopamina playing well to their composition. And even when Dopamina did right, it did not matter because Kaboom just did more right, more times, faster. And that's what they built their comp around. So just really, really well executed from Kaboom. Yeah, this a performance like this probably beats Fluxo W7, beats IE, maybe beats Desafiante because Desafiante's a little bit slow sometimes. Yeah, Envy was pumping out a lot of damage as a whole. Yeah. Man, who do you even MVP on the side of Kaboom? I think Wiz, House, and Skuro all deserve like a shout out. Hirit actually did his job wonderfully. It's just his job was very, very boring. His job was sitting in the sideline with Forlin and babysit Forlin. So I'm sorry, like your job means that you can't MVP this game. Yeah, MVP House, sure. Yeah, I think House had some really, really good charms. Really good map movements as well. His TPs, especially I think for House, were absolutely on point. So he was able to get a lot of sideline pressure while still contributing to the critical fights. So yeah, I'll probably see that in the replays a lot. Like House has probably figured in quite a few of them. I don't know if he had the highest KP, but it was definitely up there. This was the bad replay where he messed up. This was probably the only thing I criticized House for was that particle play. And it's just a micro thing, right? Like, you missed the Arbor Deception's return. A little bit rough, but oh well. Is that why you're voting House? Because you've been charmed by him? Yeah. Oh, I know some casters, some color casters. I think Vedius? No, I can't remember who was. One of the US casters were talking about the fact that when you play Vi, that's like one of the biggest problems. Is if you're playing against a mobile team, they can just drag you into like really bad situations just by like their mobility. And right there, House did just that. It was beautiful to watch. Like that's, like I said, it's textbook play from Kaboom. I love it. It's very, very clean. Very, very, very nice. It's beautiful. It's cleaner than some of the stuff that we've been seeing in LCA South. So I need to log in. Come on, bro. Oh, there we go. Just the Ari? No, Wiz did really well too. His Xinjiao was really, really cracked. And I thought Dopamina was playing a bit too scared of the Xinjiao. Like the moment he crescent guarded, everybody just left. It was like, okay, we aren't even going to try and fight the Xinjiao, even when it's like a 3v1 situation. I didn't think they could try and fight that. They would probably kill the Xinjiao and then be in a bad position, but just disengaging puts them in a worse position. So, Wiz did really well. Skuro, like I said, I think his misfortune was a very, very good misfortune. Yeah. I pulled this one out. But I can full screen this. Okay. Yeah, my team didn't do that well. My Fu shafted me. It's really funny too, or not funny, but it's kind of annoying too because Fu was averaging about what, I think 16 points or something like that prior to this week, and literally it was just this game against Pain and Loud that destroyed his score. And then against Red, even when they lost, like you can see this is what he averages, win or lose. So a little bit frustrating that he messed up my schedule. But he was my gamble. I thought he'd like cheap and I'd try and like max out on him. Market's not open right, yeah, but unfortunately it didn't happen. Okay, let's see what y'all picked up. All y'all above me. Who did 4-4 pick up? Because 4-4 went up, right? So, he went the pain strat. Okay. Yeah. I don't think Roamer is really the. Yeah, I want a different mid option other than Roamer because the way I'm thinking it right now. Sorry, hold on. I need a cough. Okay, my bad. Yeah, the way I look at Roamer is that basically you can't really drop an entire team because somebody in that team is going to perform worse than the others, right? There's only so many kills that go around, and if it's a longer game, if there's high kills, usually means the other team got kills too. So rather than like full on into a team, I do feel like you need a little bit of diversification into other teams. So yeah, winning both LTA North and South. Damn, Lunar. Okay. That is impressive. That knowledge of both regions paying off for real. Yeah, so I kind of felt like the side lanes are usually where the kills end up for Pain. And Weiser had a bad week this week compared to his normal. It's still a good week for him. I mean, it's still good for everybody else, but for him, it's a bad week. So I'm going to probably keep Weiser, Titan, and Curry, because I think Curry did fine too, right? What did Curry get me? Yeah, Curry 19.27. Yep. That's still higher than JoJo, so yeah, I'd still keep those. Shinny and Fu, though, Shinny's doing better. I think, who's Loud up against, actually? I forget their matchups. Loud is up against... Ooh, Furia. Yeah, I am not picking any Loud or Furia players, because this one's kind of iffy. Huh, that's interesting. Pain versus Lev was what we had this weekend. Furia versus Loud we had this weekend. Red versus Fluxu we had this weekend. Cade versus IE is the only one we didn't have this weekend. Oh, what a way to start the playoffs. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I need to see who else I can pick up for... yeah, for my team. Depending on how much they are worth, right? I might keep Fu because he's up against Mago. Red has announced that they will not be bringing Graftar back for the foreseeable future. So if it's just Fu against Mago, I might keep him on my list. That was the one game that Fu did kind of good in. So yeah, I think I'm willing to hold Fu. And then yeah, I need to find a different jungler. On the bright side, Shinny has been doing pretty well, so maybe his value went up and I can actually buy some other good jungler. We'll see. The group round robin. Yeah, it is a group round robin. But no, I just find it interesting that all the matchups are matchups that we've already had just this last weekend, right? I mean, you've got a 3 out of 7 chance to get one of the matches. So technically, it should be only 2 matches should be repeats. Or slightly less than 2, like 1 or 2 matches. But we got 3 out of 4 matches actually being repeats of this last weekend. That's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah. I think the teams to... Oh, man. If Kate Stars didn't have a meltdown this last weekend, I think this would be a pretty good bet for players from Kate Stars against IE. I still don't think IE is very good. Like, I think Kate Stars should still beat them, but I'm not as confident as I was before. So, yeah, and then this match is kind of iffy. I think Red into Fluxu is probably the one that's going to give the most points if you get the right people. Red and C9. Yeah, I don't even look at the North for my LTA fantasy points. I am South only, but let's take a look at the North because I do follow LTA North, so might as well. Fly 100 Thieves. Ooh, this one could be scrappy. This is their equivalent of our Kate Stars versus IE. Or not really. No, not Kate Stars versus IE. It's Furia versus Loud kind of deal. This one. Yeah, C9's looking good against the SG. That should be an easy cakewalk. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. But C9's value, their points are probably really high after this last weekend because they beat FlyQuest and TL as well. So they shot up to the top of the rankings. And their players probably got high fantasy points. So I'd expect the price of C9 players to be really, really high. Like, it's a good buy if you can afford it. It's kind of like Pain versus Lev. It's a good buy if you can afford it, but most of the Pain players are pretty expensive right now. Like, maybe Roamer is a little bit cheaper, but even then, he's not the cheapest, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Fu's cheaper than Roamer because they were around the same price last week. You can afford it. Yes, that is true. Chancellor Palpatine. My bad, I forgot. Of course you can afford it.
Com o Circuito Desafiante, 1-0 acabou em DL em cima da Dopamina. E vamos pro nosso jogo 2.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think C9 is probably one of the higher points ones. Lev versus Pain, I would have thought would be a high point one, but the last time when they played on Sunday, it was actually pretty low points. And yeah, it kind of messed up my scoring a little bit. So.
Vamos mudar esse assunto primeiro, né?
Okay, Yorick ban. I guess that's becoming a thing now.
Não.
Understandable.
Não.
I do think
Okay.
Yorick is, after what we saw last game.
Eu
Or last series,
vivenciei,
it was kind of
O
scary.
primeiro jogo foi legal.
Okay, we see the Nefiri
Então vamos aguardar,
and
né?
Aurora.
Dá pra ver o que- o jogo é
Like, I don't think
jogado,
Aurora's a
você
bad
vê
champ, but she's like A
em
tier,
não
maybe.
existe mais
Like
jogo
A
do-
minus, B plus tier. I feel like
feel
if you're picking her this early, it
It
speaks more to your champ pool than anything else.
Primeira coisa que já chama atenção, né?
When there's a lot of other mid laners that could still be picked. Like Azir is still probably higher prio, Talia's on the table. Oh no, Talia's banned, sorry.
Que também
So,
tem fator snowball muito
Yeah.
forte pra tanque na selva. Normalmente os tanques eles não
okay,
têm
and
tanto
then we Embessa
snowball, mas
blind.
Sejuani, ela tá num momento que
I
ela
don't like the
consegue
fact that we
criar
Embessa
bastante
blind here.
continuar,
It's unnecessary.
forte,
I also
continuar
don't
e
see
tudo
what
mais.
we're setting up this
Só que
Embessa
já
for.
é uma ideia pouquinho
Like
diferente.
Embessa, Rise is a answer to the Aurora. Okay, that's fine. I get it.
Pra jogar o early game, a gente
But
vê muito mais scaling. Tem
a Embessa blind here, I'm not a fan of.
Tem a Ambessa, que é uma campeã que ela
It also
não
makes this
tem
comp a little
muita
bit
força, assim, na
weird.
fase de rota,
Embessa
tem
doesn't fit in
pressão.
comps. I don't feel like she fits in a lot of
Algumas coisas já foram
compositions.
retiradas, então
Or if she does,
eu
it's
acho
usually
que
like
ela
single
tem um
pick
pouco mais de
target
liberdade.
compositions.
Aqui a gente não tem
Which is
mais
not the case here.
Jace, que poderia ser um
When you pick Sedge, you're not
pra
picking it
ajudar.
for
O
single pick,
Renekton também
single target.
foi- está bloqueado por conta do Fearless Draft. Então eu acho que ela acaba ganhando.
Okay, bot lanes for both
oportunidade,
sides.
acaba um-
Ezreal,
faz uma
Kai'Sa,
boa
Kalista
escolha
all
nesse
gone.
quesito.
Varus was
Só
played
que
last
do outro lado,
game.
a Dopamina que vem com uma proposta
MF
mais
was played last game. So that's most of the meta
agressiva,
champions out, actually.
principalmente
Meta AD
considerando
carries.
a Naafiri, que é uma campeã
Xayah Rakan is still a combo.
assassina e que precisa desse snowball, né,
It's
que quer
kind of
jogar
a
mais
bad
agressivo.
combo for Dopamina based on this, though. Like, all these three champions are fine with Featherstorm. They don't care about Featherstorm. They all sustain damage, so they can just chase you down.
Que já vai ser tanque, e ter essa Ambessa que a gente bem sabe.
I mean, Embessa is
característica,
kind of
ela
cooldown
já tá
oriented,
dentro
but
do jogo.
Okay,
Temos
Corki, yeah, I
uma
forgot about
grande
Corki.
por parte do time da Dopamina, mas quem volta é esse Corki que pelo andar da carruagem vai pras mãos do escuro.
Mais scaling ainda, né?
Oh,
São posições
okay. I really like the
já
poppy
tem
for Kaboom,
Ryze
actually.
e Ambessa, então realmente
I think that
cara de rota inferior
it doesn't really
agora,
tie the
esse
composition
corte,
together. The
porque
composition is
tem
still
todas
not
as opções aqui
very
da
cohesive. There's nothing you can do about that.
tem
But
bastante
Poppy, I think it
coisa
does
assim, atirador,
really good into what
da
Dopamina want to do
sua-
as a whole right now.
MF e vários a gente teve agora.
Nefri wants to go in, Camille wants to go in,
Ezreal,
Rakan wants to go in.
Kai'Sa,
Aurora is not long range, she's medium
mas
range.
A gente tem visto ainda aparecer
So if you knock away her front
Xayah,
line,
tudo bem sem o Rakan, mas talvez até pra
Aurora
tirar
is
esse
kind of in
Rakan.
danger zone.
Possibilidade de Lucian, que ainda não vou dizer que é excelente, mas estamos no Fearless Draft, não tem tanta opção assim.
I like the new
E
LeBlanc
acabaram
splash art.
com
It
esse
looks
corte
kind of
com
nice.
a Pop.
Yeah, as expected, it was the Xayah
Era
Rakan
já
combo.
a Xayah,
I mean,
né?
a lot of the meta champions already
Mas eu
taken
tomei
out.
um susto, né?
Yeah, and it's not the best place for something like a Jinx, unfortunately, because Embessa can go diving the backline. If you had to pick like a backline scaling pick, maybe a Sivir, but Sivir is really bad with all these other champions in a way. So, yeah, you ended up wanting something that had a lot of just self-agency. Actually, I forgot to screenshot this, sorry. Let me-
Cassiane vindo por aí
Screenshot.
é pouco assustador. É sobre isso. E interessante o fator da gente ver essa pop de last pick do lado do
Hmm.
time da Kabum.
I just thought I'd ignore the LeBlanc cover, because they were never going to pick LeBlanc there.
Seja absorvida pelo time da Kabum e aí eles consigam devolver dano.
It just does not do well at all.
Completamente diferente do que a
Okay.
gente viu no jogo 1.
Yeah, I think compositionally,
agressivo para jogar o early game, para dominar o objetivo.
this is like just the meta comp, right? So a lot of strong meta champions, 3 out of 5. You can front to back pretty well with this comp, but it's not necessarily the best front to back composition. It's just, it does well into Dopamina front to back. My one concern is playing into the Xayah. While Featherstorm is not particularly effective, the Blade Call will be when you're playing forward into this comp and you're very short ranged. Corki and Ryze are your longest range, and they're not terribly long ranged. They're like medium range.
Assim,
Dopamina,
do topo, acho que Ambessa,
ai.
Camille vai muito mais no-
This feels like a hand check team. Like, we will just have to play better. I mean, Camille into Embessa is good. Don't get me wrong. Nefiri into Sedge is good. Aurora into Ryze is not good. Xayah Rakan into Corki Poppy is not very good. So they do have ways to play, but there's no innate synergy. Your win con feels like split pushing later with Camille, but against the Ryze that doesn't really work. I don't know. I'm not a fan of this comp. 1 out of 5. 1.5 out of, I'll give them a 0.5 because at least you have meta champions and can kind of play. Like Camille into Embessa is maybe your late game win comp. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like this is another situation where Dopamina just had to smash. What was their draft? Yeah, it's kind of similar to the draft, or I feel similarly to this draft. The way I felt about their first game draft, it's a little bit split. Like I thought the game 1 draft was better, the team fighting was better, but the cohesion's just a little bit neither here nor there. Yeah,
precisa de
it's not
todo
great.
esse tempo e é uma janela
You
de
love Dopamina
oportunidade
comp?
pro time da
Aurora
Dopamina
is a good
vir
pick?
com um item
Like,
e meio,
what?
2 itens,
Individually?
pra ser um pouco
So,
mais agressiva.
wait,
Então,
no,
eles podem
serious or
ter um
trolling?
ponto de
Like,
view
as in, you
que
like
tava muito bem na
Aurora
partida,
as a pick
mas precisava de tempo,
individually,
só que agora eu
right?
acho
But
que
not the
tempo
composition,
é
yeah?
algo que até
Because
chega
I don't
bastante.
see how this comp is supposed
E eu acho
to...
que em questão de
Like, there's very
ser-
little internal cohesion.
Ah, eu não sei,
Like, it's a pick comp,
gente, porque
maybe,
do lado
but you
do
don't have to
Knight,
set up
do
for
lado
it.
tem uma Zaya que também é muito forte no late game.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you're trolling, got
Ah,
it.
eu acho que se
Okay,
escalar
yes,
tudo
it is another solo
por
queue comp.
igual, eu gosto que o time da Capcom
And that's why I
tem.
love it. Okay.
Só que tem períodos assim.
Had me worried for a second.
Mas
I'm like,
a
what?
gente fala de scan e a gente pensa muito nos
Yeah.
completo, assim, sabe?
Hum.
5 itens. Eu acho que tem spikes que vão ser diferentes, então pro time da Dopamina, ainda saindo da fase de rotas, primeiro item, legal, 2 itens eu acho que é onde acabou brilha.
Yeah.
Se começar a chegar lá no 4º item, a Camille é uma campeã
Rev,
extremamente
buddy, are you
forte,
still in chat?
agora
I just saw what you
chega
posted in the
muito
community
forte nas
Discord, man.
regiões, também se torna muito mais incômoda.
You're a brave
Nessa
soul,
hora, na frente
criticizing
do
the Samus like
jogo, e aí
that.
a gente compara com a caçadora Sejuani, ela ainda vai crescendo, né? Um tanque sempre incomoda, com controle e tudo mais. Mas aí realmente tem ainda a Zaya, que fica muito forte com 4, 5 itens.
Wait, I'm actually reading what
Volta
Rev put
um
in
pouquinho
the community
a favor
Discord.
do time da Dopamina.
Kind of
Uma
interesting,
janela,
actually.
né, que o time da Capcom, de fato, tem pra jogar.
É, e vamos ver como é que eles vão aproveitar essas oportunidades, como é que vai ser esse early gaming também, que vai ter uma cara completamente diferente nesse jogo aí para as duas equipes. Acabam querendo jogar com um ritmo
Okay.
um pouco mais lento. E assim, pra Kabum conseguir, por exemplo, fazer um dragãozinho nesse começo...
Aurora's always a good pick. You've been spamming her. Sure, I think Aurora, like I said, Aurora to me is like A minus tier right now. Like, she's good. But to me, in comp, she has fallen off. There's a lot of other mid laners who I think have gone up in priority and you'd be picked over her, right? Like Victor is still higher priority than her. Ari's gone up a lot in terms of blinding a champion. Talia is another like high prio mid lane pick because she's just so versatile and she does everything. I think Silas is above Aurora in comp play right now. Just because, like, yes, Aurora is better for the 1v1, but in comp, like, Silas is often able to survive the early laning phase with jungle and support help. Rise is probably A minus tier, like, along with Aurora. I think he's more niche. Like, there are certain spots where picking Rise is much better, but in general, Aurora is probably the better pick. So that's the best comp champion right now. Ooh. Would I go that far as to say he's the best comp champion?
Passa uma segurança pro time, ela consegue setar muito bem algumas coisas, ela consegue engajar, desengajar, tem uma boa mobilidade. Então, vamos ver como é que os times se saem nessa segunda partida.
That feels a bit much for me personally to say that says the best comp. I think Yone for me is the best comp champion. I think Yone is the best champion period right now in mid lane. Followed by maybe Azir Talia, and then Silas. My big problem with Silas is just that he loses out lane pretty hard, and he can really be bullied out and abused. So if your team drops like a winning mid lane plus some sort of skilling side lane, whether it be like something like a Fiora Camille or bot lane like Jinx Sivir. I still think Sivir is a good pick, by the way. I had this conversation on the League Rundown podcast. I think Sivir is good. I think teams have not figured out when to use Sivir or how to set up Sivir, but I think if you set her up, she's actually really, really, really good. Yeah. Like I think Silas is like S minus A plus tier. Like forget S minus. Just call it A tier. Like he's the upper end of A tier with Akali for me. Nah. Sivir without setup is trash. Like I think of Sivir kind of like. Okay, I'm not saying she's S tier, right? Like Varus is S tier, Ezreal is S tier. I don't think Kallista's S tier. I think people are indexing way too high on Kallista for some weird reason. But I think Sivir is like A tier-ish. If you want a skilling AD carry, I think she's actually the best skilling AD carry in the game right now, over Jinx, because I think the spell shield is really, really, really strong, and On the Hunt is actually incredibly strong with how comps like to play nowadays. Like the movement speed for the engage is actually huge. And the spell shield just gives her so much more safety. I don't think range is safe enough right now. There are too many champions with mobility that can hunt you down, so Jinx is actually kind of hard to pick up. But anywhere where you want to pick a Jinx, I think Sivir, or almost anywhere, Sivir is better. The only place I would take a Jinx over Sivir is if the enemy comp doesn't have backline dive. Like one of the comps that we saw earlier had no backline dive.
É, e as duas vêm com apertos mortos-vivos.
No, it was last series.
Nível 2, Escuro
Uh,
perde muita vida.
Yeah, last series there's a comp with no backline dive, and I think Jinx actually would have been good there. But it's rare to find a good Jinx spot nowadays. Zeri is better than Sivir. You see, I think there's a case to be made for that, and that's why I say Sivir needs more setup. I think Zeri is better in terms of not needing setup. Like, if you don't have a team that can peel for you, then I agree Zeri's better. So I think a lot of times in LTA South, Zeri's the better pick. But in LTA North, there's been a couple of times where, like, oh, I think it was C9 who played the Sivir game, right? Like, yeah, I think that was a good spot for Sivir. I think the North is better at setting up comps that allow for the Sivir. So I guess by the definition, sure. I'll say, like, Sivir's like the S minus. Oh, sorry, A minus, sorry, pardon me. A minus of AD carries. Like, Zeri's probably higher tier than her, or is A tier, because she doesn't require as much setup, but yeah. Okay. But I do think Sivir is good. You just need to set her up properly. Anyways, that's my Sivir rant. We're not going to see her in the South anyways, so unless Ninja Kiwi's playing, which he has played Sivir already. Pretty well. He got trolled by his team that game.
Então como é que ele lida, né, com essas chegadas do Rakan? O que ele faz? Ele tá com Q e E, então tá com uma dupla aí de habilidades pra tentar forçar, né, pra jogar um pouquinho mais agressivo. Agora o Skuro faz mal dive, tentou sair, se movimentou bem.
Good dodge out from Skuro. It's not enough. Yeah, it's not enough. Oh, nice try, damage. Nice try. The Ignite's not enough. Nice try. I appreciate that. When you have to change your chalk to be off meta, it's not functioning, the pick isn't good. I don't think you have, that's the thing though. I don't think you have to change your drop that much. I actually think the current meta is good for Sivir, specifically. If not, I fully agree with you. In some metas, Sivir is not good. And not because of herself, but because of the way the team drops. But a lot of things that we drop in the current meta, I actually think she's pretty good. Like, in meta, if you have a tank on your comp, Sivir's actually probably good on the comp. Current meta is good to kill Sivir. I think in the current meta there are drops that do well into Sivir, but I also think the current meta is wide enough that there's a counter to every single AD carry. Like, there's no AD carry which doesn't get countered by current meta. Like, it's not great for AD carries in general. Like, I think all AD carries in the current meta are somewhat dependent on their comp, except for Ezreal, and even Ezreal gets countered by by Ahri compositions or Camille compositions, which are also a thing. Heck, I'd even say Kai'Sa comps would counter Ezreal. Nafiri comps can counter Ezreal. And he's probably like the most independent AD carry in the game. Current meta. AD carries just have it a little bit rough right now. I think top laners are eating good in the current meta. There's a lot of picks in the top lane. Envy's been dodging really well. Alice has hardly got any poke onto Envy. Yeah, the early game should favor Aurora in terms of trading, but Ryze just tries to wave clear, right? That's one of the annoying things about him. He buys Rod of Ages and then just waves clear for days. Doesn't play the game till he gets fully stacked, plus serves Embrace. Kaboom doesn't have Pride on the Alliance's game. So we're not seeing Wiz get the sort of double major buff, double objectives. I'm actually kind of curious about this Ambessa Camille matchup, because Camille should win it. But Hirit, man, if Hirit can win this matchup bot lane or top lane, then I think Kaboom are pretty much set.
A gente viu que nesse começo, Dopamina e Kabum não quiseram se encarar, não quiseram contestar o objetivo, só fizeram jogadas de cross-map. Mas olha Kabum, aqui na rota superior, jogando de forma agressiva para tentar levar barricadas.
Yeah. Smart backing off from Kojima. They're not level 6 yet, so no Feather Storm. Sejuani is 6, Glacial Prison was there. Oof. Okay. Let me correct my former statement. Aurora wins the matchup or the trades if she doesn't walk face first into a Rise.
As buscas que o House pode fazer com o seu Rise aqui por cima já vem se ensaiando essa bagunça pra debaixo da torre, mas o Bolas
A little bit rough for Envy there.
pra devolver a segurança pra sua dupla.
Não dá pra fazer esse dive, não tinha onda de minion suficiente, então a Kabum vai fazendo seu recuo, a bot lane...
Kojima and Bullas doing
já
really
vai
well though,
voltar
so
pra baixo,
far.
porque a gente já vê o Hirit se encaminhando pra rota superior, vão destrocar aí as posições.
I'm a little bit concerned for how Corki's going to play out these fights. His range is a bit short. I feel like Kojima's been pretty good at landing the late call so far. Honestly, for the root, just for damage.
Só que eles sabem que também não podem contestar objetivos. Então, quem sabe só fazer a troca e ficar com o segundo dragão possa ser a melhor escolha aqui para que eles ganhem aquele tempo que a gente mencionou lá durante o nosso pré-jogo.
Só que ao mesmo tempo eu tenho certeza que a Kabum quer muito aí esse stack de Vastilarva, né? É um jogo que as rotas laterais vão ter suma importância e pra Kabum fechar pelo menos aí a quinta Vastilarva, conseguir um pouquinho mais de dano nas torres, seria muito bom. E aí vamos ver, né, se eles conseguem lidar com essa ganância, né, que seria disputar as Vastilarvas.
A gente tá vendo muitos pings pra parte superior do mapa. Talvez aí o Whis querendo fazer essa invasão.
Kabum have no lead so far. It's actually doping me with ever so slight lead, mostly off just the bot lane.
Já tem seus níveis de número 6 garantidos, suas ultimates que podem ser utilizadas. Bulas tentou uma entrada, mas o escuro rapidamente se...
They don't need to make plays. I'm just curious if they are going to. Or if Wiz is just going to play conservative and wait for objectives.
E aquilo que a gente tava falando sobre a Kabum talvez
They're taking the extra turret shot. Hurts.
Umazinha ali pra ficar com o stack de fome do vazio. Acho que já tem um pezinho nisso e vem chegando pra cima do Evi.
Oh, really nice.
That
was a good gank. Unfortunately, they didn't get stun off. But yeah. Envy doesn't have to burn flash now. Here it's dead. No, here it is dead. Unless? Oh, Realm Warp. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong. That was a really nice round walk from House. I think that's my biggest problem so far watching most Rises that we've seen in LTA North and South. The Realm Warps have been underwhelming to me, and that's your ultimate. Oh, nice combo from damage. Okay, those were some nice fights. I like the action we saw there.
A equipe da bot lane da Kabum pra também voltar à base a qualquer instante.
Cara, e que jogadaça do Hirit, tá? Ele conseguir sair vivo daquela
Dark Knight.
ali.
Resident Poppy enjoy it, yeah. No, I really do like the Poppy for this composition from Kabum. Yeah, but that was sexy what he did to Bullas there. The steadfast presence to interrupt the dash in and then chaining it, that stun with the stun into the wall. It's funny, I don't really think of damage as like the Poppy player. But yeah, that was a really good combo.
Kabum manda o House pra rota inferior, o Envy já gastou o seu teleporte, ele tá subindo andando. Então ele tecou no bot, avançou a onda e agora já tá aqui na rota do meio. O House chega um pouquinho depois. Aquela ideia, né, que a gente tava trocando sobre quem ia conseguir essa segunda leva de Vastilavras e que a Kabum poderia deixar passar.
Compared to last game, this game is really, really boring. And it's because Dopamine are the team that needs to make things happen early. Kabum's not going to try and do anything. That's why I hate watching Rises. Even when it's a good pick, even if they played well, it's really boring. Because they often wait for 2 items. Oh? They kicked out Dizen? Nice. Okay. Really good play. It's just that easy to Poppy, I guess. Kick somebody out, kill everybody else. He's more like an yeah. Damage Nautilus, man. It was his worst champion in the past because he used to just int on it, like he'd hook into turrets and stuff. That became his best champion because he was getting such good engages. I guess practice makes perfect. He was limit testing for years to get it that good. Ooh, damage stole it. A big one. He's still int on it. No. To be fair to damage, now it's not him inting. It's the team not following up on it, you know? It's not his fault, it's the team's fault.
E aí a Kabum agora volta a impor no jogo, vantagem de ouro, vantagem de objetivo.
E a gente começa a observar que a Kabum com essa composição, principalmente tendo
when he's the new guy on the team, it's his fault. Now that he's old head, it's the team's fault for not following him.
É dano precioso que ele vai poder poder dar fazendo esse trabalho de rota lateral, algo que pode dificultar a vida do Envy mais pra frente. É claro
Okay,
que agora
action
não
down bot, let's go.
muito longe ainda
Fight
do
it, Wiz,
Rise
fight
chegar
it.
no seu stack, o seu pico de poder, mas olha só a dopamina. Inicia a execução desse segundo dragão, só que o Wiz tá aqui e a Kabum vai querer brigar.
Já estão se apresentando
Não.
no Rio, mas apesar da vantagem de
It's way too
4
slow.
jogadores,
Não
não
vai
vai ter como sair do controle. O time da dopamina
Unfortunately, this one's a free dragon. Skuro's not gonna get any chip damage for it.
Pra gente que teremos fogo no parquinho Alma Infernal.
Vantagem aí nos
So it's kind of like a
Estados
Grubster
Unidos,
Dragon
né,
trade,
realmente
that one.
acho que acabou acertando
Unfortunate.
nessa decisão de não
It's
ter
right for
pausa
Kabum not to
no-
fight it. I just wanted to see them. I just want to see action, because if not, it's gonna be really
Tinha toda
boring.
essa questão de reset, de não ter o House na luta, ele tava lá no topo, conseguiu fechar o bastão das eras, então era melhor não abusar muito. Tudo bem que a dopamina cria agora uma vantagem boa, mas ainda só o segundo ponto aí dos stacks elementais. Não tá uma situação tão ruim pra Kabum e poderia
Yeah, I really don't like this Ambessa pick. I know I said it in draft already.
É uma situação
But
até
it bears
um pouco
repeating.
confortável, porque eles têm a vantagem
I mean,
no
up
ouro,
30
são
CS
13 minutos,
as
e a gente
Ambessa,
tá
which,
vendo
by the way,
que
shouldn't be the case,
sai
and even now you can't really do
vantagem.
much with it.
Então, pra uma composição que precisa de bastante tempo ainda, eu acredito que esse early game eles conseguiram fazer.
I think Ambessa's
até
gonna go with the way of
uma boa
Cassante, where
o Hiri-
it got blinded a lot, but
né, acabou de fechar o
it's no longer blindable
Tá aí
without
um
banning out
caminho
specific champions,
do
specific
Forlín
matchups.
que já
Like, this
tentou ser
Camille
o
matchup is
global,
just
né, no
such a bad one
competidor,
for
e a
Ambessa to try and deal
demora
with.
mais pra fechar o primeiro item.
13 minutos de
Tá com quanto aí de
partida.
ouro lá, Glaucio? Vê pra gente.
E a
Camille.
gente já tá nessa...
É, tá longe.
Tá
nesse
longe, só tem
passo um
500
pouco
de
mais
gold.
lento.
Só tem 500 de gold na bag. E a força da Trindade
Oh.
já é um item mais
Wiz was a
caro.
little bit too hypey
De
there.
qualquer forma, a Camille já ia demorar um pouco mais, de fato, pra fechar esse primeiro item. A Ambessa, como ela também vem com os calçados mágicos, ela não precisa comprar a bota imediatamente, então ela pode fazer esse rush do primeiro item. E o Eclipse, aqui sim, né? A Ambessa, ela começa a ficar mais ameaçadora quando ela tem essa, quando ela faz essa primeira compra. E já o Forlín vai precisar esperar um pouco mais, mas não. Já aí, já com a força da Trindade, ele tava com o Fago e com a Shin, né? Com o Fulgor. Faltava um
Chegou
pouco
rápido,
mais.
né?
CBLCK.
Mas eu acho até que chegou bem rápido,
Okay, next
porque
objective is Herald, a minute and a half.
faltava o Machado Termestre.
He'll probably fight over that.
Conseguiu ir bem aí nesse restinho aí de ouro, então o Forlín conseguiu
Oh,
fechar
nice.
esse ouro. A gente vê
Good
o
dodges on both
conectados,
sides.
né, 250 pro mid, 125 ali pro
Watching
bot.
House and
E
Envy duel is
agora
actually
o
kind of
Hiri
fun.
continua partindo
It's just that the
pra
champions are
tentar
not high enough damage right now to make it that fun. But
E a troca já começa a ser iniciada por aqui. Vem o ultimato, Rex.
Oh, here it's dead again.
A cachorrada de 5 chamada da matilha.
it's just that
Foi
easy.
o Hirit, mas a eliminação fica
I hate
na
this
mão
Ambessa
do
pick.
Forlín. E tá começando
Like, there's kind of zero counterplay, which is what's really, really annoying. Oh, wait, what the hell? House forced out Envy? Really? Oh,
É, e dessa
First
vez
break comes from
ele
House just
não
split pushing, okay.
conseguiu sair com vida,
not even really
tinha
split pushing, that was just a
flash,
lane rotate.
gastou a ultimate pra tentar
What
voltar
happened?
ao
Last we saw,
jogo,
Envy was
mas
kind of
muito
trading
bem
even.
jogado
The
pelo time
hell?
dopamina, o Forlín faz um bom setup, é kill que fica pras mãos dessa
The dive threat
Camille,
from
e
Ambessa, you
aqui
mean?
eles vão
Or
levar uma torre também, porque tem ondas de minions.
Torre importante aí pra dopamina, respondendo no mapa, mantém essa...
I mean, the dive
vantagem,
threat's not really a thing, right?
deixa
Like,
desgarrar,
especially when you dropped it that early and then Zaya gets picked on this side. Who are you diving?
pela parte de cima, e acabou
That's Ambessa. Oh, jump.
ainda querer jogar esse jogo mais morno, né? O
They
House
didn't know his
jogando
Ruble were on
esse
something.
split durante muito tempo na rota superior, o escuro no mid, mas sem ter
Robo
tanta
was on
presença
something when he
do
played.
damage pra conseguir uma jogada mais agressiva.
Okay, that's probably not fair. To be fair to Robo, I've said this before. That was just one performance that was really, really bad. It just unfortunately sticks out because it was so abysmal from such a good player. Aurora had to back
É,
because she could
tempo
get dove.
precioso
Ah,
que o
okay.
time da Kabum consegue
I see, I see.
ganhar nesse early game, principalmente porque conseguiu
Okay.
essas lavas,
Yeah, we had full vision, so we knew that Wiz was in.
pro mid game, né, pro
threatening
late
dive, but
game
yeah,
pode
okay.
ser um
No,
pouco
that's fair.
valioso. Vem chegando o teleporte,
I just saw that
o
like
time da
Envy
Dopamina
had
querer
full
pegar
health
agora,
and oh, nice interrupt.
Último dessa vez, vem chegada do Envy pra cima, Hirit se movimentando, chegou também o House. A proeza de guerrilha
Okay.
é da
Clean up crew
Dopamina,
House.
mas as eliminações podem acabar sendo da Kabum. Já vem neutralização nas mãos
Envy's
do
also
Rise,
dead.
pra cima agora do Envy, cai também. Chegada do Dizinho, do
House
Dizinho,
tanky enough right now? I don't think
vai
so.
tentar salvar o dia. Vem com essa
That's
movimentação
fine. Wiz is
chamada
here.
Matilha, tá chegando também escuro,
Wiz
buscando
is
passar
CCing
ponte,
everybody to
ponte
hell
de
back.
redes utilizado em branco. Vem o puxar das penas do Kojima,
Oh,
mas ele nem
wow.
consegue finalizar. Simplesmente uma chacina.
Hello, Kaboom. They finally showed up.
Muito bem agora essa luta, teve a chegada ali do
Okay.
suporte do Envy.
I wanted Kaboom to do something. They did something. Very, very clean. Very clean fight.
a jogada e
I think
garantir
here it's just
a
bait
finalização.
at this
Vê o
point. Holy
tempo
crap.
da Kabum chegar,
Absolute
existe
slaughter.
algum
Game?
problema
Yeah,
no
feels like
meio
it.
escuro, chega o Whis, e aí levam a melhor, mais uma torre que vai pro chão.
Meus
Yeah,
amigos,
and that's
e
even
aquela
before 7
vantagem
bases
do
completed
Acabou, eles vão
for
se voltar uma vantagem legal,
House in the
mas
mid lane
ainda
too.
tá bem equiparado no jogo. Agora eles abrem mais de 3.000 de vantagem. E aí o replay,
This is
como a gente
this
viu
is
aí,
Wiz coming in like
ação
super
de toda
clutch. He
essa
interrupts
luta,
so much
a
from
gente
envy.
perdeu muitas
That knockup,
vidas
dude.
ao próprio
Oh my
Wiz,
goodness. That knockup needs to be
pra
clipped
tentar
and
reduzir
shipped.
ainda mais a
Because
vida
that
do
buys enough time for
Forlin.
House to arrive.
Forlin ali ainda tentou ir pra cima do
House is not
House.
even close to his
A
2-item
dopamina
build yet.
chega até que chega antes, mas olha como
Oh,
a
and landing the
Pop
Glacial
é
Prison on
muito
Kojima
forte,
here
como a
was
Pop participa muito bem também,
kind of criminal.
dividindo esse
Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay, it wasn't Glacial Prison. It was just the normal stun. That was huge, though. Kojima's Featherstorm came out late. Oh, fight into another fight. Let's go. Glacial Prison's not back up yet.
Querem nesse sangue que
Oh.
acaba não caindo. Quem veio agora
They
foi
gave Forlin the
a
boot.
ultimate do damage pra jogar pra
Oh,
longe.
Bulas.
Uma unidade de Forlin, mas aqui ele
Yeah, Sarah's Embrace is done now.
esmaga o Bulas, esse core que já 3
Okay, how's this Thanos now?
tem a sua força da trindade, a sua gota está quase completamente estacada.
Yeah.
E o foco do time da Kabum é pra cima desse dragão, que poderia ser o ponto de alma da dopamina,
Oh.
mas não vai ser de graça nem de longe. Em contato pra
Wiz
cima
tried
do
to fake out.
Forlin, se colocando um pouco mais adiante, já garante a finalização do objetivo.
Ooh.
Escuro, muito leve.
Wait, Squirrel Shield was enough? No shot.
Tizinho buscando espaço de entrada, mas ele já começa a
Dopamine is
dominar
hot. Be so tilted about Dopamine right now.
conteúdos. Forlin buscando espaço de segurança, vai tentando se escapulir do pedaço. mas
Oh,
dessa
nice stun
vez o
from
cachorro
damage.
é eliminado.
Yeah,
O
Kaboom
Bulas
is running like a
tinha sido
well-oiled machine.
eliminado antes
When
da
they have a
partida
lead, they just look so good.
GSTV, parece que as coisas acabaram.
Pode se iludir.
Posso me iludir já?
Não, acho que
Calma
agora
aí.
esse jogo tá muito encaminhado.
Demais. A gente tem uma vantagem
The fake out on that
de
side.
mais de 5.000
Yeah.
de ouro. E olha como a Kabum gerencia bem o
I can't believe Squirrel lived here,
São
though.
dois
That
jogadores
shield,
fazendo,
that barrier
e
was
o
super
restante
clutch.
faz todo o zoning pra
The problem now is that
impedir
this front line is kind of
a
tanky,
dragão. E aí, no final,
and they just kind of run you down.
a gente vê
The fact that Rise can just point and click root people is actually what's breaking this for Dopamina. They have a lot of mobile champions, but there's no counterplay. They're just being clicked by Rise. The Rune Prison's too strong. And once you get locked down by Rune Prison, everybody gets to free fire on you, so... Yeah. That's why when we got these first 3 picks, I didn't complain about the Rise, I complained about the Ambessa. Because as much as I don't like watching Rise, Rise makes sense. The Ambessa does not. Like, there's not a lot of huge counters to Rise right now. And into the Aurora made a lot of sense, because then you lock her down and she can't just run rampant, and then you burst her out. And that's why I didn't really like the Xayah. Because Xayah struggles to play in range of Rise. Not saying Sivir was the answer here, though. Sivir is not the answer here. You just need something that could kind of be able to either survive or just outburst when you have to play into the Rise distance. Or just don't play in Rise distance at all. Aphelios Jinx. It's not the great place for Jinx, but yeah.
20 minutos no relógio, o Arauto do Vale tá vindo
Oh yeah,
no bolso
Caitlyn.
dos ninjas.
Yes, that would be a great pick, Lunar. I keep forgetting she's a champion. She is somewhat meta too. I just keep forgetting.
É isso aí,
Yeah,
a gente tem
her range would actually be better. Yeah,
isso mesmo, finalizado.
she'd be like Jinx with less damage but a lot safer. So yeah,
A torre e os monstros
she'd be a
aéreos
perfect
do
pick.
Kabum. Então teremos as
It would have been
botas
great into Corki too.
antes vindo pro lado azul do mapa.
Mais vantagem ainda pro time da Kabum, que além do Arauto vai poder utilizar, né, dessas proezas. O time da Dopamina que ficou com 2 dragões, né, no comecinho do
Yeah,
jogo,
when talking about range
conseguiu
champions,
tirar aquela
I keep forgetting
vantagem,
Caitlyn. I don't know why. Her
tentou
range is higher.
brigar por esse critério aí do jogo.
Heck, I could even
muito
take a
difícil,
Triss here
mas
too, actually, because
a
Triss
situação agora vai
final
se
base
tornando
range,
muito mais
attack range is
difícil,
pretty high.
6k de vantagem, todo mundo
And
enfrentado,
early game,
time
she's got Buster Shot and
vai
crap like that to
pro
disengage.
escuro, e a Kabum vai
So
se
she can
tornar
reset the
parada.
fights too.
E daqui a 2 minutos, que é quando
Oh, for
chega
silent
o
pressure?
próximo
True,
dragão,
true.
vai ser o momento exato em que o House já vai estar com seus 10
Do we, yeah, I mean, if you're going with the Camille, if you're going with the
poder de fato do Ryze.
Nefiri, yeah, the hit shot would be nice too.
E o Forlin, será que vai conseguir escapar? Sim.
Compared to the Xayah, which is
Não quer nem saber, né?
again the Featherstorm doesn't help you that much into the likes of the Ambessa and the Rise, unfortunately.
Aqui, cuidado aí.
And then your range is kind of short, so
Não tem jeito não.
you're playing
Eu
into
acho
very
que ele é
dangerous
visionário,
territory.
porque ele jogou num cantinho que depois da pernada do Forlin ele foi paralisado completamente.
It's good into the Corki, I guess, but
Mas a eliminação não.
Não veio, tá tudo bem.
if you're only playing for
Agora
lane,
não tem
yeah.
ult, né?
Ele
Kate
não
would have
tem
been
ult.
better anyways for lane.
Bem na torre. É isso aí, ela vai pro chão e agora o time da Kabum pode vir pro
Será?
double
Vão
bait.
cortar, eu acho.
fake.
Vai tá vindo.
The smite from Dizen.
Bem, às vezes a vida tem essas. 22 minutos no relógio.
But that's still
o
mid,
nosso
outer
jogador
down.
está vivo na parte
I was
de
setting up
trás do
top.
Rio. Vai ser um look 10
Can they
minutos de
rotate? No.
nascimento desse
They don't have the
segundo
inside track.
dragão infernal que
Okay.
pode ser
Dopamina
parte nos elementos pros lados da Kabum, ou
feel
não,
like they're more in
né?
it than they should be with a 7,000 gold deficit. I don't know if that's because Kaboom is just not pressuring that hard right now, or whether Dopamina actually have a shot to turn things around. Like, my brain is telling me that this game's over. Like, Dopamina should not be able to get back in, but it doesn't feel like Kaboom's punishing that hard, so we'll see.
Pode estar numa situação enrascada, né? Pode se meter numa enrascada, já que pode vir um teleporte aí nas costas, pode vir um flanco. Vamos ver como é que o time da Kabum vai trabalhar com essa
I
vantagem.
think that one of the big reasons why it doesn't feel like Kaboom's pushing that hard is because they're trying to do like this 1-4 split push on the empty side of the map. So I don't feel like there's a chance for them to just rotate straight down to Azcon. If they were doing like 4-1 with the 1 being the bot side instead of the top side, I think that would actually be more preferable for Kaboom to accelerate the pace of the game. Envy just lost half his health to Wiz. Like, no one else was there. Holy crap.
Tomou uma chicotada da Sejuani ali, não viu nada que aconteceu, perdeu metade da vida e a luta começa.
Okay. Wiz is so tanky, he's still alive. And now House is here. Yep, and then Zaya, great. You do nothing. Oh. Okay. Favorite's cleanup crew, I guess. Okay, we found what Ambessa does in this comp. She's the janitor, she cleans up.
Mais uma vez, o único sobrevivente é o Envy.
Consegue sair vivo, corre pela sua vida o Envy, mas só ganha pouquinho de tempo, né? Quase 10k.
This is hilarious to me. Wiz doing 2,400 damage is hilarious.
Eles vão agora direto pro atacante, tá todo mundo.
He just stood there and like half health Envy in a trade. When the jungler can do that to your mid laner, when the enemy Sejuani can do that to your mid laner, you know it's kind of done. Okay. Yeah, right there. Half health, literally just solo. Would have done more too, if not for backup. Top lane inner turret went down as well, while that was happening. Or else House probably would have been here earlier. He just stands there and trades with Kojima. And arguably a little bit of help with Envy, and he still just wins that. Okay. Yep, game is just sealed and dusted. Kaboom played this series very, very clean. Like, I'm trying to think if they made any big mistakes. Like, okay, missing skill shots happen, sure. But I don't think, yeah. I mean, I don't like their drops, but arguably, I mean, you can't really say it's a mistake when they're winning this clean with it. They at least completely understood their win conditions and how to play around it. Are they not going for Baron at all? Or do they want to take the inner turrets first? I mean, they're far ahead enough they don't need Baron. 10.6k before Baron even spawned.
DPM acho que não pode nem ficar muito nessa torre não, viu? Porque é capaz de tomar o dive.
Okay.
Falando em dive, tá vindo a eliminação por aí.
Oh.
Simplesmente o escuro com a metralhadora ligada,
damage with the ult.
pra cima de todo mundo que tiver
Avert your eyes, Dark Knight. Damage is doing mental damage again.
Porque a Kabum não quer parar, vão levando agora essa torre tier 2 aqui do mid, tem onda de minions, o Envy vai conseguir limpar, mas a torre tá praticamente no chão e a vantagem de ouro já ultrapassa os...
Yeah, I don't hate this from Kaboom. They want to take the inner turrets first before they go for Baron, or at least prime that one to go down to maximize the Baron push, because realistically, if you don't take inners and you're using to take inners, you might not actually reach the inhibitor turrets, and that's really what you want to crack with the Baron, because those are the hardest ones to take. Oh, Disney got it. Nice. Yeah. I would like to see Kaboom actually full reset, take Baron and push directly with it. Instead, they're going to take Baron, reset, spend gold, and then push. It's the difference of maybe like 30 seconds, but yeah. Oh, they're not recalling? They're not recalling. They're just straight to pushing. Okay, so they didn't spend the gold. Interesting.
Acho que foi uma ótima leitura da Kabum lá no draft, porque a Naafiri foi o primeiro.
I think they should be having almost a full item lead, but instead it's going to be only half an item for the most part.
Tanto pra Sejuani Enquanto
Well, I guess they-
esse também,
They already are all sitting on major items, so
Mas
I guess they don't
muito
care.
tava sendo ditado de como seria jogado o jogo fora do Rift.
Então agora só
Oh, really nice pick onto Dizen.
saiu da base engage.
Saiu e
Good
veio
kills from
mais
Bulas as well.
forte
If
pra
not, if Dizen dies there,
iniciando.
they're in so much trouble.
Podem iniciar pra cima dele.
Wow.
Nem deu pra ver o que aconteceu.
They made
Todo mundo
Envy
demais,
vanish.
O Envy desapareceu. Agora o time da Kabum com a superioridade numérica vai tentando levar essa torre.
Entrada do Bulas, vem então com sua presença um pouco mais impactante, o Wiz, buscando pra debaixo da torre, Kojima livre, leve, solto pra bater, vem a execução pública pra cima do Bulas e vai pra mais Hirit, pesquisando e pescando os jogadores. Double kill conquistado pela Ambessa Medarda, Kojima tentando bater, vem
Kojima
Bulas e debaixo da ponte não tem
was actually playing the
como,
mechanics really, really well.
Kojima
It's just
só sobra
he can't do
um
anything.
assim,
That's
secreto
unfortunate.
por
Oh,
eliminação,
Damage didn't get the
o
stun.
Bulas
Okay,
debaixo da
that's still
ponte.
game.
As torres de Nexus são
Um,
o último alvo de pé.
Yeah, I think that MVP House this series. His
His
RE game was really, really solid. I mean, it was between Wiz, House, and Skuro. I think Skuro did fantastically again. 7, 1, and 5 is nothing to scoff at. But House's rise was like the game-defining champion this game. Literally point-and-click route was just so broken, and nothing could match it. So yeah, MVP House for me this series. Absolutely amazing play. Really, really good. Really, really impressed. Yeah, this Kaboom just gave us the cleanest series we've seen all split. Now, granted, it was against Dopamina, and Dopamina felt like they're playing a little bit solo queue today. They were drafting that way. But I don't hate the way they end up drafting, because I think sometimes you want to play comfort. Because, yeah, if you don't think you can match hands, you got to play comfort. Because if you lose, even if you get the best comp in the world, if you're down 30, 40 CS in lane across every single lane, you're still going to lose the game. Because you just can't play the mid game at all. But, yeah. How smooth that line is. No dips. Just Kaboom all the way. Game 1 was kind of similar too. Yeah, so I guess that's where Dopamine is coming from a little bit with their compositions. They wanted comfort picks that they could perform well on, that they could survive laning on. I think they got good lane matchups. I also think that Dopamina, given the compositions they had, I think they did a good job playing towards the limited win conditions that they drafted, if that makes sense. So, well played for them. I don't think this loss shows me anything negative about Dopamina necessarily. It's about what we expected from them. I think they actually showed that they are understanding the game, at least. But yeah, Kaboom is just too damn clean with it. This is what we expected when we saw the Kaboom roster initially, even when it was C's instead of Wiz. I think Wiz is an upgrade. And I think this throws the ball back into Corinthians' court again. Like, hey man, like Corinthians, you're not the best team anymore. Show us against Los that you are still the best team in the league. And that one's actually kind of interesting too, because Los and Los Grandes are, if Corinthians win, they are back at the top above Los Grandes. Fact, are they actually above Stella as well? Or are they tied with Stella? Have they played Stella? Oh no, Stella is number 1 actually, if Corinthians win tomorrow. Because Stella has the head-to-head against Corinthians, funnily enough. But yeah. And then Red Academy, this should be the Doom Red Academy, I think. Because they've called up pages, right? So, yeah. Honestly though, I'm impressed with Red because I thought even with Greftar coming in, I didn't think they'd be picking up some of the wins that they did. But I think Rebello and Yuzint have been doing really, really well. Zins have been stepping out huge as well. So, yeah, the side lanes for Red has stepped up. I thought they were kind of like a bottom tier, or near the bottom tier in terms of their side lanes, but yeah. I don't know if it's just having more pressure mid, maybe, that helps them a lot, but yeah. We shall see. Okay, that's it for today. I'm just waiting for them to show us MVP, and then I'm going to end it. And then we'll be back tomorrow for those 2 series that we saw. And this week is only 2 days because, again, it's just Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Next week will be the 3-day. It kind of got flipped because of the whole Super Week situation. So. It makes sense. Trust. And they give it to damage. Okay. I mean, that's fair. You look at these numbers and you're like, okay, you can see why it's damage.
O Wiz, ele teve um trabalho muito grande
Dopamina
de
splash,
jogar
nothing happened.
ofensivamente, né?
Uhum.
Mas acho que esse jogo 2 ele ainda jogou umas ultimates.
Yeah, I guess it kind of
ali,
feels a
foi
little bit like
meio
that when
de
you watch
qualquer
this game,
jeito,
this
acho que ele
series.
tava mais
But when I'm
cuidadoso.
looking at Dopamina, I'm not looking at them to be a
acho
top
que ele
team
conseguiu
in
gerenciar
CD
muito bem
this split,
também o
anyways,
jogador
right? They came through the
ultimate,
promotion
com
series, the
W.
promotion qualifiers,
Fez uma
right?
boa
So
partida e o Damage fica
I'm
com
just looking for
16.
growth from them,
Agora
kind of
vamos
like
dar uma
what
olhada na
I look at
classificação
them kind of the way I
do
look at
Mike
Fluxy
numa
W7M
rodada
in
aqui
tier 1, where it's like
da
I'm just looking at growth,
Então,
and I do think we're
valor
seeing growth
agora com
from
o time
Dopamina.
da Estelar
I think
em
not
4/2,
finishing in the
né,
last two spots,
praticamente ali
not sitting in
a
the
liderança,
relegation
a gente tem
spots
com
is
Vivo
a win for
Stars,
Dopamina.
Corinthians
And like I said,
e
I
Red com
appreciate what they
3
did today.
vitórias,
Even
2
though it
derrotas.
looked like an
A
absolute
Winter
shellacking,
com
it was an
2
absolute
derrotas
shellacking.
aparece ali,
That's
então,
more just Kaboom
na
IDL
lista
being
do
incredibly
top
good.
6.
So
E aí a gente tem Dopamina e Reds com 2
we'll see, Lunar. I mean, I don't think you can have Rise, Flamengo, and Dopamina all in the relegation, right? So
É, minha querida
pick your
Laura,
poison.
eu
One of
quero
those
dizer,
teams is getting out, and right now Dopamina is looking better than Rise and Flamengo. So okay, that's it. Thanks all of y'all who dropped by. Appreciate it as always. Good to see you again, Arsent. It's been a long, long time. Rise is gonna rise. We'll see. Maybe they will. I mean, they did beat.
Vai definir muita coisa, né?
I keep forgetting the team they beat.
Mas a gente ainda tem os jogos de
Kaboom.
amanhã.
They did beat Kaboom. So
Exatamente.
Pra essa semana.
that was like the
Vamos
biggest
aproveitar
shocker.
pra ver os jogos de
That they
amanhã,
picked their
então,
first win
pra
against
abrir o
Ranger
nosso dia de
on that Kaboom
quarta-feira.
roster. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, Dark Knight,
O
Lunar,
Corinthians jogando
Arsent.
contra o time da Lousa,
Anybody else drop by today?
direta aí, apenas uma
Other
vitória
people probably did, and I
separando
probably
os dois
forgot.
times.
Trajan was here earlier today as well.
Direto também no segundo
Rev
confronto
as well.
do dia.
Yeah,
A gente
thanks
tem o
all
time da
for
Reds
dropping by, and we'll see you
enfrentando a
tomorrow.
Red. E aí, a
Bye.
gente consegue já uma palhinha desses confrontos, Jess?
Corinthians tem 2 derrotas seguidas, né?
That's not my ending screen. That was random. And I am losing my voice as well, so peace. Bye.